The untold story of capitalism, accumulation and the anti-slavery revolution. Enrique S Rivera. Introduction. Perhaps it is not entirely surprising that the term capitalism, so widely used in recent years in popular parlance as well as in historical literature, received such disparate usages, with no accepted criteria for its use. Maurice Dobb, Studies in the Development of Capitalism, 1947. What was true 74 years ago for the venerable economist Maurice Dobb is true today. Despite a resurgence of conversations about capitalism in Hollywood movies, in the press, on the internet, and in academia, the term remains ambiguous and its definition indeterminate. This book addresses this dilemma, both directly and indirectly, by providing a historical account of capitalism, or more appropriately, of primitive accumulation, the system that preceded capitalism and made it possible. Somewhat more indirectly, this book uses a 1795 anti-colonial rebellion in Venezuela led by enslaved people and legally free people of African and indigenous descent to tell the story of capitalism. This is a micro-story. It takes a small-scale event to explain much larger historical phenomena. The idea is that if you delve into a local story, you can provide details that more traditional stories are forced to omit. Microhistory often inadvertently stumbles upon discoveries that reshape our understanding of the past and, consequently, our present. That is exactly what this book tries to do. It reveals the untold and hidden history of capitalism by detailing the minutiae of an important, though little studied, revolutionary movement. This insurgency erupted during that period of political turmoil known as the Age of Revolution I. An era made famous by the U.S. Declaration of Independence, 1776, and the storming of the Bastille, 1789. And then came the 1790s, one of the most turbulent times in the history of the Americas too. An anti-slavery revolution gripped the hemisphere during this decade, as conspiracy after conspiracy was uncovered and one by one, plantations were consumed by flames. The first match was struck on August 21, 1791, when the enslaved people of the French colony of Saint-Domingue rose up in what would become known as the Haitian Revolution, the only successful slave revolt in human history. But Haiti was not alone. Enslaved and legally free blacks also took up arms to overthrow slavery in places like Brazil, Cuba, Jamaica, Louisiana, and Puerto Rico. Most of the movements failed and were brutally suppressed, but even so there is no doubt that they hastened the fall of this abominable institution. One of the most spectacular abolitionist efforts took place in Santa Ana de Coro, in the Spanish colony of the Captaincy General of Venezuela. On the night of May 10, 1795, hundreds of enslaved and legally free people of African and indigenous descent rose up to overthrow colonial rule. A statue of José Leonardo Chirino outside the José Leonardo Chirino Airport in Coro, Venezuela /Creative Commons. Eliminate slavery and taxes, and establish an independent republic. After 3 days of fighting which culminated in a bloody conflict between some 450 rebels and half that number of royalists, the revolutionaries were finally defeated. Dozens died on the battlefield and many more were brutally executed in the days that followed. However, the rebels forever changed the history of Venezuela. Coro was the last stronghold of the royalists during the country's bloody War of Independence, 1810 to 1823, something that can be traced back to the counter-revolution of 1795. The insurgents also inspired anti-imperialist movements in Venezuela from the Guil Conspiracy and Spain from 1797 to the Bolivarian Revolution of our days. This book chronicles the Coro Rebellion and, in the process, reveals new understandings of the history of capitalism, as well as the radical notions of freedom and equality that ended slavery, eroded monarchism, and changed the course of history. World. The 1795 insurrection. The uprising that shook Venezuela to its foundations was planned well in advance, although there are conflicting details about how it was organized and who was involved. However, it is clear that the leader of the rebellion was José Leonardo Chirino. Chirino was a legally free person classified as a Zambo of mixed, indigenous, and African descent. He was a worker and assistant to a merchant who had traveled extensively on the Caribbean circuit. Although Chirino was legally free, his family was not. His wife, Maria de los Dolores Chirino, and their 3 children were enslaved. But some were convinced that the days of slavery were numbered. In fact, years before the uprising, a rumor began to circulate that the institution had already been abolished. According to white authorities, a legally free black man, known as Cocofio, had been wandering the Sierra where the region's sugar plantations were concentrated, claiming that the Spanish crown had ended slavery. He added that Coro's nefarious and corrupt officials were ignoring the edict. 6. But slavery had not been eliminated. The speculation was unfounded. Cocofio died 2 or 3 years before the insurrection. Not much else is known about this mysterious figure, and it may not have even existed. However, rumors continued to spread after Cocofio's death. The authorities affirmed that Joseph Caridad Gonzalez, of African origin and legally free, revived the speculations. Like many of the blacks in Coro, Gonzalez was a native of the Costa Longo. He was also the leader of the vast and numerous legally free community of Longos in Coro. Gonzalez's version of the Cocofio hoax added that the crown had also abolished the alcabala. 7. The alcabala was a tax on the sale, purchase, and transportation of goods. Most of Coro's poor detested her, yet her exactions skyrocketed in the years leading up to the rebellion. Under duress and offering contradictory details, Chirino testified that the revolutionary clique had begun plotting the previous month, at the home of a friend named Juan Bernardo Chiquito. Chirino and Chiquito later testified that they, along with Gonzalez and a slave named Joaquim, were the only ones who knew about the rebellion in advance. 8. But at another point Chirino also asserted that Gonzalez was innocent. 9. Unfortunately, only small fragments of Chirino's testimony exist. The document was lost many years ago and only excerpts can be extracted from the affidavits of the declarants that refer to it. Although the facts related to the planning of the insurrection are scattered and unclear, the details about the rebellion itself are well documented. On the night of Sunday, May 10, 1795, Chirino and 4 others launched the uprising on the sugar plantation called El Socorro. The insurgents killed a guest of the property's owner, a white man named Don Joseph de Martinez. After killing Martinez, the rebels stole his clothing and other valuables, distributing them among themselves. They then turned their attention to the son of the owner of El Socorro, Don Ildefonso de Telleria. The rebels attacked him and left him for dead, but the young Telleria survived the assault. Later, more rebels joined the band from the starting quintet and began attacking neighboring plantations. Each attack followed a similar pattern. Masters' dwellings were looted and slave owners were beaten, valuable items such as textiles and fancy clothes were stolen and distributed among the insurgents, and finally the sugar fields were burned. From El Socorro, the insurgents first moved to the barren plantation owned by Dona Nicolasa Acosta, where Joaquim, one of the initial conspirators, lived and worked. While they were in Barron, the insurgents killed Don Joseph Maria Manzanos Acosta's lover and tried to kill her. They left for dead, but she survived her injuries. Once this property was stolen, the insurgents set it on fire, doing the same with the houses of Don Miguel de Urbina and Don Joseph de Arquia. Arquia managed to escape, and Urbina's son Manuel, who had been left in charge of his father's plantation, fled to the city of Coro. Shortly thereafter, the young Urbina would be the first person to inform Coro officials that an uprising was taking place. The next morning, on May 11, a rebel guard intercepted one of Coro's leaders on his way to the Sierra. Don Joseph de Telleria was the owner of the El Socorro plantation, Chirino's employer and legal owner of the Chirino family. The insurgents killed Telleria and his brother-in-law. They also kidnapped his wife, Dona Maria Josefa Rosalo, and their 3 children. The insurgents escorted their prisoners to a plantation known as Macanillas, which served as rebel headquarters. Recounting that day months later, Rosselló provided one of the most intimate accounts of the insurgency. Rosselló assured that he reprimanded Chirino, asking him how they had been so ungrateful, and traitors, that being Telleria the father of all of them, the same ones from his house, whom he loved and helped so much, had come out to kill him. 11 Chirino replied that Telleria had told him that no Zambo was to govern it. 12 Rosselló responded that if his intent was to dominate the person who said those words to him, how could he do so after his death? The following statement by Chirino encapsulated the motivations of the rebels. The leader said, Telleria had not prevented the Coro accountant from charging so much excess, and rigorously the alcavallas. 14 Rosselló responded that her husband tried to address the issue through legal means. Chirino then responded furiously, that it was nothing like that, that the whites were made up with the accountant so as not to pay them, and that he put the entire weight of the contributions on the arms of the poor, and that now he was not made up, or Coro would go bankrupt. 15 While Chirino and Rosselló exchanged words, Manuel de Urbina arrived in Coro to warn that the blacks had the intention of assaulting the city, looting it and killing all the whites. 16 With this news, the Chief Justice, Mariano Ramirez Valderrain, bailiff of Coro, sent a message to the closest indigenous peoples, those of the Caquetillos of Carrizal and Guabeco. He asked the royalists to hurry up. Coro was in serious trouble and they needed to protect the city. The sheriff then rounded up as many people as he could, and with them their guns. He also ordered a 16-man force to assemble at the Cajurao checkpoint. Cajurao was strategically located halfway between the city and the mountains and was convenient for charging taxes to merchants for the transport of merchandise between the two regions. That same night, the conspiracy unraveled just as it was on its way to fruition. Gonzales and 21 other Longos knocked on Ramirez Valderrain's door. The men claimed that they wanted to help defend the city. They had few weapons among them, so they asked the bailiff to give them more. This made Ramirez Valderrain suspicious, so he locked the men up. The sheriff's intuition seemed to be confirmed later that night when 2 rebel spies were captured in Cajurao. According to officials, the men were sent from the mountains to inform Gonzales that the revolution was underway and that they would soon advance on the city. When the news of the capture reached Ramirez Valderrain, he doubled his forces at the Alcabala post. But when the second detachment arrived, around 1 a.m. on May 12, they found a bloody scene. The Sierra begins to climb in Cajurao, and stretches through the Longo settlement of La Chapa, through the rebel headquarters on the Macanillas plantation, and past the indigenous town of San Luis. The rebels had laid an ambush in Cajurao and had defeated the sheriff's first contingent. They killed 2 men and wounded 2 others, one of whom would later die of his injuries. The insurgents then released their 2 spies and set their sights on a tax official, customs officer Luis Barcenas. The rebels broke down his doors and smashed the windows of his house. They also made fun of Barcenas so that he would go out to collect the alcabalas, to receive as a pledge the rosaries and other furniture that he used to remove. 17 When Ramirez Valderrain received the news about the ambush, he gathered as many whites and browns as he could, along with some Caquetillos from Carrizal, Guabeco, and Santa Ana. The sheriff also seized 2 cannons, which would prove decisive. These troops remained deployed until 6 in the morning. At that moment, more than 400 men appeared on the horizon. The rebels signaled their desire to talk by waving 2 flags, one white and one black. Then they expressed their demands, that freedom be granted to the slaves and the exception of alcavala rights and other taxes to the free, and that nothing would be offered by giving them the city in this way. The bailiff responded by firing a shrapnel-filled cannon at them. Coro's army soundly defeated the rebels that day. Although there were only 213 men, they were armed with cannons, pistols, bows, and arrows. The insurgents only had machetes, spears and a few firearms. Later, the bailiff boasted of having killed 2 men with his bare hands and added, a formidable carnage was made by going up to them, up to 2 leagues away. He continued, those who appeared on the plain were 25, the signs of blood from those who were running, warned that there were many wounded, and thus the fields are littered with bodies. During this battle, Coro's forces captured 24 rebels who were tortured before being executed. Ramirez Valderrain affirmed that all of them implicated Chirino and Gonzales as the intellectual authors of the insurrection. They said the plan was for Chirino's contingent to take control of the Sierra while Gonzales and the Longos took the city. These confessions led to a wave of anti-black violence that began with the murder of Gonzales and 2 anonymous Longos. Having apprehended the Longos at their home the day before, the bailiff ordered the prisoners transferred to the city jail. Coro officials later claimed that Gonzales and 2 other men attempted to escape during this transfer and that guards responded by stabbing them to death. The next morning, Wednesday, May 13, Ramirez Valderrain and his troops began making rounds to apprehend whoever was considered suspicious. The next day, Ramirez sent 2 expeditions to the Sierra, each with 200 men, with the intention of announcing a general amnesty. But this mission was also secretly aimed at capturing the rebel leaders. During these campaigns, officials killed 3 suspects and captured 9 more. Ramirez Valderrain had them hanged the next day, May 15. On May 18, he shot 35 suspected leaders. 5 days later, he killed more people. Chirino fled at some point during or after the rebellion. It was discovered 3 months later in Baragua, 128 kilometers 80 miles south of Coro. A man named Juan Manuel Aguero captured Chirino, who was armed with arrows and a sword. 21 For managing to capture Chirino, Aguero received the 100 peso reward offered for Chirino's head. The revolutionary leader spent the following year in jail, where he was repeatedly interrogated in torturous conditions. On December 16, 1796, Chirino was publicly executed in a grisly spectacle in the Plaza Mayor in Caracas. They hanged him and then mutilated his body. His head and hands were cut off and transported to Coro. His remains were then exhibited in various places in the mountains. As was the case in most anti-slavery insurrections, the blacks of Coro bore the brunt of the suffering. The rebels killed 9 people, 7 white and 2 indigenous. But Ramirez Valderrain's bloodbath cost the lives of at least 125 people of African and Afro-Indigenous descent. The political economy of Coro. In the 18th century, Coro was an extraordinary but simple place. Exceptional for its unusual topography, where one can enter dunes so extensive as to believe in the Sahara, but just walking a kilometer one finds one bathing in the Caribbean Sea. On the other hand, Coro was also conventional. Like most areas of the sprawling Spanish Empire, the city was peripheral, sparsely populated, and economically depressed. Throughout her post-conquest history, Coro has been jealous of Caracas, her older sister, who appears to have bullied her into giving him her highest honors. Coro was the first European settlement in Venezuela. Juan de Ampez established the city in 1527 after negotiations with the Quechuatillos, the Arawak-speaking group that constituted the dominant indigenous social order. It was also the capital of Venezuela for 50 years, until Caracas took its title in 1578. Today, Coro is just a shadow of its former self. Its population of 200,000 pales insignificant compared to Venezuela's megametropolises that boast millions of residents. Coro's role in the world system was the production of agricultural goods for foreign markets and the consumption of goods brought by Europeans. The inhabitants of the region bought things such as textiles, wigs, wines, and cutlery from the continent. They also imported thousands of enslaved Africans. African and indigenous peasants and plantation workers in Coro supplied agricultural goods for local use and for export. In Coro, they consumed the cattle, the food, and the sugar, but also sent it to other parts of Venezuela and to the Caribbean colonies. Sugar, cocoa, hides, and timber from Brazil eventually found their way to Europe, where they served as the basis for a series of proto-industrial activities. Many of the products exported made their first stop in Curaçao, a small island 95 kilometers, 60 miles, off the coast of Coro. As a Dutch colony, the island had a radical free trade policy for the time, which allowed anyone to trade in the port of Willemstad regardless of color, gender, origin, or professed religion. This made Curaçao an attractive location for merchants large and small, allowing the island to dominate trade with its neighbors, including Coro. 27 Coro's dependent economy revolved mainly around cattle ranching. The beef was consumed locally and in other parts of the Captaincy General, while the hides were traded in Curaçao before being shipped to Europe. Most of the horses and donkeys were used locally, but the mules were exported to places like Saint-Domingue, where they powered the infamous sugar mills of the French colony. Farm animals were raised in two ways. Some, on farms owned by white elites, which were worked by black and indigenous individuals, both enslaved and legally free. And others, raised independently by black and indigenous peasants. Sugar was the second most important industry in Coro. It was produced mainly in the mountains, where the rebellion began. White slave masters owned the 48 sugar plantations in the region and employed enslaved blacks as well as legally free black and indigenous workers. Free workers lived on plantation land and were paid a salary. A portion of the sugar was consumed locally, while another portion was shipped to Curaçao. Some of the sweetener was used on the neighboring island and another part was re-exported to Amsterdam. Blocks of raw sugar cane, better known as panelus or paplones, also functioned as a kind of currency, and legally free workers were often paid with this product. Coro exported other products to Europe, too. Cocoa was the most important cash crop in all of Venezuela, but it was of lesser importance in Coro at the time of the insurrection. Brazilian timber was also another important commodity, collected in the mountains of Coro and sold to foreign traders, mostly from Curaçao. Most legally free plantation and hacienda workers spent most of their days not working on the plantations, but caring for their own land. Throughout the 18th century, peasants planted and harvested crops such as rice, corn, cassava, and bananas. They also raised bulls, chickens, cows, donkeys, goats, and mules. Products like these were consumed at home or sold in local markets. Part of the reason black and indigenous peasants were able to act with some independence was because Coro's jurisdiction was huge and its population small. This prevented colonial landowners and administrators from dominating the work routines of legally free people. This trend was not unusual in 18th century Venezuela, but Coro's case was nonetheless exceptional. It was one of 23 major cities and towns that made up the Captaincy General, but had by far the largest territorial jurisdiction. The 26,549 inhabitants of the region occupied more than 50,000 square km. This gave it the third largest population in Venezuela, after those of Caracas and La Victoria, but a proportion of land per inhabitant greater than 1.5 kilometers, 1 mile, per individual. As was the case throughout Ibero-America, the population of Coro was segmented into racial and class categories, intended to mark a person's status. It goes without saying that the vast majority of the region's inhabitants were descended from natives and blacks from West and West Central Africa. Most of the people were categorized racially as free people of color or pardos, who numbered almost 12,000 or about 44% of the population. The second largest group were the free Indians, the Quechuatillos, who were exempt from paying tribute because of their loyalty to the Spanish crown. The Quechuatillos had more than 7,000 inhabitants, 26% of the residents. They mostly lived in the towns scattered along the Caribbean coast and on the Paraguana Peninsula. The third largest class were whites, who numbered a total of 3,700 or almost 14% of the population. 38 most were Creoles of Spanish descent. It is likely that some of those classified as white were also partly of indigenous and/or African descent. Many of the white militia members of neighboring Maracaibo province, for example, were described as Trignos in 1787. The fourth largest group was made up of more than 3,200 enslaved Afro-descendants, about 12% of the population. Most of the enslaved people worked hard on the plantations, although a few worked as domestic servants. Finally, there were the Ajiguas and the Ayamans, indigenous people who numbered 768, or 3% of the residents. These groups were not considered free because they were responsible for paying high taxes to the crown. Most of these communities were concentrated in the Sierra de Coro and to the west of it. The largest congregations of Ajiguas were in San Luis, Piquea, and Pedregal. Like the Quequatios, the Ajiguas spoke Arawak, while the Ayamans spoke Jirajara. The indigenous peoples of Coro settled in the region 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. Most of the Coro rebels were of African descent. As it happened in all the Americas, blacks lived in Coro due to their enslavement or that of their ancestors. They had their origins around the entire African continent, although the vast majority came from the western and central western regions. The Gold Coast of Guinea, modern-day Ghana, and the Longo Coast of west-central Africa, a coastline that currently stretches through parts of Angola, Gabon, and the Republic of the Congo, were the two main places of origin of the blacks of Coro. Coro's political economy was oriented to serve the interests of white Creole and European elites. The region imported European manufactures as well as enslaved Africans and produced agricultural goods that were transported to neighboring colonies and to Europe. Many of the exported products were harvested in the haciendas and plantations of Coro. But despite the fact that thousands of people of African and indigenous descent were coerced into working on these properties, most of Coro's population could plant, harvest, and trade with only limited state interference. This would change in the 1790s and Coro would be burned to ashes. Interventions. Most of us like to think in determinisms. We often look for the cause of any phenomenon, as if there was one thing, a magical solution that could explain why something is happening. But historically, just as today, we know that many factors act in combination to produce a given action or event. Take the example of former U.S. President Donald Trump and some comments he made about Venezuela, a country whose history is discussed here. In an interview with Axios, Trump told the news network that he would be willing to talk with Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. This constituted a radical change in the U.S. policy of attacking Venezuela from all angles and its refusal to dialogue with a government that it had already marked for regime change. As soon as Trump's statement became known, his 2020 opponent, Joe Biden, and the U.S. media heavily criticized him for his willingness to negotiate. Then a curious thing happened. Trump backed down. He quickly announced that he would only speak to Maduro if he resigned. Why did Trump change his mind? Many political analysts suggested that it all had to do with Florida. With the 2020 presidential election just around the corner, Trump felt he needed to win the swing state to win the national election. To do that, according to the account, he needed to keep Miami's far-right Cuban and Venezuelan expat communities happy. That they would not have been if they had perceived Trump soft with Venezuela. Miami's hard line certainly had something to do with it, but other conditions also played a role. First, the obvious, and perhaps most important, Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves on the planet and is abundant in other natural resources. The Bolivarian Revolution established an alternative political and economic system that enjoyed great success for several years. Venezuela has also denounced U.S. imperial actions around the world, forged alliances with other rogue states and entities, and threatened to drive the United States out of Venezuelan markets. Given this, the Pentagon, as well as its partners in the oil, weapons, and technology industries, would not have been too happy with Trump's comments. But there were other concerns as well. How effectively could the Democratic Party use Trump's statement to smear him and his campaign? This brings us to the issue of Trump's support base and its tendency to harbor Cold War-era nationalist and anti-communist sentiments. And let's not forget the racism of that base towards indigenous people and people of indigenous descent. Like most Mexican and Central American immigrants, which certainly influences the way they see Venezuela and its government. So, as can be seen, even the pundits oversimplified the situation and never explained why Trump retracted his statement. It wasn't just Florida. Furthermore, most Cuban American voters no longer hold such a hard line. The majority favors the normalization of relations with Cuba and supports the end of the U.S. blockade against the island. All social phenomena are the product of multiple objective and subjective conditions that converge for events to happen. This work provides further evidence for this truism. Several factors combine to make up the choir that went up in flames in 1795. This book explores some of them, while providing two original interconnecting claims. The first argument has to do with capitalism. As we saw in the opening section, the term creates confusion across the political spectrum. So what is capitalism? Does it have to do with the markets? With trade? With what is private or what is public? With the money? With investments? No, certainly not. Money, markets, and investments have existed all over the world, for millennia. If these characteristics are considered the basis of capitalism, then medieval Europe, as well as its contemporaries in Mesoamerica, the Andes, Ghana, and Benin, should also be considered capitalist. Not to mention ancient Greece, Rome, and Egypt. If everything is capitalism, then nothing is capitalism. But capitalism is a real political and economic system that was formed at a specific time and place. Capitalism has a history. But this invites the question, what is that story? When it started? Let's first review what it is. Capitalism is an economic system based on a distinctive mode of production. His method presupposes that workers are divorced from the means of subsistence and the means of production. In other words, capitalism is based on the fact that workers cannot be fed or clothed without struggling for a wage. These salaries are used to cover their needs. Under capitalism, workers also lack ownership of the land, tools, and/or machines they work with. This prevents them from being self-employed. And since workers cannot work, feed, clothe, or house themselves, they are completely dependent on a capitalist class for survival. The only thing they can do to support themselves is to sell their work, that is, work for a salary. With these wages, they are able to buy their livelihood. That is capitalism. And it is the most dynamic political and economic system ever known. But it could also be the most destructive. So when did capitalism emerge? Well, this is one of the main interventions of this book. Karl Marx dated the dawn of capitalism to the 16th century. Historians, Marxist or not, have been influenced by this periodization. But my research calls this timeline into question. This is where the unintended consequences of the microstory produce another gem. While researching the basic operations of the European industries that shaped Coro and the 1795 insurrection, I discovered that these were not capitalist. More specifically, by providing details on the textile industries in England, Belgium, and France at the time, I discovered that they were based on the labor of peasants who controlled their means of production and livelihood, which is far removed from capitalist industry. In addition, my research on the mercantile societies that shaped Coro revealed all the signs of a feudal rather than a capitalist economy. Therefore, I maintain that it was primitive accumulation that gave rise to Coro's plantation economy and the revolutionary movement that sought to destroy it. Marx's notion of a prior accumulation which made capitalism possible was borrowed from Adam Smith's analysis of it. In Marx's view, the enclosure of peasant land in early modern England, as well as the conquest of America, the Atlantic slave trade, and African slavery in the Western Hemisphere, together provided the conditions that they made capitalism possible. This is the process that created places like Coro and that gave rise to the anti-slavery revolution. The second major argument of this book has to do with rebellious ideology. I maintain that the peasant economies of Coro and West and Central West Africa inspired the revolutionary ideas of the insurgents. Historians tend to credit egalitarian beliefs emanating from Atlantic Europe such as all men are created equal as the inspiration for the wave of anti-slavery insurrection that swept the Americas during the Revolutionary Age. Undoubtedly, the circulation, popularization and Europeanization of these ideas were important. But as I closely studied the words and actions of the Coro rebels along with the political and economic mores of their home countries, I found that the latter were crucial in animating the radical notions of equality that the rebels espoused. This book offers a microhistory of primitive accumulation. It tells the story of how the yin of European imperialism, conquest, and slavery clashed with the yang of communal societies in Africa and the Americas. This is the untold story of capitalism. Months after the insurrection, the jurist Don Juan Esteban de Valderrama arrived in Coro under the orders of the Spanish crown. He was tasked with leading an investigation into the rebellion, what happened, why it happened, and what had happened since. What he unveiled was a conspiracy that terrorized a fledgling nation, an uprising that shook established hierarchies and a society whose foundations of race and class were shaped by the uses and abuses of European fabrics. Valderrama, a Castilian trained in civil and canon law, had spent the last 2 decades holding various government positions in the province of Maracaibo. When Coro had already burned, the failed and irascible priest had reached the pinnacle of a noble career. At that time he served as governor of Maracaibo and lieutenant governor of the entire captaincy general. Valderrama only answered to one man in the flourishing colony of Spain, and that was Don Pedro de Carbonell, the captain general and governor of Caracas himself. Valderrama arrived on the night of October 3, 1795, after Carbonell had requested his help 6 weeks earlier. He stated that he needed Valderrama in Coro. Since the local authorities had serious difficulties in explaining to him how events had unfolded during the rebellion, as well as the current state of the situation. According to Carbonell, this poor communication history had a dangerous potential to confuse the innocent with the real criminals in this case. Therefore, the investigation was to be conducted by an outsider to that jurisdiction, of known integrity, experience, maturity, and counsel. Valderrama, practical and well-bred, was the perfect man for the job. Carbonell mistrusted Coro's officials, particularly its corrupt and equally cruel bailiff, Don Mariano Ramirez Valderrain. In essence, Valderrama would replace the disgraced leader. His mission was to do what the bailiff should have done months ago, determine who was involved in the rebellion and who was not. One key to identifying who was really guilty or innocent was to discover what had happened to the European textiles and luxury clothing that had been stolen from wealthy whites during the insurrection. As in the entire Atlantic, European linen had great material and symbolic value in the 18th century Coro. These fabrics were imported to make clothing, which served to signal the elite status of race and class. Since the beginning of the rebellion, clothes, clothing, and other valuables were stolen from the plantations and even the body of one of the rebels' victims. Dozens of witnesses and accused insurgents were called to testify before Valderrama. Many were asked about the whereabouts of textiles, clothing, and other valuables that had been looted. Some witnesses had been imprisoned since the early days of the uprising in the infamously run-down and rotten Coro prison. Others were called in for questioning and came forward voluntarily. One of the people who came to court, allegedly of her own free will, was Maria de los Dolores Chirino, married to José Leonardo Chirino, the alleged leader of the insurrection. Maria de los Dolores lived a difficult life. She was born enslaved legal property of the landowner, merchant, and crown bureaucrat Joseph de Telleria. Although her husband was legally free, her 3 children, like her, were born enslaved thanks to the fact that slavery was inherited through the mother in Venezuela, as it is throughout the Americas. Evidence suggests that Chirino and his family were close to the Tellerias. José Leonardo was known as Joseph de Telleria's right-hand man. She traveled with him to nearby Curaçao on several occasions and also to Saint Domingue. Maria de los Dolores, José Leonardo and their children lived together in the master's quarters in El Socorro. This was one of the 3 plantations owned by Telleria and where the May Rebellion began. On October 23, 1795, Maria de los Dolores Chirino provided Valderrama with specific information that only she could provide, extremely valuable details about what happened on the first night of the rebellion. He testified that on the night of May 10, he was serving dinner to Don Joseph Nicolas Martinez, a guest of the Telleria family. That a girl interrupted her work to inform her that there were people fighting outside. Chirino claimed to have asked the young woman if her husband was involved, to which the girl replied that she did not know. As Chirino continued to attend to Martinez, the girl interrupted 2 more times. It was during the 3rd interruption that Chirino decided to investigate for herself. Chirino testified that she found her husband drunk outside. "I claim to have scolded him. Is it possible that you are like that, having to go out at dawn to receive my master Don Jose Telleria?" Chirino returned to the kitchen and served Martinez his meal. She told him that she did not dare to bring him the coffee because, being Leonardo in the disposition that he was in, he was suspicious of going out for him. Later, Chirino would describe in detail how he witnessed Martinez's murder. She claimed to be so scared by her husband's behavior that she hid in a bedroom near the kitchen. Suddenly, Chirino saw her husband standing by the door, accompanied by 6 other men and holding a drawn sword. He commented that he had left the house running in search of shelter, at which point Martinez, mortally wounded, approached him and advised him to escape to the other Telleria plantation, La Asuncion. According to Chirino, Martinez claimed that he could not escape with her because he was already hurt that he couldn't. 58 Unfortunately, the following documented statement by Chirino would seal his tragic fate. The insurgents had just taken Martinez's life, as the one who testifies saw it, in the same place where he left it, and among them he distributed his Leonardo besties, but I don't know if also the clothes or money that he would have, because of this it is not understood what was done. Chirino returned home after this initial statement, but was arrested 2 weeks later. Valderrama accused her of lying in court and ordered her arrest. The gentleman's suspicions were raised on November 7 when Don Juan Francisco Santeliz, a white landowner from the indigenous village of Pedregal, in Coro, gave his testimony. Santeliz testified that after the rebellion she pressured Chirino and her children to reveal where her husband was hiding. He threatened to flog them if they did not divulge his location. Santeliz did not acknowledge whether or not he hit Chirino or her children, but revealed that he had confiscated a large amount of stolen property from her, including textiles and clothing. 2 days later, Chirino was arrested and accused of being a rebel. Valderrama believed that the truth about her degree of involvement lay in her omission of key details. Why did she forget to mention that her husband had given her Martinez's clothes after he was killed? Why did she claim to have no idea that Jose Leonardo had distributed sheets or other articles of clothing, when she herself had some in her possession a few days after the rebellion? But Chirino was not the only person who would get in trouble for giving testimony about the stolen textiles. Juan de Jesus de Lugo, an indigenous man from the tribute-paying town of Piquea, had been imprisoned during the aftermath of the insurrection, implicated by Jose Leonardo himself. Lugo, 31, had been imprisoned for 5 months before testifying before Valderrama. Like Maria de los Dolores, Lugo denied having been involved in the uprising. According to him, it was the opposite. Lugo testified that the Coro rebels had tried to kill him, because they accused him of fighting in defense of the whites. Lugo maintained that his encounter with the rebellion began the morning after the outbreak, when he was leaving home to go to work. Along the way, Lugo ran into Juan del Carmen Rivero, a man classified in terms of race as Pardo. According to Lugo, Rivero told him to go home because the blacks are in revolt. Lugo stated that as soon as he returned he came across a group of rebels who attacked him. Severely beaten, Lugo managed to escape by entering the house of an elderly landowner named Dona Concepcion Suarez. Lugo subsequently testified that the rebels wanted to kill Suarez and steal his belongings. He reacted by helping her find a hammock to fill it with clothes and other goods that belonged to her. In order to prevent said valuables from being stolen, he hid them outside his own home. 64 Lugo stated that he had gone to the Quitaragua plantation to alert Dona Ana Vera, its elderly owner, and to help the lady escape and hide her clothes, textiles, and other merchandise from the rebels. But when he arrived, the insurgents had already looted the house. Vera survived unharmed and, according to Lugo, gave her a bag so that she could retrieve the lady's most valuable possessions at her other home, in San Luis. But when Lugo arrived in San Luis, Cristobal Acosta, an infamous insurgent whom authorities considered José Leonardo's captain, was already distributing Vera's clothing to his contingent. Lugo stated that as soon as he realized that these belongings were Vera's, he put them in the bag that she had given him. Despite the passion with which Lugo defended himself, Valderrama was deeply suspicious of his statement, so the judge called several witnesses to corroborate the facts. And things would not end well for the accused. The affidavits of Chirino and Lugo show that clothing and articles of clothing were of great importance to the Coro revolutionaries. From the moment the insurrection began, the rebels led by José Leonardo stabbed Martinez to death and proceeded to steal his clothes, textiles, and other valuables. As Maria de los Dolores testified, her husband then began to distribute the goods among the 6 men who accompanied him. However, as it would become clear later, the rebel leader also gave some to his wife. Likewise, Lugo's statement revealed how the insurgents in San Luis, led by Acosta, Chirino's captain, stole clothes while raiding the homes of white oligarchs. Like Chirino, Acosta distributed these valuables among the insurgents who accompanied him. Outraged by the racial and class polarity of the world in which they lived, the Coro revolutionaries saw in textiles one of the facets in which this inequity was manifested. For the rebels, Martinez was an embodiment of their oppressors. He was a prosperous white man who enjoyed the privileges of his caste, the ability to live comfortably, be waited on by servants, bark orders, and flog any enslaved person he pleased. As poor people of African and indigenous descent, the Coro insurgents were trapped in a life where they only worked for men like Martinez. When the insurgents killed Martinez, they felt they were assassinating Coro's racial class system. When they stole her clothes, they were dismantling Coro's society. Martinez's garments, textiles, and luxury goods were so significant that they merged with the foundations of Coro's plantation economy, a system that sustained these inequalities. By stealing his belongings, the Coro rebels were disrupting society, doing what belonged to him, to them. By distributing these goods among themselves, the more romantic dreamers among the Coro revolutionaries were further censoring the socio-economic structure of the region. The act of redistribution was the symbolic declaration of their own moral code, which was the opposite of that of their oppressors. For the more idealistic rebels, the reassignment served to legitimize this value system, which would be the basis of their new society. Surviving documents on the insurrection also reveal an obsession with textiles and clothing on the part of Valderrama and the colonial authorities. For the white ruling class, European fabrics and luxurious garments were the means to an end, status symbols to be hoarded and displayed, to which they devoted their lives. Likewise, opulent suits made of European cloth were markers of whiteness, a rare and highly valued currency in Coro. When European textiles, clothing, and other valuables were discovered in the possession of Maria de los Dolores, Santeliz safely confiscated them, knowing that these magnificent items could not belong to a black slave. At the time that Santeliz threatened to flog Chirino if she did not reveal where her husband was hiding, he was threatening to punish her for her descent. In Santeliz's eyes, the fact that Chirino owned European fabrics was, in itself, a crime. It was an act of subversion that threatened to blur the line between the powerful and the powerless. When Valderrama arrested Chirino for lying under oath, it was his temporary possession of white garments that threatened the hegemonic order, as much as his lying in court. The centrality of European textiles points to the intricate web of production and consumption, semiotics, and political economy that created the Atlantic world. This chapter explores the material reality that was interrelated with the language of the European fabric. 70. The clothes and fabrics that the Koro rebels stole and hid, and those that the authorities became obsessed with finding, were one of the pillars of a political economy that connected European peasants with merchants and these with producers and consumers in Africa and the Americas. This chapter seeks to discover why textiles and clothing were so important. Start by investigating where they were made, how they were made, and how they came to Koro. It seeks to illustrate that European fabrics were imbued with a complex of social relations that shaped the character of race, class, and revolution in the 18th century Atlantic. Textiles and clothing in the 18th century Koro. In 1774, on a Sunday morning, Maria Francisca de la Pina and her daughters, all classified sexually and by race as mulattoes, went to the church in the city of Koro. This was a noteworthy social event, as the three women dressed in rugs, namely highly coveted silk and woolen fabrics, which covered their heads, draped over their shoulders, and covered their torsos. But because they were caught wearing these items, de la Pina and her daughters were arrested and soon put on trial. According to the laws of the Indies, women of African descent were prohibited from wearing expensive jewelry, blankets, or any other luxury items, unless they were married to a Spaniard. During the trial of de la Pina and her daughters, a Crown attorney expressed concern about the use by blacks of European clothing. His main concern was that it blurred the hierarchies of race and class. But he also criticized what, in his opinion, was the deterioration of the continental style. The mulatto women in competition abrogate the grace of the carpet on the day, and as it would seem very bad with a wool skirt a private suit in our laws to certain papers, the regatana comes out with the geralifico de punta, necklace, gold bracelets, pearls, or precious stones with the most attire of velvet basquina, cloth chapins, etc. The Koro authorities wanted to make an example of de la Pina and her daughters. Although the outcome of the trial was unknown, at the time, the scandal resulted in an attempt to more strictly ban the wearing of luxury clothing by blacks. Officers would soon post a notice in Koro's Central Plaza, stating that the first violation of this law would result in a 25 peso fine. A second infraction would carry another sanction of 25 pesos plus 6 months of community service and any other penalty officials deemed appropriate. Opulent clothing was available in Koro due to the growth of its plantation economy and the changing fortunes of European empires. Venezuelan cocoa production grew rapidly throughout the 18th century. As production expanded, so did trade and the purchasing power of property owners, who squandered much of their wealth on ostentation. This impudence was reinforced by the growing dominance of the French Empire and the transfer of the Spanish crown from the Habsburg dynasty to that of the Bourbons. During this period, the ornate style of the French upper class became a fashion in the Spanish Atlantic, replacing the more Spartan clothing of previous generations. The consumption of French and European textiles in Venezuela grew even more after the establishment of the Real Compañía Guipuzcoana, RCG, in 1730. This corporation was able to provide a constant input of European products during the 55 years that it was present. European travelers were dazzled by the clothes worn by the wealthy in Venezuela. A few years after the insurrection, the Frenchman F. Dupont pointed out, lace is also part of Spanish dress, preferably the one from Flanders. Dupont added, there are few whites who are not dressed in ash-colored or blue cashmere. Another French visitor, Louis Alexander Berthier, observed in 1783, first-class men were dressed as in Spain. Berthier expressed the enthusiasm that the beauty and sumptuousness of the women of the Venezuelan elite they raised him, whose wealth and appreciation for fashion allowed them to wear up to 3 outfits a day, one to go to church, another to be at home and a third to go dancing. In contrast, the clothing worn by people of African and indigenous descent was threadbare and worn. Berthier mentioned that below the pure-blooded Spaniards in Caracas, there were 3 more categories, the second were mestizos, the third were indigenous, and the fourth were blacks. Mestizos, Berthier noted, dressed similarly to Europeans, although their garments were made from inexpensive textiles. The indigenous people did their best to imitate the mestizos, although they were not allowed to wear black shawls in churches and could only cover themselves with white veils. The fourth class, people of African descent, only dressed in a shirt, skirt, and a headscarf. The richest blacks wore large gold earrings. Enslaved people wore few garments, usually made of cotton or animal skin. However, this is not to say that people of African and indigenous descent did not ignore law and custom by dressing in the style of flashy white oligarchs. On the contrary, European dress could be implemented as a means of social mobility for people who were not of the white race. During the 18th century in Mexico, Peru, and Saint Domingue, for example, European visitors were shocked to see people of African and indigenous descent wearing the same clothes worn by wealthy whites. It is unlikely that the Venezuelan authorities would have been able to completely control the wearing of luxurious clothing by blacks and indigenous people. This was particularly true for those non-whites who made up the vast majority of the middle strata of society. However, as was seen in the episode with de la Pena and her daughters, colonial officials only enforced this law when it suited them. Although the textiles were imported from Europe, the clothing like the rugs used by de la Pena and his family was made locally. They were made in boutiques, which were owned by the most expert tailors, usually men of African descent who employed enslaved people as apprentices. In the larger shops, there would be a master dressmaker, 5 seamstresses, and 2 slave apprentices. To become a tailor, one had to register with the local guild, pay a registration fee, and pass examinations. The elites met with their tailors after buying the textiles in the market or at a local store. Then they told the dressmaker what style of garment they wanted. This offered expert advice, but in the end it was the client who made the final decision with the designs. Prices in tailor shops were high. In the Caracas of 1770, for example, some of the products stolen by the Coro rebels were made for 1 peso and 2 reals apiece. This was equivalent to 10 days of field work for most workers, so hiring a tailor was out of their reach. Therefore, most workers made their own clothing from imported linen or fabrics manufactured by local artisans. 91 The clothing worn by residents of high and low societies reflected the intertwined hierarchies of race and class in the colonial Coro. Before the advent of capitalism, it was much more common for local landowners and merchants to accumulate capital to spend on luxury items such as clothing. This attire served to signal the race and class of Europe's elites. Coro's middle classes, mostly of African and/or indigenous descent, were able to use their limited purchasing power to emulate European landowners and merchants. Clothing, therefore, had the power to help these populations move up the racial hierarchy, from Indian to mestizo or from mulatto to pardo. However, the dark-skinned did not have much hope of achieving this. An additional obstacle was that the middle classes risked serious consequences for violating dress laws, as seen in the case of de la Pena and daughters. But much of the money that upper-class whites squandered on suits was spent before it entered the tailor's shop. The explanation lies in the nature of Europe's textile manufacturing. Flanders. In November 1787, 2 officers discovered 22 bales of contraband in Cumaribo, a Caquetio settlement northwest of the city of Coro. Officials found the merchandise on a nearby beach, hidden in a crevice formed by 2 rocks. The discovery was not unusual. Illegal trade in European goods was a pervasive feature of life in the region. The booty from Cumaribo was valued at more than 1,050 pesos. In addition to 4 small barrels of gunpowder and 2 pounds of incense, the 22 bales of contraband were European textiles. Almost half of these, with a value of 452 pesos, were made in Flanders. It is likely that the locals acquired these products through Curaçao merchants. Before being sold in Coro, some of these fabrics may have been stored in the warehouses of the Dutch West India Company, CIO, located on the island. Documents from the last quarter of the 18th century generally list only 2 types of textiles kept in these facilities, Flanders and Osnaburg linen, a coarse cotton made in Scotland used in the clothing of enslaved people. During this period, the stock of Flanders linen in CIO warehouses peaked at 893 meters in 1773 and never fell below 228 meters of cloth. Flemish linen also arrived legally in Coro through the RCG. In 1779, for example, 5 ships of the company exported textiles to the province of Venezuela and all carried Flemish fabrics. In total, these ships brought 2,803 pieces of Priscilla linen used to make shirts, pants, and veils for a value of 23,618 pesos. Likewise, they sent a total of 627 pieces of Bramantes, a fabric made of cotton, but threaded with linen fiber, for a value of 6,747 pesos. In addition, the RCG sold 104 textile pieces with line patterns, which had a monetary value of more than 2,991 pesos. Even though Flemish linen was coveted in Coro, most people knew little about its place of precedence. Today, Flanders extends across Holland, France, and Belgium. However, for most of the 18th century the region was politically divided between France and Austria. Maritime Flanders, located north of the European continent, extended from the western end of Dunkirk to the east of Ostend. But most of the people lived in the interior, which occupied the land south of the coast, stretching from west of Lille to southeast of Alost. The Flemish land is characterized by its low altitude, flat terrain, and natural waterways. Manufacturing in French Flanders was oriented towards domestic markets, while the Flanders region. Production on the Austrian side was destined almost exclusively for Spanish America. Flanders has been famous for its textile production since ancient Roman times. During that time, woolen cloth was distributed throughout the empire. This trade continued, and by the 12th century Flanders had become the most industrialized region in Western Europe. Medieval patterns of work and land holding remained the same until the mid-19th century. In the maritime area, large farms produced food for the region and for export. The workers in this area were paid a salary, although they were not forced to buy basic products for their subsistence. Farmers sometimes paid for their workers' room and board. However, the vast majority of the population of Flanders lived in the sandy interior, where large-scale agriculture was at a disadvantage and where craft production found early development. A decisive change occurred during the second half of the 17th century. In this period, taxes and rents were increased for Flemish manufacturers, which forced the peasant to invest more time in the manufacture of textiles. It is important to note that this tax increase coincided with the growth of the Hispanic American markets. 99 small farmers dominated flax production. Big cities like Ghent and Bruges had been the epicenter of manufacturing before. But as the demand for Flemish linen increased, production expanded in the countryside and deteriorated in the cities. Although the peasants of Flanders grew much of their own food, they could not fully support themselves. This was due in part to the poor quality of the soil. As a result, many turned to textile manufacturing during the medieval period. The peasants bought part of their food with what they earned selling cloth. The vast majority of small farmers owned the looms and spinning wheels that they used to produce the cloth. In one region of Flanders, for example, during the years 1700 to 1719, peasants rented only 2.7% of the looms. Ironically, instead of increasing, from 1780 to 1796 this number dropped to 0.4%. 101 Consequently, most flax makers were able to support themselves and owned the tools with which they worked. This limited the growth potential of the industry. Cloth exports increased from about 120,000 pieces in 1700 to about 175,000 in 1775. This expansion came not through productive innovation, but through population growth and the spread of manufacturing to new cities. The proto-industrial system of Flanders was quite complex and involved thousands of workers throughout the region. Most of the flax was grown commercially in large fields to the northeast, however some small farmers did harvest their own. Once the flax was planted, it was harvested after 100 days of maturation. Later it was grouped in bales that were spread out to dry along a field. Later, the flax used to be taken to weekly markets that acted as intermediary points between farmers and merchants. As a supplement to subsistence farming, families produced flax on a part-time basis. The husband or wife bought the plants in the market for. Interior with an old woman with a spinning wheel, 1667, by the Dutch painter Esaias Boers, 1631–1672. Public domain. Take them home and process them. First, they beat the flax to extract the seeds. Afterwards, they cooled it to eliminate the non-fiber components. Next, they pressed the plant to remove the bast from the stem. Next, they dried and arranged it to finally comb the linen, separating its fibers. From home, families worked on these threads. Production was generally carried out at night and/or in winter, depending on the needs of the household. The mother and her children spun the flax, although sometimes it could be bought spun at local markets. Meanwhile, the man of the house was in charge of the weaving. The finished product was usually taken to a weekly market to be sold to a trader. Sometimes, rural producers would sell their product to an intermediary, known as a kutser, who would buy the fabrics at a lower price, saving the producer a trip to the market. This ability to subcontract is evidence of the fact that Flemish peasants enjoyed relatively high standards of living. A weaver had to work 270 days a year in 1710, but this number decreased considerably throughout the century. Just 5 years later, the required working hours were cut almost in half, to a total of 140 days a year. This number reached 120 days a year in 1740 and had a historic low of 110 days from 1775 to 1780. 106 sanitary conditions, and thus the population, increased as a result of this prosperity. 107 The number of inhabitants in the industrial areas of southern and eastern Flanders increased by up to 160% during the 18th century. A larger population meant more products were available to Flemish merchants who were also manufacturers. Large merchants generally bought cloth directly from rural producers, to then take the merchandise home and launder it. 109 Later, merchants would set up a complex trading system in which it was possible to see no return for years. They transported their textiles to a port in Spain, usually Cadiz, under the care of a Spanish middleman. Next, this Iberian partner sent the goods of his counterpart in Flanders to the Americas, where they were exchanged for agricultural products, which would return to Spain to be transported to Flanders. The Flemish merchant would then sell his American product to other European merchants. Due to the long waiting periods required to see any return on investments, only the wealthiest men could become merchants. 110 The archaic and intricate nature of the Flanders textile industry was partly responsible for the prohibitive value these textiles acquired in Coro. The great majority of workers owned the means of production and could guarantee a fundamental part of their own subsistence. The growth of manufacturing was not due to technological innovation but to the expansion of industry to new villages. Since Flemish manufacturers did not fully depend on this activity for their livelihood, production was limited to small-scale, part-time peasant workers. This restricted the number of items that could be made, and that is why prosperous whites seemed to be the only people in Coro who could afford Flemish fabrics. Brittany. 6 months after the Coro Rebellion, José Manuel de la Cruz Castillo, 66, was called to testify about the cache of stolen clothes, jewelry, and textiles he discovered in the mountains. In the aftermath of the insurrection, he led a contingent of militiamen and volunteers to arrest suspected rebels and recover stolen property. Among the dozens of objects recovered by Castillo's team were 2 savannas, from Brittany, already used. The reference made by de Castillo to the Breton sheets is the only one that has included the place of origin of a cloth in the statements related to the rebellion. This is pertinent to mention, as Brittany may have enjoyed greater prestige than Flanders textiles. Breton fabric was famous in Venezuela due to its wavy feel and appearance, something unique that came to be seen as a sign of opulence and style. Although the Brittany pattern was distinctive, its spread was wide. There are only 4 recorded cases of smuggling in the 18th century Coro, which include the place of origin of the textiles. Of these 4 records, 3 present a transfer of Breton cloth. Among the goods confiscated in Tucacas in 1715, there were 6 pieces of linen from that region, valued at 2 pesos each. More than 70 years later, in 1787, 6.17 meters of Brittany valued at 1 peso and 7 reals were seized in El Tropiquito. And that same year, 13 pieces of the fabric were seized in Pichibria, valued at 26 pesos. But these numbers pale in comparison to those of RCG imports. In the year of the example, 1779, 2 company ships transported 4,809 pieces of Breton cloth to Venezuela, worth more than 22,000 pesos. The region of Brittany was as idiosyncratic as the cloth it produced. Located across the English Channel in northwestern France, the people of Brittany are descended from the Bretons, who settled in the land that would later become known as Great Britain. It is because of this, in part, that the inhabitants of Brittany were considered culturally distinct from the rest of the population of France. In addition to this, most Bretons practiced Protestantism in what was officially a Catholic country. Brittany was also distinguished by its world-renowned textile industry. The first records of this activity date back to 1430, and from the beginning, linen production was directed almost exclusively to the Spanish markets. These transactions would soon include the Americas, where conquest and settlement in the region would encourage the flourishing of industry in Brittany, which like Flanders adopted textile production due to poor soil quality. The process of preparing flax used to start with the importation of seeds from Eastern Europe and Zealand. Peasants grew the flax seeds and sold them to merchants in local markets. These merchants either resold the beans to foreign merchants or shipped them themselves. The flax seed trade was massive. In 1750, for example, 12,000 barrels of seed were imported into the port of Roscoff in Brittany. Trade also proved lucrative for merchants. The price per barrel of seeds in Roscoff was 35 livres, twice the value recorded in the Baltic. While wage laborers in Flanders produced flax on large estates, peasants in Brittany grew their own plants. A barrel of seeds was needed to plant half a hectare. Flax was planted in May and harvested in July, when the stalk was 2 to 5 inches tall. Small farmers plucked the flax manually in order to lengthen it. The plant was placed inside a barrel and cooled at the foot of a fountain on the peasant's land or in the current of a nearby natural stream. The retting process took 1 to 2 weeks. The flax was then removed from the water and dried in the sun for 8 to 10 days. Finally, the farmers took the flax to the local market in Traeger. More often, however, small traders known as linotiers collected flax from farmers and brought it to markets for a commission. Linotiers played an important role in the industry. They transported the flax from Traeger to markets throughout the region. Their horses could carry up to 60 kilos of the plant, which would produce approximately 10 to 15 kilos of yarn. These small vendors sold the linen to larger merchants. Linotiers could also supply flax to spinners and weavers, so that they did not have to produce it themselves. It was common to see linotiers roaming the fields distributing produce, particularly to widows, as they were less likely to travel alone to urban markets. As in Flanders, spinning and weaving were done at home. To spin flax, the plant was first cleaned to remove impurities. The spinners then used a bray, homemade bench-like tool, to separate the tow from the woody part of the plant. Next, they shredded the flax with a tool called a pasillao, which was made up of 2 boards that formed a right angle. Finally, the spinners used a breast sage to card the plant, which produced a rope. Once these preparatory measures were completed, the women and children used a spinning wheel of their own, in order to spin the fibers and turn them into thread. Once the plant was in the form of thread, the man of the house wove it to obtain cloth. As in Flanders, the weavers had their own looms. They were often kept in a separate room or barn. Once woven, the cloth was taken to the weekly market for sale. But some weavers also had contracts with local merchants. In 1759, for example, François Rabet agreed to make sheets for the merchant François Lal-Eaton for 4 years. He was paid about 4 sous per meter of linen produced. Merchants often contracted with small farmers to bleach cloth after purchase. Typical whitewashers rented a spacious home with a barn. These properties had 1 hectare of vacant land used to dry the fabrics. The land also provided an ideal area for growing crops needed to feed the tenants. Whitening was a lengthy process that required numerous families to sustain a successful operation. The first step was to soak the sheets for 3 or 4 weeks in large wooden barrels. In these containers, the cloth was softened with a mixture of rye, buckwheat flour, and water. The sheets were then beaten and placed on a clothesline. This process was repeated for 2 or 3 days. The workers then left the fabrics to drain into tanks. A bag filled with wood ashes was placed on top of the pile, over which boiling water was poured. A process that was repeated between 8 and 12 times. Finally, the product was starchy. The textiles were returned to the merchants who stored them and hired additional workers to make the final preparations. The first step was to smooth out the folds of the linen. Next, the workers hit the fabrics with wooden mallets and then the merchandise was folded in the form of an accordion. The fabrics were now receiving softer blows, an act called pilotage. Later, a highly trained specialist would intervene by folding the folded sheets into a 12-ply piece. The fabric was then ironed around the edges with the intention of bringing out the edge. Lastly, the layers were pressed to retain their shape. Following this, the packaging of the Brittany began. They were first wrapped in gray paper and then covered with a protective cloth. The merchant labeled the package with his name, the washerman's name, the number and quality of the sheets, plus the total length of the wrapped textiles. Each package weighed between 35 and 45 kilos. There were 4 ports in Brittany, but almost 80% of the textiles produced between 1748 and 1788 were shipped from St. Malo. Merchants hired carriers to carry their packages to the port. Once the goods arrived, the local authorities inspected them for fiscal reasons. The vast majority of the flax was transported to Cadiz before being shipped to the Americas. For this reason, some merchants from Brittany settled in Andalusia during the 18th century. 100 French merchants were registered as residents there in 1771 and about a quarter of them were from Brittany. As was the case in Flanders, cloth production in Brittany was carried out by independent craftsmen, most of whom were peasants producing textiles part-time. The vast majority of these workers owned their own tools, which were necessary for the production of thread, the weaving of cloth, and its bleaching. As in Flanders, the manufacture of linen in Brittany could only increase through population growth or the geographical expansion of manufacturing activity. This mode of production was costly and resulted in the high real and symbolic value of the Brittany in Coro, Devon. Although the Coro revolutionaries were aware of the connection between European textiles and their work, not all thought about the fact that they owed their very existence to the manufacture of these goods. Most of the rebels were born in Coro, but their parents and/or grandparents were from West and West Central Africa. The ancestors of the insurgents had been enslaved and traded for European goods, much of it for bed sheets. England's South Sea Company, SSC, held a monopoly on the Spanish slave trade for much of the 18th century and was responsible for bringing many Africans to Coro. He had a factory in Caracas that between 1715 and 1739 imported 5,240 slaves. Some of these individuals were transported to live, work and die in Coro. Most of the SSC's textiles were made in the southwest of England, in the Devon region. The prolific writer and entrepreneur Daniel Defoe toured Devon in 1724, during the heyday of the woolen cloth trade. The author of Robinson Crusoe expressed his enthusiasm in the following way. Devonshire, a whole county, so full of great cities, and those cities so full of people, and those people so wholly employed in commerce and manufactures, that not only could not be matched in England, but perhaps not in Europe either. In fact, Devon was the third most populous region in England and the primary manufacturing centre of the country. Devon's main port, Exeter, was synonymous with Britain's growing international cloth trade. Defoe advised all travellers to visit the city fair. The twill market held here every week is well worth a foreigner's acquaintance with, and next to Briggs Market in Leeds, Yorkshire, is the largest from England. A regular traveller to Exeter Market was the London merchant Nicholas Colwell. Although he lived in the capital, Colwell owned property in Woolston, an aptly named town located in the parish of West Abington and the county of Devon. The merchant supplied markets in the Mediterranean which, along with Holland, were the main buyers of Devon cloth. Colwell also sold a significant amount of the product to the SSC. In the same year that Defoe visited Devon, Colwell sold over £13,114 worth of cloth to the company, the highest sum of any merchant that year. The ancestors of the Coro rebels were bought with textiles like these. Commercial cloth production was a profitable industry in England during the Middle Ages, but it did not begin in Devon until the mid-14th century. During this period, textiles were produced by families and supplied to nearby markets. Wool slivered from local sheep provided the raw material needed to spin and weave cloth. A century later, Devon began selling the product abroad, and between 1501 and 1502 Devon textiles accounted for 10% of England's total exports. As in Flanders and Brittany, the vast majority of spinning and weaving was done part-time by peasant families. Because the soil conditions were not viable for farming, livestock and manufacturing were carried out as a complement to small agriculture. During the 18th century, approximately 24% of Devon's land was in common ownership, although it was mainly used for livestock. Despite the preponderance of animal husbandry, most of the wool used to make textiles was imported. As manufacturing expanded, local supplies proved unable to meet the needs of the industry. At the beginning of the 18th century, almost all the wool brought to Devon came from Ireland. During the boom years in the 1720s, the Irish wool trade declined while imports of Irish yarn increased. As early as 1745, imports of thread tripled those of wool. Before the prevalence of imported yarn, merchants in Exeter bought the wool and sold it to spinners and weavers at the weekly market. The vast majority of these workers traveled long distances to get there. Devon's strongest manufacturing region, centered around Tiverton, was 14 miles, 22 kilometers, away. When it was necessary to spin the raw wool, the weavers employed their wives and children. But usually they needed about 8 spinners, who sometimes had to be hired. Middlemen, known as yarn jobbers, supplied the wool that was spun by local workers. Once the wool was turned into thread, the weavers used their own looms to make the cloth. From there, the merchants were in charge of finishing and dyeing the product. It is likely that fullers in Devon and their families undertook most of the finishing processes. In Yorkshire, for example, local lords owned the fulling mills, but rented the land and equipment to families. The fulling mills were located on arable land and included various houses for close and distant relatives. Ample space was needed not only because furnishing was a difficult job, but also because these families harvested and grew their own food. These workshops were installed near bodies of water since this element provided the energy for the machinery. In the late 17th and early 18th centuries, there were dozens of fulling mills scattered throughout the county of Devon. The fulling process itself was complicated. First, the wives and children ginned the woolen cloth to remove knots and other impurities. To furnish the fabrics, Huge water-powered hammers struck the wet sheets. Then a shearer cut the loose threads from the fabrics. The fabrics were then handed over to another attendant who removed any remaining impurities and who passed the fabric to an ironer, who flattened the textiles with wooden plates. The workforce was divided among the Exeter specialists, but rural families did most of the furnishing in the region. After most of the finishing processes were completed, the fabrics were returned to the merchants who sent them to be dyed. The SSC used to arrange to have their sheets dyed professionally in London. However, by the early 18th century, most Devon cloth was dyed, and shipped, from Exeter. In Devon at the beginning of the 18th century, as in Flanders and Brittany, textile manufacturing was carried out mainly at the domestic level. The feudal lords owned the land and required some kind of payment for their usufruct. Production was a complicated process, involving thousands of artisans, the vast majority of whom worked from home, owned their own tools, and worked at their own pace. Most individuals also had control over their subsistence needs. When British merchants bought people in Africa with cloth, this was the labor embodied in it. Conclusions. The last time we mentioned Maria de los Dolores Chirano, she had been arrested. She was accused of insurrection, perjury to the authorities, theft of clothing and other valuables. After being apprehended, Chirano was confronted with the testimony of Don Juan Francisco Santaolalla, who, appearing under oath, declared having confiscated, in the days after the rebellion, stolen clothing. When questioned, Chirano replied that she had not mentioned this in past interrogations because as a woman she was confused. Her defense attorney testified, confusion and the shortness of her sex did not allow her to specify the assets and garments that Joseph Leonardo Chirano, her husband, gave her to wait for. To avoid prison and or death, Chirano desperately tried to exonerate herself by appealing to colonial taxonomies regarding femininity. A few months later, Dona Ana Telleria, sister of the late Joseph de Telleria, pleaded in court for the release of Chirano and other enslaved people owned by her family. Telleria insisted on Chirano's innocence and as evidence referred to two testimonies including that of a convicted rebel that corroborated that Chirano was not involved in the insurrection. Telleria added that Chirano had separated from her husband in the days following the uprising, evidenced by José Leonardo's actions in fleeing Coro and not being found until 3 months later. In another additional argument to vindicate her, he concluded that the violent acts unleashed during the rebellion do not dig into the female breath. It remains, then, Telleria affirmed, that Maria de los Dolores only appears in the summary process for the simple reception of the alleges that Mr. Francisco Santaolalla found for her. These jewels, the European textiles and clothing that used to be produced, were not hidden somewhere in the mountains, because Chirano was innocent. She accepted her husband's merchandise because she was afraid of him, justifiably so. However, Chirano gave the objects to Santaolalla once he found them. She simply forgot to mention this to Valderrama because she was uncertain about the success of the trial in which she fears her innocent life is in danger. But unfortunately for Chirano, her family, and her community, Valderrama did not believe her or Telleria. In December 1796, a year and a half after the rebellion, the Telleria family was ordered to sell Chirano and his children out of Coro. However, Chirano would not get out of jail alive. The last record of her is found in the will of Joseph de Telleria, which states, Mulata Maria de los Dolores died without being sold. The document adds that she was buried, but that a death certificate was not issued to avoid costs. Chirano, enslaved from birth, separated from her children and imprisoned for the last months of her life, died in a putrid prison for her possession of alleges. It was never clear whether or not Chirano was actually involved in the insurrection. It is quite possible that she forgot to inform Valderrama that she had some of Martinez's assets in her possession. Or maybe Dona Ana Telleria was right, maybe Chirano was embarrassed and or afraid to mention that detail. But it is also likely that Chirano was lying. She may have been an active participant in the rebellion that helped her husband kill Martinez and take his belongings. If Chirino was involved in some way and did not kill Martinez, she was at least willing to receive the merchandise after the fact. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in the middle. There seems to have been a range of levels of participation within the resistance movements of enslaved people during this period. Some did not participate at all, others were fervent, but it is possible that many, perhaps most, were halfway there. Chirino's testimony suggests that this last scenario is the most plausible, although it is likely that historians will never know for sure. Juan Jesus de Lugo was brought to trial in February 1796, accused of being part of the insurrection. In the minds of the authorities, the key to determining his guilt or innocence lay in finding out what he did with the textiles and clothing of the two wealthy white women who lived in the mountains, Dona Concepcion Suarez and Dona Ana Vera. The merchandise? Or did you hide it to keep it safe? Suarez and Vera were interrogated at the Quitaragua hacienda, due to the fragility in which they were to make the trip to Coro. Suarez stated that the insurgents surprised her outside her property and she felt threatened. Lugo then escorted her back to her house, although Suarez acknowledged that she was not sure of his motives, although she confirmed Lugo's account, who stated that between the two of them they filled one of their hammocks with clothes, textiles, and other valuables. She added that Lugo had taken this hammock home to hide it from the rebels. However, Suarez would conclude his affidavit with a condemnatory pronouncement: the rebels had not attacked Lugo outside his home as he had stated in his statement. Vera's testimony contradicted Lugo even more than Suarez's, declaring that his testimony was simply false. It was not true that he had come to the lady's house during the first hours of the rebellion to help her find her stolen goods. Vera stated that she did not see Lugo until days after the uprising, and it was then that he asked her for a sack that he could use to recover the lady's lost belongings. According to Vera, Lugo added that he also had some of the trunks belonging to the lady hidden in his house, full of clothes, and that he would soon return them to their owner. As with Chirino, Valderrama did not believe Lugo. More than a year later, in February 1797, he was banished from Venezuela and sent to work hard in Puerto Rico. This was the last time Lugo is mentioned in extant documents. The stories of Chirino and Lugo demonstrate the duality between the precious and the dangerous, embedded in European textiles. In Coro, they served as symbols of race and class, with the potential to subvert the very order they were meant to cement. Acquiring European fabrics and palatial clothing was one of the main objectives of the wealthy who longed to acquire these treasures by accumulating capital with the performance of their plantations. By stealing and distributing these goods among themselves, the insurgents were criticizing this polarity, which was essentially Coro's raison d'être. The act of redistricting also served as a declaration of what their new republic would look like. Thus, the theft of textiles and their reallocation was as significant an ideological proclamation as any reference to the French Revolution. The central role of the European fabric in the insurrection and its aftermath provides historical evidence of how ideology and materiality underpin each other. The high exchange value of European textiles was largely responsible for the high symbolic meaning they acquired in Coro. Its high valuation was due to the expensive nature of linen production in 18th-century Europe. Thousands of peasants in Flanders, Brittany, and Devon were the backbone of this textile industry. They grew the raw material used in the cloth, and to produce it, they worked as spinners, weavers, fullers, and many other specialized jobs. The vast majority of these small farmers were engaged in manufacturing on a part-time basis, since a considerable part of their subsistence could be provided. Similarly, a large number of workers had their own tools, which gave them the autonomy to work at their own pace and according to their individual needs. Despite the archaic forms of production employed throughout the 18th-century Atlantic, these systems were able to achieve an organic relationship with each other. Textile production in Flanders and Brittany expanded due to the growth of foreign markets, as Los Alhajas happened in Coro. Coro's plantation economy grew, thanks to cheap labor implemented in the form of African slaves and their enslaved or legally free descendants. Enslaved Africans were traded in their home countries for European products, especially cloth. And so, the Atlantic economy returned to its starting point. The common belief that the early modern period can be characterized as capitalist clashes with the reality of commodity production during this period. 165 Marx's materialist conception of the history of capitalism is useful here, since it explains the historical stages of production. The ahistorical and uncontrolled uses of the term capitalism disguise the qualitative differences between the economic modes. Political economic systems shape the societies in which they operate, but they can only do so within the framework of their corresponding laws of motion. This is seen again in the textile manufacturing process in 18th century Europe and its consumption patterns in Cairo. But goods cannot be produced unless they can be circulated. To do this, we will turn our attention to trading companies in Europe. Textiles enjoyed by members of Cairo's ruling class were made available through the efforts of three European-based trading companies: the Dutch West India Company, CIO, the British South Sea Company, SSC, and the Royal Guipuzcoan Company, RCG, of Spain. Not only supplied cloth to the region, they gave life to the plantation economy of Cairo. The corporations enslaved thousands of Africans and destined them for forced labor in the region. Moreover, the cattle and sugar estates, where the rebels hated to work, were built thanks to the economic stimulus provided by these companies. When the insurrectionists killed white elites, stole mansions, and burned fields, they were attacking a system of oppression whose core lay an ocean away, in the financial capitals of Europe, among wealthy shareholders, blue-blooded aristocrats, and leading merchants of the continent. Slavery, that barbaric business that Cairo's revolutionaries sought to destroy, was the product of the machinations of mercantile societies. Ironically, the 1795 insurrection gained momentum with the passage of a law intended to strengthen slavery rather than eliminate it. On May 31, 1789, the Spanish crown issued the Royal Certificate on Education, Treatment, and Occupations of Slaves. Influenced by the humanism of the Enlightenment, the edict intended, without eliminating slavery, to limit the excesses associated with it. So it was that in Cairo, as in the entire hemisphere, rumors would soon spread that the royal decree had abolished slavery. Rumors spread that the local ruling class kept people as slaves against the king's wishes. Cairo authorities stated that a mysterious black itinerant, known as Cocofio, had circulated the rumor, and that José Caridad González, after Cocofio's death, had continued to spread the rumor. If González fueled the speculation, he probably did so in his immediate surroundings, a neighborhood known as Guinea, a name used in the Atlantic to refer to what is now known as West Africa, between the Sahara Desert and the Gulf of Guinea. That is the region of the world where the CIO and SSC carried out much of their slave activities. However, in the city of Cairo, the term was also used to designate the free black section of the town where González lived. The Guinea neighborhood in Cairo was located 48 kilometers, 30 miles, south of the Sierra. But despite the distance, the area was linked to the insurrection due to suspicious dances that took place shortly before the outbreak of the rebellion. Guinea and its celebrations came to the fore in the days, weeks, and months after the uprising, as bewildered officials tried to understand how this conspiracy could have been launched practically under their noses. Commander Don Francisco Jacquet was determined to get to the bottom of the matter. As head of the Caracas militia, the distinguished leader was sent to Cairo as soon as news of the uprising reached the capital. His duty was to supervise the military operations in support of the local forces, headed by the charlatan Don Mariano Ramirez Valderrain. Jacquet presented a theory that was shocking. Upon his return to Caracas, after having spent 6 months in Cairo, the captain presented a detailed report on his stay there to the governor of Venezuela, Pedro Carbonell. The communication included 29 points that he considered to be of the utmost importance. What worried Jacquet most was the connection he managed to establish between González, Cairo's rebels, and none other than Ramirez Valderrain himself, Cairo's disgraced bailiff. Jacquet suspected Ramirez Valderrain when he discovered links between him and the Longo community of Cairo. Jacket's misgivings towards him were aroused as soon as he arrived in the region, partly because of the rudeness with which he treated me. His reservations would grow even more when noticing the bad opinion that people had about the mayor justice and his way of dealing with the crisis. Jacket admitted having been biased against Ramirez Valderrain when he received news that perplexed him. It all started when three Longos, Felipe Guillermo, Domingo Cornelio, and Francisco Castro, were apprehended, imprisoned, and accused of insurgency. However, Jacket considered that their arrest was unjustified because they were members of the militia. He apparently interpreted his imprisonment, at the time, as part of the anti-black hysteria that gripped Coro in the days after the rebellion. So Jacket ordered that the three men be released. But he would soon regret his decision, being informed by neighbors that the three men, Guillermo in particular, were Gonzales' confidants. Jacket ordered the Longos to be rearrested and placed in the charge of Gabriel Garces, a member of the Parda militia. Jacket would come to regret his decision again, discovering that the three men walked through the prison without chains. This was intolerable debauchery granted by Garces, and Jacket immediately began to question the jailer's intentions. Jacket toured the city asking local residents what they knew about Garces. An anonymous member of the black militia told him that the jailer was a close friend of Gonzales. In fact, Garces depended on the accused intellectual author, since he made a living selling the crops that the Longos grew in the mountains. Putting the pieces together on the conspiracy, Jacket revealed that Garces was a close friend of Ramirez Valderrain, which left a single degree of separation between the infamous bailiff and Gonzales, the diabolical architect of the May Rebellion. But it was what Jacket reported later that practically confirmed his grave suspicions. He recounted a conversation he had with the priest of Coro, Don Pedro Perez, in which the priest insinuated the involvement of Ramirez Valderrain. Perez told Jacket, "I am a priest, I have confessed many people, and I cannot speak any more." But despite the declared reservations, he continued. Suppose VMD that before the uprising, there were some dances, or zambers in which they sang, some very dishonest verses, and danced 1,000 obscenities. I remember one that says, "Black with a badge is better than a white head, candle up, candle down, take out the machete, cut the cabeza, eat the zamuros, drink the aguardiente." Perez stated that before the rebellion there were festivities in Coro where blacks sang songs threatening the lives of local whites. But what would leave Jacket shocked and disgusted was what the priest revealed next. The clergyman informed him that these songs were sung in the open air. Immediately afterwards, the captain asked if Ramirez Valderrain was aware of these dances, to which Perez answered yes, because they were public. Another respected gentleman in Coro, Don Nicolas Coronado, confirmed the priest's claims. And the lyrics he provided were even more perverse than those quoted above. Candle below, candle above, die white, long live black, and Joseph Leonardo with his gang, join the blacks in Macanilla, and with his Palmaril Volzo, die what white, black seed, white digs, black remains to seed, whoever lives will see it. Coronado's statement not only corroborated that the people of Guinea had prior knowledge of the insurrection, but also that they knew about Chirano and his projects, and sang happily about the coming revolution. All this within earshot of those who were supposed to protect the public from hecatombs like these. Jacket fretted over these diabolical hymns, as new and shocking revelations were uncovered. A third official, Don Juan Fermin Emazabal, confirmed to Jacket that the scandalous songs were sung at social gatherings and that, to make matters worse, Ramirez Valderrain also attended these parties as an active participant. If this were true, the bailiff would be an insurgent at worst and an incompetent fool at best. The songs sung by the blacks brought to Coro by the mercantile societies may have been raves of the awed and disturbed white elite, but more evidence links the melodies to Chirano and the rebels of the Sierra. In September 1795, plantation owner Dona Nicolasa de Acosta described how she was abused by insurgents, her belongings stolen, and her house and fields burned. At one point, de Acosta said, he came face to face with Chirino and 2 other men. The rebels told him that there was to be no white baron, not even for seed, that the females had to accommodate themselves to their new laws, that there was no longer slavery, nor alcabalas. Da Acosta's account demonstrates the insurgents' use of the term seed to describe both the new society that would be built and the literal reproduction of the African lineage that would follow. His testimony reiterates the use of the word seed in the rhyme sung in Guinea before the insurrection. In these choirs, the black seed is opposed to the white seed that will soon be eliminated. The landowner's statement also validates allegations made by wealthy whites that Koro's rebels had planned to marry white women. Although statements such as these reflected the planters' most irrational and horrible fears, there may have been some truth to them. It seems that the Koro rebels did not plan to marry white women so much as to allow them to live in their new society. It is very likely that the idea would have been for them to adopt roles similar to those assumed by black. Because white represented chastity, honor, and beauty in Koro, some insurgents may have preferred them. Because they are not considered a threat, as a white man would be, it is possible that the insurgents spared their lives. Da Acosta returned to his hacienda days later, only to find a shadow of what used to be his home. Much of his cane was destroyed. Their textiles, clothing, crockery, and tools were gone and their livestock was decimated. Da Acosta was not the only victim. The landowners Don Joseph Antonio Zaraga, Don Joseph de Telleria and Don Francisco de Manzanos also had their houses and cane fields destroyed, as well as their valuables stolen. The now devastated sugar plantations were the product of more than a century of preparatory work by European trading companies. These companies built the society in which the Koro rebels hoped to sow the seeds of a new civilization, one where the white ruling class would not exist and where black workers would rule instead. This chapter will examine 3 of the major companies that shaped the 18th century choir, the CIO, the SSC, and the RCG. It will show how the revolutionaries of the region were acting against a local political economy that was stubbornly resistant to reform, because it was embedded in a much larger political and economic project interested in its immutability. This Atlantic company served several disparate interest groups, but whose goals converged in terms of capital accumulation and the expansion of white supremacy. The Dutch West India Company, if anyone detested Spain, it was Willem Usselinx, merchant of noble origin, renowned intellectual, and prolific pamphleteer. Born into a line of pious and wealthy Calvinist merchants, Usselinx took his already prominent family to new heights when he became the mastermind behind the prestigious Dutch West India Company, OIC. Born in Antwerp in 1567, Usselinx was forced to emigrate to Middelburg during the 80 Years' War, 1568 to 1648, after the city was taken by Spain in 1585. Driven by hatred and the insatiable desire to accumulate wealth, Usselinx proposed the creation of a commercial company that would operate in the Americas. Its objectives would be, to claim the place of the Dutch Protestants in the lucrative looting of Africa and America, to start operations in the Atlantic slave trade and to establish colonies in the Western Hemisphere. Usselinx's OIC would attack the burgeoning Dutch Republic's archenemy at its height, its pockets. Ironically, the OIC's efforts helped develop Venezuela, one of its rivals' most prosperous colonies. The company ruled Curaçao, a small but enterprising island, which dominated the economy of Koro. Curaçao, ceded by Spain in 1634, is only 60 miles, 96 kilometers, off the coast of Koro, which allowed the island's merchants to illegally import much of that region's agricultural produce while supplying it with European produce. The company also created the African ethos of Koro through the constant supply of enslaved people. Some of these individuals participated in the rebellion and many of the insurgents were descendants of those brought in by CIO activities. The company collapsed 4 years before the 1795 insurrection, but not before its practices built the Koro plantation system. The Estates General of the Netherlands established the CIO in 1621, at the end of their 12-year truce with Spain. The first CIO went bankrupt in 1674. But through coercion and financial manipulation, a second CIO was formed with the dead capital of the first company. The main interests of the corporation lay in the slave trade and in the control of the Caribbean colonies. During the 18th century, the CIO owned a number of forts scattered along the west coast of Africa from which it conducted its slave trade. In the Greater Caribbean, the company managed various plantations and trading territories, with Curaçao being the jewel in the crown. Usselinx was one of the first shareholders in the company he envisioned. Investors like him were attracted to the CIO, not only because of its monopoly on the Dutch slave trade, but also because of its potential business operations in the Americas. These enterprises, they thought, would undoubtedly be lucrative. During the initial phase of the company, the shareholders were also attracted by the idea of missions to plunder the sea shipments of bullion from the Spanish and encouraged by important achievements in 1628 and 1646. In addition, financiers liked the CIO because the investments were considered safe, thanks to state sponsorship, government subsidies, and the guarantee of regular dividends. The interest of the Estates General in the CIO was complemented by that of the shareholders. Faced with the enormous success of their first trading company, the Dutch East India Company, CIOR, they saw the CIO as having the same potential to generate similar profits. In addition to serving as an instrument of war against Spain, the Estates General also knew, as Usselinx's works explain, that a commercial company was essential to pool the resources required by these Atlantic endeavors. It took several years to raise enough money to start operations, and the financial health of the first CIO would fluctuate until its collapse in 1674. The company's stock value stood at 115% by 1628 and peaked at 206% the following year. But in 1633, the share price fell to 61% of its face value, and by 1638 they were consistently selling below this price. That same year the CIO lost part of its monopoly on the Atlantic trade, but managed to retain exclusive rights to the Dutch trade in slaves, as well as other profitable goods, including ammunition and timber from Brazil. This adjustment may have helped the share price rise in subsequent years, but by the 1670s it became clear that the company could not continue to operate as usual. CIO directors concluded that they were losing money by competing with illegal slave traders in West and West Central Africa. They believed that if they could raise 1,000,000 guilders they would be able to strike blows at these interlopers and regain control of the ignominious trade. Unable to raise 1,000,000 guilders, the CIO resorted to extortion. The company was dissolved and a second CIO was established using the capital of the first. The shareholders were authorized to transfer from the first company to the second 15% of their nominal shares, but they were forced to give the new firm an equivalent of 4% of their assets in cash. Similarly, bondholders could transfer 30% of their investments to the new company if they gave it 8% of their shares in cash. If the interested parties did not accept these conditions, they lost their shares in the CIO. The corporation raised 1.2 million guilders through this maneuver, thus exceeding the million they estimated to renew their trade. This was the cash that the second CIO used to start its operations. The transition from the first company to the second took place with some structural changes in its management. When the company was founded, it had 5 regional chambers: Amsterdam, Zeeland, Rotterdam, Noorderkwartier, a historical term referring to the northern region of the former province of Holland, and Groningen. Each section elected its main shareholders as members of the Heren 19, the company's board of directors. 186 at the second CIO, the chambers remained unchanged, but the board was reduced to 10 members. As before, the company's directors were chosen by bewindhebbers, shareholders who oversaw the day-to-day operations of their province. The bewindhebbers were elected by and from among the hoofdparticipaten principal investors from each chamber. In the Amsterdam chamber, hoofdparticipaten were those who had 4,200 guilders invested in the company, while members belonging to other chambers had a minimum of 2,800 guilders in shares. The upper bewindhebber was William IV of Orange. Technically he had the final say in matters, however, in practice he was cut off from day-to-day activities. The bewindhebbers were the backbone of the CIO, responsible for every deal. In exchange for their service, they received a 10% commission on all dividends. Many of the bewindhebbers had investments in Atlantic trade not monopolized by the CIO and thus used their status as investors to gain insider information on market conditions. Importantly, they were also attracted by the prestige conferred by the position. Paradoxically, the more the CIO achieved, the more privileges it lost. The company began as a heavily armed monopoly holder of all Dutch trading activities in the Atlantic. As indicated above, the company lost part of this monopoly in 1638, but retained control over a number of commercial sectors, the most significant being the slave trade. The CIO retained exclusive rights to Dutch business in Africa until 1730, when the slave trade was opened up to private ventures. Finally, in 1734 the conglomerate lost its monopoly on the sale and purchase of all other African goods. From this time until the company's demise in 1791, the CIO served as a government administrative entity operating with the help of private capital. The last half-century of the CIO's life was dedicated to supporting Dutch private companies in the Atlantic. Thus, the CIO's efforts to force open new markets for Dutch economic interests were successful and its commercial activities were rendered superfluous. The CIO in Africa. Knowing it or not, Dutch private traders depended on the CIO. For their slave activities, the presence of company fortifications along the west coast of Africa was key. From the 17th to the 19th centuries, the Dutch maintained a dozen fortresses along the Gold Coast, supplying private Dutch traders with enslaved people to complete their cargoes. These forts and their staff also supplied merchants with supplies and merchandise that could be trafficked. Heavily armed, they also provided protection to the merchants in case they needed it. Likewise, they provided legitimacy to the Dutch merchants, necessary to negotiate with the indigenous people. Like their European rivals, the Dutch traded in enslaved people along the entire west coast of Africa and, to a lesser extent, the east coast. Taken together, the Gold Coast of Guinea and the Longo Coast of West Central Africa made up 54.3% of the total number of enslaved people transported by the CIO between 1700 and 1738. They also made up 47% of the total number of enslaved people transported by Dutch merchants during the Free Trade period, 1730 to 1803. 191 The imperial presence of the Netherlands on the Gold Coast began in the late 16th century, when independent merchants began doing business with indigenous leaders. A few decades later, the CIO would become the main Dutch player in the region, opening wide gaps as part of its offensive against the claims of the Catholic Portuguese on the coast. In 1637, the CIO seized the Iberian fort located in Elmina, which later became the CIO's center of operations for the entire continent. Elmina, the largest active fortress on the Gold Coast during the Proto-Colonian period, was heavily reinforced with cannons placed on massive, seemingly impenetrable stone walls surrounding the fortification. Half of the CIO staff based in Africa were housed in Elmina. This workforce ranged from 200 to 400 people during the company's lifetime. The Director General was the leader of the decision-making council, which included high-ranking military personnel. Most of the CIO's employees were soldiers who, along with sailors and artisans, made up 4/5 of the company's mainland workforce. The rest of the staff was administrative. This army gave the CIO greater influence in negotiating with indigenous groups and allowed the United Provinces to take over a sizable portion of the Gold Coast trade. Prior to the early 18th century, this trade consisted of a variety of African products, mainly gold, which were exchanged for a range of European and Asian goods, mainly textiles. The CIO paid rent for the land on which Elmina Castle stood. They gave the king of the Asante 6 ounces of gold a month, usually in the form of cloth equal to that amount. In exchange for this payment, the Asante guaranteed the protection of the Dutch in Elmina and their continued presence. Just as important, this kostgeld, as the Dutch called it, ensured a steady inflow of enslaved people, regularly brought to the castle en masse. After the CIO lost its monopoly on the Dutch slave trade, its role was to provide military and commercial support to merchants in the Netherlands. The largest private company was the Middelburg Trading Company, MCC, responsible for as much as 3/4 of the independent Dutch trade in Africa after 1730. 195 Nowhere was the CCM more actively involved than on the Longo coast, apart from 800 kilometers, 500 miles, south of the Gold Coast. The Dutch first ventured into the region in 1593 and remained active until the 19th century. The territory, also known as Angola to European traders, stretched 460 miles, 740 kilometers, along the west-central coast of Africa, below Cape Lopez and up the Congo River. Longo was also the name of the dominant group in the region until the beginning of the 18th century. In the 1660s, the CIO established a cabin on the Costa Longo, but indigenous groups forced its closure in 1686. Thereafter, the CIO merchants, as well as their European rivals, would have to fend for themselves without the protection of castles or shelters. Dutch merchants dealt more with independent indigenous merchants than with state representatives. In fact, 593 merchants from the Longo coast came to trade with the CCM between 1732 and 1797. They were small agents, 85% of them exchanged an average of less than one enslaved person per year. These intermediaries purchased enslaved persons through indigenous suppliers. Most of these captives were kidnapped on the coast, although some were captured inland, past the Mayombe rainforest. When the intermediaries finished the purchase of the people, they were transported to the coast for sale. The commander of a Dutch ship fired the cannons from his ship on the high seas. An indigenous trader, along with his workers, guided the captain to an anchor post. Once the ship anchored, the Longo merchant boarded it to coordinate the terms of the exchange. Once the details of the negotiation had been agreed upon, the Dutch captain went down to the mainland to ascertain the availability of enslaved people and hire indigenous workers for the construction of a temporary base. It was from this position that business affairs were finalized. Dutch slavers could spend weeks or months anchored off the coast while new human cargoes were intermittently shipped. Enslaved people were acquired more formally on the Gold Coast, where the CIO maintained many forts. Each fortress hired a cabasier, a local middleman. Usually this was an individual who lived in the small trading communities that lay outside the citadel walls. The cabasier's job was to serve as an interpreter and collect outstanding debts. Once purchased, the enslaved people were locked in a dungeon located below the fortress. The poor sanitary conditions of these dungeons caused much anguish, illness, and death. Until 1730, the CIO held people in these prisons while they waited for company ships to pick them up. After 1730, most enslaved people were purchased independently and shipped on private ships. But the fortresses still played a key role, as they were almost always the last stop on Dutch slave voyages. CIO castles provided private traders with essential supplies and merchandise, including the last human shipments they needed to cross the Atlantic. 201 The crossing of the Atlantic was a dangerous voyage, especially abhorrent to the enslaved people on board. On Dutch ships, it was customary to chain men together in slavegaten or ergastulas. Women and children were kept on deck. It is not difficult to imagine that there they were more easily prey to the sexual torture of their carriers. Enslaved people were fed twice a day, at 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., and the men in the slavegaten were regularly brought on deck for fresh air and exercise. From time to time, Dutch crews would throw parties where enslaved people sang, danced, and played instruments. These practices were considered essential to minimize loss of life. But death was inevitable. Between 1700 and 1739, nearly 18% of enslaved people brought aboard CIO ships died in transit. Caribbean trade and the decline of the CIO. In the Caribbean, the CIO managed the island warehouses of St. Eustatius and Curaçao. The company's military presence, as well as its performance, made it possible for Dutch merchants to claim their rights in the region. The islands where the CIO operated also helped the mother country benefit from the supply side of the slave trade, as well as from the acquisition of Caribbean products that were sold in Europe. Most of the people who survived the Atlantic crossing with the Dutch smugglers ended up on Curaçao. Once there, they were sold to plantation owners from places like Coro. In the first 30 years of the 18th century, the CIO brought nearly 20,000 enslaved people to the island. By the time of the insurrection, the slave trade through Curaçao had diminished considerably, although it was still active. But enslaved people were just one of many commodities trafficked between Curaçao and Coro. Most of the trade between the two regions was illegal under Spanish law, so it is difficult to record exactly how much trade there was between them. In 1778, however, several free trade laws were incorporated into Spain's American colonies, including the Captaincy General of Venezuela. One of the decrees allowed certain products to be traded with certain foreign powers. The measures were intended to improve access to enslaved people and money in kind, two in-demand items that Venezuelan landowners had a hard time getting. In 1783, the Royal Treasury of Coro began the registration of the recently legalized foreign trade, which is representative of the overall balance of business between Coro and Curaçao. Data regarding imports from Curaçao are currently available for the periods 1788 to 1790 and 1793 to 1794. 205 Under free trade laws, only enslaved persons and money in kind could be imported from foreign colonies, but Quire also registered other goods. 206 The vast majority of recorded imports were of tools used in plantation production. In the 5 years documented, Coro merchants imported 1,501 pesos in hoes, 986 pesos in machetes, and 672 pesos in knives. For some reason, the Coro authorities did not record imports of enslaved persons or money in kind, which were presumably the products that entered Coro in exchange for the region's exports. The only exception occurred in 1793, when the Coro authorities documented the importation of 713 pesos in silver coins, which represented 27% of imports that year, a figure only surpassed by hoes, which represented 34.48%. Of imports. The data on exports is more complete and available for the periods from 1788 to 1790 and from 1792 to 1794. A large part of the sales made by Coro to the island were made in sugar products, mostly in the form of panelas, blocks of raw sugar. In these 6 years, Coro merchants sold 30,893 pesos of this product, which represented more than 50% of all exports to the island. Cow hides were the second most commercialized product, totaling a value of 12,116 pesos, equivalent to 19.68% of total shipments. Third place was occupied by cows and calves, exported for a value of 4,784 pesos, representing 7.77% of exports. The remaining sales were in Brazilian wood and deer, sheep, and goat skins, followed by various animal products, such as fish and turtles. Despite its activities in Africa and the Caribbean, the CIO was struggling to stay afloat. In 1785, a commission was appointed to audit the company. They recommended the company take out a loan of 150,000 guilders to pay off its outstanding debts. They also suggested that the state subsidize the company at 250,000 guilders a year until its charter expired in 1791. 209 The company was dissolved after its contract ended. The Estates General bought the company's shares at 30% of their nominal value, although they were listed at 22%. 210 In November 1792, the United Provinces established the Colonial Council, which took over the administrative functions of the CIO in Africa and the Caribbean. Throughout its 170 years of operation, the CIO shaped much of the Atlantic world, including the Coro that imploded in 1795. Through its trade in enslaved Africans, as well as its facilitation of this depraved practice, the CIO was responsible to transport the Koro rebels and their ancestors to a fate they hated. The company's handling of Curaçao also boosted the region's plantation system. Although the CIO no longer existed by 1795, it had already advanced the interests of the Dutch ruling class and done much to fuel the ire of Koro's revolutionaries. The South Sea Company. The day after proposing to Parliament that England set up a company to trade in the South Seas, Robert Harley, Chancellor of the Exchequer, was stabbed twice in the chest. On March 8, 1711, a French spy under the name of Marquis de Guiscard stabbed the Member of Parliament, just as Harley was leading the charge against the nobleman for treason. The tension between the kingdoms of France and Great Britain was palpable as the two clashed in the War of the Spanish Succession, 1701–1714. De Guiscard lived in exile in London, plotting to overthrow the French government with the financial and political support of his hosts. But Harley claimed to have stumbled upon damning evidence implicating de Guiscard as a double agent. He accused him of selling secrets to his original homeland and, in a fit of rage, de Guiscard stabbed him during the initial trial proceedings. However, Harley survived his injuries, which furthered the opportunistic politician's career as the incident propelled his profile to new heights. The altercation also helped launch this magnetic character's pet project, the South Sea Company, SSC. Founded in 1711, the SSC was established as a means to acquire the coveted seat of the Spanish crown. This contract gave the signatories the exclusive right to supply enslaved Africans to Spain's American colonies. The seat was an unparalleled prize in the early modern period, as it gave companies legal access to Spain's huge markets in the Americas, markets to which other foreigners had no access. When the SSC was founded, it was expected that the war between England on the one hand and Spain and France on the other would soon be over. It was assumed that a peace agreement between the opposing parties would include the surrender of the seat rights to Great Britain. These hypotheses were proven correct when the SSC officially received the agreement in 1713. Although Harley's company was established to engage in the slave trade, the purpose of the SSC was fiscal in nature. When Harley proposed creating the company, he argued that a corporation like this was needed to restructure England's mounting debt. These obligations were thought to critically weaken the country's military strength. Surreptitiously, the company had also been conceived as a fraudulent proto-Ponzi scheme in which its primary proponents stood to gain handsomely. This dangerous formula caused the 1720 financial bubble in London and its bursting, making the SSC responsible for one of the first and most devastating stock market crashes ever recorded. The SSC and the British Crown were able to achieve their financial goals at the expense of 75,000 Africans who were enslaved and sent to Spanish America between 1715 and 1739. About 7% of them were sent to Venezuela. Many of these enslaved workers ended up in Coro and became the ancestors of the revolutionaries of 1795. The slave trade. The SSC was a latecomer to slave activities in England and thus benefited from the work bequeathed by its predecessors. England first established an entity dedicated to the African slave trade in 1660, the Company of Royal Adventurers Trading to Africa. This corporation would be reorganized and renamed the Royal African Company, RAC, in 1672. The mainstay of the SSC was the seat, and it depended on the RAC to fulfill its contractual obligations. The entry stipulated that the SSC should send 4,800 pieces of guinea pigs per year. A piece of India was a subjective measurement tool used to assess the condition of an enslaved person and their body. Men taller than 4 feet 10 inches, 1.5 meters, were considered a complete piece as long as they had no physical defects. Women and children could be counted as less than 1 piece, although this was not always the case. From a registry of 134 SSC vessels, it was found that 55.9% of its captives came from the Costa Longo or the Costa de Oro. The company did not own many of the vessels it used, renting most, and he commissioned the captain and his crew. The corporation also used the RAC to procure enslaved people and protect its own interests. Just as frequently, though, the SSC acquired hostages in the same way as private traders, conducting operations on their own, relying on RAC military support, particularly around their forts. The RAC established around 15 to 20 settlements while the SSC was operational. These structures, which ranged in size from massive castles to small factories intended for temporary use, housed between 200 and 300 soldiers, sailors, and administrators. By far the most important settlement and military and administrative center of the British Empire in Africa was Cape Coast Castle, located in the town of Fitu on the Gold Coast. Swedish merchants built Cape Coast Castle in 1652, second only to in size by the Dutch castle of Elmina. 12 years later it was sold to the Royal Company of Adventurers and later inherited by the RAC. Cape Coast Castle was guarded by external structures and surrounded by walls 4.26 meters, 14 feet, thick, protected by 74 cannons placed on top. In the citadel many more firearms were stored and there were houses, warehouses, water tanks and workshops. Beneath the fortress were underground enclosures used to hold up to 1,000 enslaved people. British merchants viewed the RAC's military establishments as essential to trade. This was because relations between Europeans and Africans were fraught with tension. The kidnapping for ransom of white traffickers, for example, was a common practice during the RAC's mandate. There are also reports of company employees taking African agents hostage to settle debts. In 1726, Liverpool merchants reported that Africans preferred to trade at sea rather than in forts, as they were prone to abuse there. The RAC and the SSC acquired enslaved people in a similar way to Dutch traders. The RAC paid 9 gold marks, or £288, as annual rent for Cape Coast Castle. Indigenous allies traded enslaved people to the RAC for European and Asian products, particularly textiles. Enslaved people were also forced into dungeons below Cape Coast Castle and other forts, where shackles were placed around their feet and or necks. Cape Coast Castle's dungeon was notoriously unsanitary, which worried the SSC, as it lost money every time a slave died. In 1718, the Citadel surgeon recommended that enslaved people be given buckets to urinate and defecate in. This suggests that, for decades, enslaved people may have been forced to sit and stand on their own excrement. Conditions like these would have to be improved, the company directors believed, since some of their human merchandise did not make it to the slave ship alive. But these instructions were not heeded and the complaints were repeated in 1721 and again the following year. If they survived their confinement in British forts, SSC agents purchased these enslaved people. Captain William Eyre, commander of the ship Russell, undertook a typical SSC voyage in 1723. The company hired him to sail from London to Cape Coast Castle and on to Jamaica, with instructions to ensure that the ship's gunpowder was stored safely and that the ship's gunner was a sober and careful person. Once outflanked off the coast, Eyre and his crew were to remain on the Gold Coast for no more than 60 days. In the castle, Eyre would receive 340 people enslaved by the agents of the RAC. Before embarking them on the Russell, he first had to store provisions for the transatlantic voyage, purchased in advance from the RAC. These included 14 bushels of salt, 280 chests of corn, 170 pounds of fish, and 70 gallons of palm oil. Eyre was given specific instructions to minimize the losses of his human cargo. Enslaved people were to be shipped in groups of 40 at a time. Eyre and the ship's surgeon were to examine each enslaved individual who boarded the ship, ensuring no one is missing a limb or an eye, is without a dangerous temper wound or sore, or is lame, diseased, emaciated or expendable. The SSC requested that one half of the human cargo be women and the other half men. Of these, 6 out of 7 had to be between 16 and 30 years old, while the remaining 7 had to include adolescents of both sexes not younger than 10 years old. Air may have been asked to ship 40 enslaved people at a time, as his crew had to wait for the RAC to receive regular supplies of enslaved people. This indicates that not all 340 individuals were available at the same time. Air was informed that if any enslaved persons died on board during the embarkation period, the RAC would provide replacements. Once all the enslaved people were gathered, Air was given a receipt by the administrators of the RAC, of which he had to take a copy with him to Jamaica. En route to the Caribbean island, Air was to make a list with physical descriptions of everyone on board. If someone died at the crossing, Air was to write down the numbers at the end of each magazine, distinguishing their ages and sexes. The captain was prohibited from throwing any corpses overboard if his first officer and surgeon were not aware. He also had to write a death certificate that included the date and time of death and take an oath to the truth of the document. Air was informed that he would not be paid if an enslaved person died during the voyage without being properly documented. The commander was to take particular care that the meat, tobacco, and spirits prepared for the Negroes be spent among them and not wasted or misappropriated by his men, whose waste and misappropriation has sometimes occasioned great mortality. Air was also told to frequently wash the deck of the Russell with vinegar, to distract his captives with music and games as much as he could. Finally, he was warned not to mix salt water with drinking water and to make a written report on what practices allowed the survival of enslaved people or what could contribute more to their preservation. Once the surrender was complete, Air was to receive a remuneration of 4 enslaved persons for every 104 who survived the Atlantic crossing. From Jamaica to Coro. Upon arrival in Jamaica, captains like Air transferred custody of enslaved people to SSC agents. Africans then went through a cooling-off period that lasted weeks, but not more than 30 days. At this time, SSC agents were supposed to improve the physical condition of enslaved people, in order to make them more attractive for sale. These keepers fed their captives twice a day with hearty foods that included beef, fish, rice, bread, sweet potatoes, fruit, rum, and tobacco. Once the enslaved people were deemed ready for sale, they were placed on boats and transported to Spanish-American ports, such as Coro. The merchants hired for this work were locals, owners of small boats. They were usually paid a fixed sum for each person sold. The captain then traveled to his destination with the provisions provided by the SSC. This voyage across the Americas was as deadly as the crossing of the Atlantic. Between 1720 and 1725, 13% of enslaved people died on these SSC voyages. The company probably bought some of Coro's enslaved workers also in Curaçao. The company is known to have bought a number of enslaved people from Dutch traders on the island, and this proved particularly true in the case of Venezuela. In 1730, SSC mercantile agents in Caracas mentioned that a Mr. Murray Crimble was for some years agent and attorney for Curaçao and Coro. This letter is the only document currently available, which refers to the operations of the seat in Coro. It indicates that the handling of the seat in the region was linked to Curaçao. So much so, that the mercantile agents of Caracas assigned a delegate to manage the businesses of both places as if they were one. Planters in Spanish America were famous for being picky when buying enslaved people. In 1736, a merchant agent in Caracas requested that the people he would receive be of the deepest and purest black and without cuts on the face or filed teeth. 3 years later, an agent in the capital requested that enslaved men be no older than 25 and preferably between 20 and 24 years old. It also asked that the women be between the ages of 18 and 20 and no older than 22. The SSC similarly sought to transport enslaved women who were judged to be sexually attractive and where possible all virgins. The SSC has been in close quarters with Venezuelan planters throughout its decades of business with the province. One problem was the prices of SSC and the lure of smuggling. Illegal traders did not have the overhead costs of large companies, so they could sell enslaved people for 120 pesos or less, while the SSC sold them for 200 or 300 pesos. This led some plantation owners in Coro to buy enslaved people right next door on Curaçao, where they could do so for half the price. In response to the smuggling problem, the company tried to lower the prices of human goods. In Cuba, the SSC experimented with charging no more than 200 pesos in 1734, although it is unclear how successful this policy was and whether it was enacted elsewhere. The company also allowed the payment of pardons, namely, fines distributed against trespassers whose illegal sales of human beings were declared legal once the penalty had been paid. Between 1716 and 1719, some 91 enslaved people were brought to Caracas through pardons. 234 Another significant problem was that landowners wanted to acquire enslaved people in exchange for products, but the SSC was looking for cash. Because of this, there were often lengthy negotiations between the company's merchant agents and the plantation owners. These struggles reached a critical point in 1736, when the treasurer of Caracas, Don José de Armas, expressed concern at the SSC's refusal to barter. Armas stated that in 1733 Venezuela traded 6,000 fanegas of cacao with the company for enslaved persons, but that this number was halved the following year. In 1735, Venezuela exchanged a minimum of 1,000 fanegas for each enslaved individual. The company responded to this problem in a way that favored the settlers. In 1736, the SSC declared that all enslaved people sent to Venezuela would be exchanged for cocoa and other agricultural products, which they called fruits of the country. Converging interests. Some of the Venezuelan cocoa ended up in London and was tasted by the shareholders while they distributed the shares of the SSC. The London Stock Exchange was organized in scattered cafes in a neighborhood known as Exchange Alley. Traders drank chocolate, coffee, and tea in these establishments while trading shares of public companies, the most prominent of these being the SSC. By the time of the bubble of 1720, London newspapers were publishing the stock prices that would circulate through the shops in the alley. There were high hopes for the SSC, especially at the beginning. The day before Harley was stabbed, he laid out a plan that would wipe out Britain's mounting debt. The kingdom began to accumulate debt in 1693 once Parliament had voted to guarantee all financial obligations that had hitherto been the personal debt of the king. Harley proposed that part of the government's debt be restructured through the formation of a corporation that would trade in the South Seas, Africa and Latin America. The government bonds would be converted into shares of the new company. This would save the government millions of pounds in interest payments. Great Britain held £9.47 million in interest arrears when the SSC was established. These bonds were not highly valued as they were trading at 32%. Thus, the state's short-term debt was hurting its credit rating, making it more expensive to borrow. So, Harley's plan was to convert the government's floating debt into SSC shares. Britain would also establish an annual tax fund of £558,678, which would be transferred to the SSC. With this money, the company could distribute annual dividends to its shareholders. Although government bond owners were forced to convert their assets into SSC shares, they were happy to do so. Many concerns converged in the creation of the SSC. The first and most important were those of the Kingdom of Great Britain. With the spread of warfare across the Atlantic during the 17th century, greater investment was needed for expanding armies, their ships, armor, and weapons. It was necessary to have healthy state finances to be able to fight wars. By 1710, conflicts overseas consumed more than a third of government spending, and these could only be paid if the country continued to borrow. Another third of the state's revenue was dedicated to interest payments, and this figure was projected to increase to 50% of expenses in 4 years. The collapse of credit markets in Europe after the Great Freeze of 1709 made matters more urgent than ever. This context determined what happened to Harley's proposal. All the European powers and merchants coveted access to the enormous market of Spanish America. But these consumers were legally kept out, except for 2 isolated circumstances. Exceptions were made for times of necessity during the war, but this was too erratic and dangerous a business to depend on. The most significant case and the most sought-after prize was the seed. The contract was coveted because it was known that profits flowed abundantly. But just as importantly, the seed allowed European governments to dominate their rivals in the war for Atlantic supremacy. With this privilege, the states could claim their right to the largest consumer market in the Americas, thus leaving their competitors out. It also gave kingdoms the legal right to confiscate smuggled goods, bringing additional resources and hampering their enemies. Although the traffic of non-human merchandise could be prohibited in the contracts of the said, its beneficiaries always engaged in smuggling. In fact, when seeking the agreement, those who disputed the prize took into account the opportunities for smuggling. The holders of the agreement took advantage of the desire of the Spanish settlers for European products, which were offered cheaper through illegal trade. It can be assumed that most slave ships carried a variety of black market goods. The hidden interests of the SSC were just as important as the open ones. Little did they know that the company was the product of a conspiracy that had been brewing for some time. The idea for Harley actually came from a group of dodgy speculators, John Blunt, George Caswall, Jacob Sawbridge, and Elias Turner. The latter three men were partners in the Sword Blade Company, which, in 1691, received a royal charter to make French-style swords. Blunt took control of the company in 1700 and together with his colleagues began to use it as a front to illegally interfere in operations of public finances. These activities were illegal, as the Bank of England had a monopoly on tax matters. The Sword Blade Company and the Bank of England would clash over the right to serve as the Bank of the Realm. The drama began when the British government put certain land up for auction. These estates had been confiscated from the Irish Jacobites in the aftermath of Ireland's Williamite War, 1688 to 1691. The Sword Blade Company was one of the main buyers of these estates, and by the autumn of 1702 they had purchased holdings valued at £200,000. To pay for this, the company used its privilege to issue shares. However, these shares were not exchanged for cash, but for obligations of the army public debt. The assets reached 85% in the market, but converted them to 100%. Through these manipulations, the Kingdom of Great Britain was able to make a substantial profit, which it used to pay off the £200,000 debt. The directors of the Sword Blade Company may also have profited from this deal, as it is likely that they owned some of these bonds. Once this farce was over, the Sword Blade Company began to issue mortgages and provide other financial services. The Bank of England responded with legal action against the company in 1707, the year its charter was extended. The bank's new sanction also included express references to the Sword Blade Company and its ability to extend credit. The new contract stipulated that conglomerates of more than 6 people were prohibited from issuing loans. 252 the following year, the Sword Blade Company was close to bankruptcy. To make matters worse, the loyal heirs of the Jacobites who had had their land confiscated began to claim their rights to the company's estates. As a result, the shares of the Sword Blade Company fell to 51%. Only a new venture could save the business, as well as the fortunes of Blunt, Caswall, Sawbridge, and Turner. This new company came in the form of the SSC. It seems that months before Harley proposed the idea of a new company, Blunt and Caswall had contacted him with the idea. What is known for certain is that Harley appointed Blunt to draft the SSC's charter and that Blunt, Caswall, and Sawbridge became directors of the SSC. The Sword Blade Company also managed to circumvent the Bank of England's monopoly and thus become the official bank of the SSC. The Sword Blade Company's murky history would weave itself into the tapestry of his new businesses, precipitate the bubble of 1720 and its bursting, and end up ruining the company he helped create. Political interests also conspired for the establishment of the SSC. Harley, a veteran Whig turned Tory, aimed to establish a financial interest for his new party, one that could rival the Bank of England and the East India Company, dominated by his former faction. The latter company's 25-member board of directors included 19 Whigs, while the bank's 24 directors were from the wealthy party. Harley got what he wanted. He managed to appoint the governors and directors of the SSC, and the vast majority of them were Tories. To close the matter, the charter of the new company stipulated that no governor or director of the Bank of England or the East India Company could hold a similar position in the SSC. The governors and directors of the SSC were also investors, and this motivated their association. Governors were to hold £5,000 in shares and directors £3,000. These positions provided them with inside information about the company, which helped them in their speculative activities. Governors received £500 a year in salary, deputy governors £300, deputy governments £250 and directors £150. These knights also personally traded with the SSC, although this was illegal. Although shareholders were forced to convert their government bonds into SSC shares, they were happy to do so. Government debt was not transferable or inheritable, but stocks were. An investor could buy and sell shares at his discretion, which was not possible in the case of government bonds. In addition, trading companies were few, and investors took advantage of opportunities to buy parts of these companies when they could. The SSC's access to annual payments from the UK government made this investment a sure thing that guaranteed an annual dividend. Citizen shareholders were generally motivated by potential returns. It was known that the slave trade to the Spanish colonies was financially profitable. Although it never happened, the public was also informed that the company would have security ports throughout Latin America, which would facilitate trade. Another rumor that was planted was that the SSC intended to conquer parts of Spanish territory, which would lead to unlimited possibilities for profit. The fact that the Royal Navy protected the SSC's ships also provided security for their investments. The Spanish crown was also an interested party. Its many colonies depended on the labor of enslaved African people, and foreign merchants or governments were the only ones who could supply them. The SSC was formed once England was established as the greatest military power in the Atlantic. That the Royal Navy protected the SSC's cargoes was, as stated above, a form of security for the Spanish crown. Furthermore, the RAC merchants who supplied many of the enslaved people purchased by the SSC were the most efficient with enslaved people. They traveled faster and were able to provide more captives per tonnage than any other entity. From the point of view of the Spanish crown, the agreement with the SSC must have been considered a success, despite the fact that the company was missing 20,000 of the 95,000 enslaved persons that it was to transport for 25 years, as established under the agreement. If at any time trade was the main objective of the directors of the SSC, it soon ceased to be. From 1713 to 1720, the SSC continued to convert public debt into equity, thus providing the bulk of the company's capital. As the company's valuation moved further and further away from actual trading and became more dependent on speculation, a massive bubble was created that would burst in 1720. This came close to bringing down the very empire that the SSC was originally designed to save. The boom and the bust. The boom and the bust began to take shape in 1719, when the King of Great Britain gave a speech that precipitated the collapse. He urged members of the House of Commons to come up with a plan to reorganize the country's total debt. Blunt proposed that the SSC convert all of the kingdom's existing bonds into company shares. Despite a counter-offer from the Bank of England, the SSC won Parliament's approval to restructure some £31 million of government debt, amount that represented all the liabilities of the country that belonged neither to the Bank of England nor to the East India Company. The SSC paid £4,156,305 for the privilege of converting the redeemable debt, agreeing to pay a percentage of the irredeemable debt, which could bring the state an additional £3.4 million. Therefore, the SSC agreed to pay the government up to £7.5 million for the privilege of converting the government bonds into SSC shares. This plan was to save Britain £422,499 in annual interest payments until 1727, saving you £542,499 annually, thereafter. 268. But the SSC had a big problem, it did not have £7.5 million. To raise the money, they decided to inflate their share price. Intending to attract investors to the scheme, the SSC made shareholders eligible for loans from the company. This loan came with favorable terms, such as share payments for installments. When the SSC Bill 1720 was passed, the price per share had risen from £130, the price in effect when the proposal was introduced, to £300 when the first shares are sold 3 months later. By this time, the vast majority of the company's capital was held in public debt and its cash flow came from investments, rather than Atlantic trade. Therefore, when the SSC lent cash to its subscribers, it was advancing its own money, and when it issued dividends, the same thing happened. The public was unaware of this and the stock price spiraled out of control. On April 1 the shares were valued at £302 and in July they were already at £950. The share price fell steadily until crashing in October, when it hit £290. 2 months later this total would drop to £155. By this time the vast majority of shareholders had bought their shares at prices well above their face value, or even their current market price. 269 series of parliamentarians accused of taking bribes. The scandal also bankrupted the company's directors, who were heavily fined. During the aftermath of the stock market crash, Parliament's most important duty was to ensure that the British state was not harmed by this shocking incident. 270 In late December, the legislature passed a resolution declaring the SSC's debt conversions final, ensuring that the government's burdens did not return to the state they were in when the debt swap began in April. Parliament cushioned the blow to investors and bailed out the SSC. He wrote off more than 7/8 of the company's public debt, leaving it at £1 million. By the summer of 1722, the SSC was to pay the government, as part of the deal, £2 million in cash plus interest. As the company was still burdened by a public debt of more than £7 million, Parliament allowed it to sell part of the annuity that the government was contractually obliged to provide them with each year. This move restored the credit of the SSC and allowed it to resume the sale of the shares linked to the £17 million held in government bonds. 271 After the bursting of the bubble and the restoration of the financial health of the SSC, trade with the Americas, Venezuela, and Coro would change little. For the benefit of the SSC, the RAC continued to supply large numbers of enslaved people to the Americas. These transfers ended in 1724, when the SSC began to buy all commodified people, directly, from private merchants in Jamaica and Barbados. The seats contract with the SSC was terminated 5 years ahead of schedule due to the War of Jenkins's Ear, 1739 to 1748, which pitted Spain against England in an tit-for-tat of shipping confiscations in the Americas. The Spanish crown purchased the last years of the agreement for £100,000. 273 From then on, the SSC continued to manage Britain's debt, acting as an intermediary for interest payments between the government and the SSC's shareholders. This continued for over 100 years until the company was dissolved in 1855.274. In all, the SSC was responsible for ruining the lives of 75,000 people and killing thousands upon thousands more, while structuring the plantation economies of places like Coro. The corporation performed these tasks as an instrument designed to promote the interests of the British state and the mercantile and financial elites. The bubble fiasco, aimed at enlarging the pockets of company directors and key shareholders, resulted in the conversion of a large part of Britain's debt, allowing the country to enlarge its military and empire and continue the dispossession of non-European peoples. The Royal Guy Puzzico & Company. Don Joseph de Telleria lived a charming life before he was assassinated. Born into one of the 5 main families of Coro, he inherited a series of properties that included 17 enslaved people and the El Socorro plantation, where the 1795 insurrection began. In all, Telleria owned 3 farms in the mountains and a mansion in the city, in addition to 33 enslaved individuals, including Maria de los Dolores Chirino and her 3 children. As well as a landowner, Telleria was also an active merchant, a dedicated servant of the crown, a devout Catholic, and a man of restless mind. He traded his sugar and bananas with Curaçao and his mules with Saint Domingue. Telleria was also a prominent political figure, former mayor of Coro and regional deputy for the Royal Consulate of Commerce at the time of his death. Telleria baptized his children and slaves, and organized the celebration of masses on his plantations. He was also an active reader who kept up to date with Spanish Enlightenment thought, with works such as the works of the priests Benito Geronimo Feijoo and Pedro Murillo Velarde. But Telleria did not become a sophisticated autocrat by accident. He was the son of José de Telleria, Coro merchant factor for the Royal Guipúzcoan Company, RCG. Telleria Sr. was a Basque merchant who emigrated to Venezuela during the early years of the company. In 1736, 8 years after the establishment of the RCG, Telleria seized an illegal shipment of tobacco from Coro. 8 years later, the agent had saved enough money to buy the land where El Socorro was built. 280 Telleria Sr.'s company, which controlled the Venezuelan market monopoly, played an important role in propelling the 1795 insurrection. The RCG was founded in 1728 through a partnership between the Spanish crown and Basque merchants already trading Venezuelan cocoa. The company's activities stimulated plantation production in Coro and provided many of the region's consumer goods. The company was also involved in a number of other initiatives, including the slave trade. The RCG's efforts turned Venezuela from a stagnant country, dependent on government subsidies, into a captaincy general and one of Spain's most valuable colonies. 281 The Spanish crown spearheaded the institution of the RCG in its interest to support the cocoa industry in Venezuela and keep it away from foreign intruders. Chocolate consumption was growing steadily across Europe, from the back alleys of London where stocks were traded, to middle-class homes in Madrid. The vast majority of the continental supply of cocoa, from which chocolate is produced, was of Venezuelan origin. Although the cocoa came from a Spanish colony, Dutch merchants controlled much of the industry. Spain's failure in Venezuela was a small-scale model of its empire in decline. From 1700 to 1728, only 5 ships sailed from Spain to the colony and none made the journey during the period 1706 to 1721. This was a worrying pattern. In 1705, it was estimated that in 10 years no Spanish ship had sailed to Peru, and in the case of New Spain no voyage had been made in 6 years. When the RCG was established, the Spanish crown was desperate to reinvigorate its American trade and considered Venezuela an untapped gold mine. 283 The semi-autonomous region of the Basque Country in Spain was home to the province of Guipúzcoa, an area that traded cocoa decades before the founding of the RCG. This province was a sovereign state attached to the Spanish crown through a common king. It had its own assembly and was exempt from providing men for military service. They also enjoyed a certain autonomy in their commercial affairs. For years, in fact, they tried to eliminate certain customs duties to encourage trade in cocoa. These efforts failed, so Guipúzcoa followed a different strategy. They raised the idea of a trading company, a partnership between the province, its merchants, and the King of Spain. The innovative company would intervene in the foreign-dominated cocoa business and at the same time foster the development of Venezuela. The Spanish crown approved the Guipúzcoa proposal in 1728. 286 Although the physical state of the contract has deteriorated and not all of its words can be read, the first sentence clearly states that the main purpose of the RCG was to remedy the cocoa shortage in these reinos, and provide relief to the community of Spain, that without depending on the will of estangaros, who unduly and fraudulently enjoyed it, and by whose hand the cocoa was bought in it, it was achieved by that of the merchants Spanish people. 287. The agreement allowed the RCG to send 2 ships a year to Venezuela, each equipped with 40 to 50 weapons. These vessels could unload their merchandise in either of 2 ports, La Guaira or Puerto Cabello. They could sail directly from Guipuzco ports, but they had to make a stopover in Cadiz on their return to pay import duties. At first, the king refused to grant a monopoly to the company, but this changed 2 years later when he decided not to grant any further licenses for Venezuelan trade. The RCG officially received exclusive rights to Venezuelan trade in 1741. 288. The RCG's shares were divided between the Spanish crown, the province of Guipuzcoa, and prominent Basque merchants. Originally, the RCG was tasked with raising 1.5 million pesos by issuing 3,000 shares, each valued at 500 pesos. The King of Spain was the company's largest shareholder, with 200 shares, followed by the province of Guipuzcoa with 100 shares. But the company was only able to collect 750,000 pesos during the 5 years the shares were issued. State agencies only held 20% of the company's shares, so the vast majority of shareholders were private individuals. 25% owned less than 8 shares, while 22.73% owned between 8 and 15 shares, 17.05% between 15 and 30 shares, 10.23% between 30 and 50 shares and 10.79% between 50 and 100 shares. The Crown was the only entity that held more than 100 shares. Which shows that merchants, speculators, landowners, and aristocrats owned most of the company. When the company's headquarters moved to Madrid in 1751, the 5 directors of the RCG organized the trade from San Sebastián. The Crown appointed the company's first directors from a pool of shareholders holding at least 10 shares. Directors earned a high salary of 5,000 pesos a year. They were required to meet, at least once every 5 years, at a meeting where all shareholders could attend. Investors holding 8 or more shares were entitled to vote at these meetings. Dividends were distributed irregularly during RCG's early life, until the company made an unprecedented decision. The first 20% commissions were paid in 1735, 1737, 1738, and twice in 1739. 2 more were issued in 1741, the first for 26 2/3% and the second for 33 1/3%. The next dividend was distributed 10 years later, at which time 25% was given to shareholders. In 1752, a breakthrough came when the company voted for a sweeping 100% dividend. This guaranteed a full return on any investment made. The payment of this dividend would be issued through an annual disbursement of 5%. Thereafter, only a special payment of 10% was announced in 1775, with half paid in 1777 and the other half the following year. Trade and entrepreneurship. Since there was no trade, the dividends could not be distributed. RCG directors managed day-to-day operations, planning the purchase of goods, their transfer to Venezuela, and return trips. In its Spanish ports, the company erected sheds, with the intention of housing a year's worth of merchandise for Venezuela. Sailors were advanced 3 months' wages before leaving for the colony and 3 months' pay before returning. Between 3 and 6 ships departed and returned each year. The company's ships were given the authority to seize any ship and/or merchandise engaged in smuggling, as long as they were found in Venezuelan waters. As the confiscated products were not taxed, 2/3 of them went to the RCG, while the remaining third was kept by the ship's crew. When the trips returned via Cadiz, a complex cocoa operation was launched. A government representative boarded the vessel upon arrival to calculate the duties owed. The mulatteros, hired by the provinces themselves, bought the grains at the port and then transported them inland, where they were sold to retailers in the respective local markets. Cocoa sales took place at public auctions twice a year, in March-April and September-October. Things changed a bit, after the mid-century RCG reforms. Sales were reduced to one per year, in September-October, and the company expanded its activities beyond Cádiz, Madrid and San Sebastián. Subsequently, the company was authorized to supply the grains to Aragon, Asturias, the Basque region, Castile, Galicia, and Navarra. In addition, warehouses were assigned to them in these places for the storage of their products. Sales were made to individuals or representatives of the community, making it illegal to buy cocoa for resale. The Spanish market only consumed half of the cocoa that the RCG imported. Spain brought in about 80,000 bushels of the crop, of which 60,000 came from Venezuela, but only consumed 40,000 bushels a year. The rest was sent to foreign markets, from the ports of Cádiz and San Sebastián. Despite its seemingly one-way mission, the RCG experimented with other companies. He started a series of manufacturing ventures, with the intention of strengthening his trade with Venezuela. The first and most successful was the takeover in 1735 of the Spanish arms factory located in Plasencia. The acquisition of the RCG increased the annual production from 8,000 muskets to 12,000. The company's interest in this arrangement was threefold: deducting the company's income from the taxes it owed to the crown, send a part of the product surplus to Venezuela, and that his friends earned fantastic salaries running the operation. The RCG also built a flour mill in Campos, liquor distilleries in Estella and Viana, and began hiring weavers in Valdenecida, Rioja, and Leon. These ventures were designed to reduce the cost of trade and stimulate Spanish industries. The RCG was also involved in the slave trade. In 1755, the Spanish crown awarded the company a contract to transport 2,000 enslaved people to Venezuela. The company argued in favor of the contract, stating that the colony had been deprived of enslaved workers since the SSC ceased operations in 1739. The RCG estimated that only 60 enslaved people had been legally brought to Venezuela since then. However, the company never came close to fulfilling this agreement. They barely imported enslaved people, who were bought in Curaçao for 45,378 pesos. But before the resale of these individuals, 28 died and 13 were born. Finally, as a result of this agreement, people were sold in Venezuela for 62,320 pesos. 10 years later, the RCG received another seat agreement to supply the Captaincy General with 2,000 enslaved people. They bought from these individuals through a merchant factor located in Puerto Rico, who received the merchandise from foreign merchants. The RCG hired two teams to transport enslaved workers to the island. The first, Wayland Brothers of Great Britain, and the second a French trader with no registered name. These companies had the task of bringing between 1,000 and 1,100 enslaved people to Puerto Rico. Although the RCG was again unable to fulfill its obligation, this time it fared better. By 1769, the RCG had imported 1,013 people under this second agreement, all of whom were sold in Venezuela. Despite the alleged lack of enslaved workers, cocoa crop yields soared in Venezuela. In 1749, the RCG declared that in its 17 years of operations it had exported 869,247 bushels of cocoa from the colony. This figure was almost 25% higher than the 643,215 fanegas of cocoa that Venezuela had exported in the last 30 years. The corporation also claimed that, during the two periods, cocoa harvests had more than doubled, from an average of 60 fanegas to 130. RCG cocoa exports continued very little above this level until the company lost its monopoly. From 1749 to 1764, Caracas exported more than 880,000 fanegas of cocoa. More than 500,000 fanegas were sent to Spain, 300,000 to Veracruz, 75,000 to the Canary Islands and 28,000 to the Spanish Caribbean islands. But, in 1776, the RCG lost its monopoly due to the growth of private merchants. The following year, the company would only export 18,000 fanegas of cocoa to Veracruz and just 9,691 to Spain. The De Leon conspiracy, inconclusive results, and the decline of the RCG. Even when business was booming, there were problems, as Venezuelan landowners and RCG merchant agents were regularly in conflict with payments. These tensions came to a head in 1749, when cocoa planter and crown bureaucrat Juan Francisco de Leon led an insurrection against the company. Many of the planters who felt that their crops were underpaid shared de Leon's criticism of the company. After the rebellion, the RCG recognized that the situation was untenable. They raised the price of cocoa to 14 pesos per fanega, but this arrangement required that the product be exchanged for company goods of equivalent value. The pact also required the company to buy all the cocoa that the settlers presented to them. 311 Despite these concessions, relations remained tense. In 1760, colonists protested that the company either was unwilling or unable to exchange cocoa for silver coins. Likewise, they complained about the overpriced merchandise of the RCG. The company reacted by drastically reducing the cost of textiles, tools, and oils and eliminating the requirement that the purchase of cocoa be only European products. Although it was difficult for it to access the currency, the company claimed to have made great strides in supplying species to Venezuela. The RCG reported that from 1750 to 1758, he brought 2,425,000 pesos of silver into Venezuela from Veracruz, averaging 125 pesos a year. This amount was higher than the annual average of 253,025 pesos imported between 1731 and 1748. The total also significantly exceeded the 66,404 pesos a year brought to Venezuela between 1701 and 1730, the period prior to the start of the company's operations. 313 There is no doubt that RCG's activities boosted all areas of the Venezuelan economy, including Coro's industries. Cocoa production more than doubled under the company's supervision, sugar crop yields increased dramatically throughout the province, and livestock tripled. In addition to this, imports of enslaved workers more than doubled. 315 The company also marketed tobacco and skins, both produced in Coro. From 1749 to 1764, the RCG exported 88,000 arrobas of tobacco and more than 177,000 skins to Spain. The RCG also transformed the region with its army, which dedicated itself to fighting smuggling. By 1760, the company had 15 ships at its disposal, 10 of which were patrolling the Venezuelan coast at any one time. In its totality, this naval guard was equipped with 518 men, 92 cannons, and 86 weapons. 317 The RCG used this force for the confiscation of illegally trafficked goods. There was a pattern to these searches. One or two RCG boats would approach the smuggler's boat and open fire, to which the intruders would respond with gunfire as they escaped by canoe or retreated to land. RCG soldiers would then take possession of the smuggled goods and return to shore. The company also had 12 ground patrols, 10 to 12 men each, which controlled sources of smuggling. This crackdown was highly successful. During the company's first 10 years of operations, the Dutch share of Venezuelan cocoa fell sharply from 43% to 10%. 320 Although this figure would rise to an average of 30% between 1741 and 1755, it would still be considerably lower than earlier Dutch quotas for participation in trade. Thus, the RCG managed to reduce smuggling largely during certain periods, but it never completely disappeared. In 1779, a Dutch traveler on Curaçao, J.H. Herring, wrote that trade with Venezuela was dangerous due to the Spanish coast guards. He added that only small shipments could be transported to Venezuela, but that the Spanish went to Curaçao more frequently. On the island, they could get a pretty good price for their merchandise. Herring was right. In 1757, the RCG reported that Dutch merchants could sell their manufactures 35% cheaper than the company. Similarly, Curaçao merchants could buy cocoa at 2 to 4 times the price offered by the RCG. When the company bought the crop at 8 or 12 pesos a bushel, Dutch merchants paid between 24 and 26 pesos if bought in Venezuela, and between 30 and 32 pesos if bought in Curaçao. Between 1769 and 1771, at least 34 ships sailed from Curaçao to the Captaincy General of Venezuela. These transported more than 194,500 pesos in merchandise and returned with more than 229,275 pesos in coins, 16,196 fanegas of cocoa and 144,855 skins. 325 Ultimately, smuggling took its toll and the RCG's powers eroded. After decades of grievances by Venezuelan plantation owners, the burgeoning ideals of free trade were victorious in 1777 when the RCG lost its monopoly. At that time, the company's surplus had reached 1.8 million pesos. However, after the outbreak of war in 1779, the company's fortunes would weaken and by 1781 its assets would fall to 1.17 million pesos. By 1783, it had been cut in half, totaling 559,096 pesos. 2 years later, the RCG announced its liquidation. But instead a new trading company would be created. The Philippine company continued to supply Venezuela with merchandise, exactly 2,000 tons a year. The new entity was also given a 25-year monopoly on trade with the Philippines. Although the RCG was dissolved, the shareholders were encouraged to transfer their assets to the new company. The period of free trade in Venezuela began in 1780 and in Coro 3 years later. Thanks to the efforts of the RCG in conjunction with those of the CIO and the SSC, Venezuela went from being an underdeveloped and ignored piece of land in the vast empire of Spain, to being a captaincy general and the pride of the mother country. The company boosted the province's cocoa production, dealt major blows to smugglers, and stimulated the slave trade, while experimenting with the practice itself. These activities shaped the political economy of Coro I, whose revolutionaries would give their lives to depose it. Conclusions. Ramirez Valderrame testified before the royal audience of Venezuela in Caracas, 2 days after Jacket presented his censure. He was sent from Coro for a deposition that would last 7 days. The first question the disgraced bailiff faced was, if at any time, he had suspected an insurrection was brewing, to which he adamantly answered no. The next 5 questions concerned the seditious dances and songs that so worried Jacket and the regent of the crown. At first, the bailiff adamantly denied the fact that any unusual celebrations had taken place in the days leading up to the rebellion. The judge went on to ask if anyone had commented on the abusive songs. The infamous leader replied that nothing had been mentioned before the uprising took place. He added, that the black people from Luango or from Curaçao who live in a neighborhood of the city called Guinea have always used to dance in the open, lighting their candle, if there is no moon, but asking always license to the senior justices who have given it, as he declared, putting guard when it seemed appropriate, and even attending the same in order to avoid any disorder, because there is no other entertainment in that city. People usually attend them from all classes, and until midnight. The main men and ladies of the town, that in these dances the blacks usually sing in a language that their songs are not understood. Ramirez Valderrame testified that he remembered hearing the song Pa Semila at the dances, but that he did not understand its meaning. He said that it was not until after the uprising that he understood the expression to mean, the blacks were trying to extend their generation in the whites. Ramirez Valderrame's general point was that there was no way he or any other official could have known about the insurrection in advance. He admitted that there were dances before the rebellion, but insisted that these were common in Guinea, as was the frequent singing of songs. But the mayor justice also testified that he was aware of hearing threats in the hymns. Thus, he contradicted himself by inadvertently revealing that there were, in fact, signs pointing to an insurgency underway. It is not clear what resulted from Jacquet's accusations and Ramirez Valderrain's defense. But the dispute points to a likely conspiracy between the mostly Creole population of the highlands and the majority African community of Guinea. Jacquet's testimony, combined with Acosta's, indicate that seed was a fundamental allegory used by both groups. However, it is unlikely that the bailiff was involved in the insurrection. Jacquet's statements were used to accentuate his main argument that Ramirez Valderrain had failed in his responsibilities. It seems that Jacquet's accusations of treason were the product of a personal rivalry between the two military men. After the rebellion was crushed and long after the death of Cocofio, Gonzales, and Chirino, several landowners received compensation from the crown. These were given to help the plantation owners for the damages suffered during the insurrection. De Acosta received a pension of 300 pesos a year. The heiress of Mr. Joseph Antonio Zaraga, Mrs. Felipa Caro, like her son and daughter, received 600 pesos a year until the girl married. Caro also obtained a dowry of 2,000 pesos for her daughter's future wedding. Dona Maria Josefa Rosillo, the widow of Don Joseph de Telleria, and her 2 daughters and 3 sons, were endowed with a payment of 100 pesos per year each. The male Tellerias would receive this money until they were 25 years old, and the women would collect it until their marriage or until their death. The Telleria family was also exempt from taxes, and their debts remained pending until the boys were old enough to pay them. The Coro landowners received indemnities as they were part of an institution too large to fail. They were part of the Atlantic machinery that connected officials, merchants, and landowners in the Americas with merchant agents and military officers in Africa, and these with merchants, speculators, and aristocrats in Europe. This political economy was able to work because the imperial states supported it and often guaranteed the assets of wealthy whites. Upper-class merchants and financiers, in turn, supported these empires. Nowhere was this public-private relationship crystallized more than in the structure of European trading companies. The CIO was created to be used as a weapon against its Spanish rivals at the end of a truce. It was conceived as a means of promoting Dutch business interests in Africa and the Americas, with the full intention of deploying force if necessary. The British government formed the SSC largely out of its need to restructure the country's mounting debt, but also to grant its merchants access to Spanish-American markets. The province of Guipúzcoa and the Spanish crown created the RCG to access and further develop the Venezuelan cocoa industry, which had been dominated by foreign rivals, particularly the Dutch. Although the merchants and shareholders expected to make a profit on their investments, they also had other reasons for financing these operations. Supporting the CIO financially was a safe activity because it was government-sponsored and served as a viable alternative for the accumulation of money. Many SSC investors were attracted to the company for speculative reasons, as they could make huge profits in a matter of weeks. Before Leon's rebellion in 1749, RCG's backers were persuaded by the promise of high returns in what would essentially be a new colonial initiative, dedicated to restructuring the Venezuelan economy. Later, investors would be interested in the announcement of a 100% dividend that guaranteed the return of their money. Regardless of their motives, the CIO, SSC, and RCG created the 18th-century choir and the racialized political economy of the region. Operating for more than a century and a half, the CIO established a Dutch stronghold within the slave labor trade, promoted Dutch interests in this business, and facilitated the takeover of this activity by private traders. The company also converted Curaçao, located just 96.5 kilometers, 60 miles, from Coro, from a Spanish cattle depot to the main trading station of the Greater Caribbean. By acquiring the seat, the SSC increased Britain's share of the slave trade in places like Coro and helped boost the empire's hegemony over Atlantic waters. Through its monopoly of the Venezuelan market and its main product, cocoa, the RCG fueled Coro's dormant economy. To close the loop, the RCG worked with the SSC to import enslaved people while suppressing Dutch interlopers under the protection of the CIO. These activities increased the black population of Coro and created its plantation economy. When the Coro revolutionaries expressed their desire to eliminate white people, they did so because their world was based on the supremacy of white capital and the denigration of black workers. But this system was unable to eliminate communal political and economic practices that stood in the way of its designs neither in Coro, nor in the rebels' homelands. Isolated, at the foot of Mount Abantos, in the vast wilderness of the Sierra de Guadarrama, the prodigious complex of El Escorial is both a rarity and a wonder. Composed of a royal palace, a church, a monastery, a university, and a library, this set of buildings was built at the end of the 16th century, during the height of the Spanish Empire, from the riches that flowed from the blood of the peoples African and indigenous. El Escorial was decorated with pillars, altars, and gold frames, and its ceilings were covered with murals painted by the best artists from Spain and Italy. Suffice to say, the palace and its grounds were exclusive territory, reserved for the royal family of Spain, visiting dignitaries, and the leading luminaries of the European world. José Caridad González should be added to this list. Born on the coast of Longo and enslaved as a child, González fled slavery in Curaçao to be free in Coro. Enterprising and cunning, he rose to a prominent position in Venezuela and was known as the leader of the vast and established Longo community in Coro. 4 years before the insurrection of 1795, González undertook the long journey to El Escorial in an effort to meet with King Carlos IV, 1788–1808. On October 29, 1791, González fulfilled his distinguished goal. González's appointment with the King of Spain revealed the hidden source behind the revolutionary ideologies of the insurgents. The Longo leader met with Carlos IV to ask for land. And it's easy to understand why. Land was the source of wealth in colonial society. But for most of the rebels, it wasn't about riches. As was the case with almost all of Coro's revolutionaries, the Longos had either been born in West and West Central Africa, or had been uprooted from the continent for a generation or two. In their native lands they practiced breeding and cultivation collectively, and the labor and its products were shared equally. Customs such as these anchored Longo notions of equality, making the intellectual idea which was very fashionable in the 18th century as tangible as it was abstract. The Longos recreated some of these practices in Coro, but encountered problems in doing so. As González explained to the king, a prominent plantation owner was evicting them from their land. Don Juan Antonio Zaraga acted in this way as he claimed that the territory belonged to him and that the Longos were occupying it. In a resolution that damaged Zaraga and the local authorities who supported him, the king ruled in favor of González. He awarded the Longo leader a royal warrant for the property. According to the document, the Longos had been peacefully enjoying a piece of land in the territory of Sta Maria. Until Luis de Rojas, the head of the Coro black militia, sold the land to Zaraga. The order established the nullity of the sale, since Rojas was never the rightful owner. It concluded that González and the Longos should receive justice without complaints, any inconvenience or humiliation. But the Longos never got their due. Even with the legal certification they obtained, they continued to be forced to leave their land. And the fight for Santa Maria de la Chapa persisted, culminating in the uprising of 1795. The legal altercation between Zaraga and González, which was not resolved until the insurrection, was only the last act of a dispute that went back decades. It was documented for the first time, 20 years before the royal order was received. In December 1771, Zaraga successfully pressured the Coro authorities to violently expel the Longos from the territory, and as a consequence they were sent to live 4 miles, 6 kilometers, away in Macucuita. The leader of the black militia of Coro, Rojas, stated that due to the large community of Longos and the way in which their number proliferated, he was authorized so that we could little by little and with the best comfort send them to the royal land of said Macucuita, which are more comfortable lands, more extensive and with better waters. But the process was far from convenient and comfortable. Some Longos were imprisoned for refusing to move. Two men belonging to one of the arrested groups, Francisco Bartolo and Juan Antonio Curazao, testified before a court in Caracas on April 13, 1772. They confirmed that they had been imprisoned for 5 months, simply for cultivating their land. Bartolo and Curazao added, "In this place there is a neighbor named Don Juan Antonio Zaraga who serves us as a great detriment, since even the water has taken it away from us and he tries to dispossess us of all the possession." Prisoners also claimed that Zaraga paid Rojas to dispossess us of their. A few years later, Zaraga presented his version of events. He affirmed, "The freed blacks who came from Curaçao tried to disturb me in the same lands, with no other reason than that of having added them to them with a pious spirit that they could support each other if they were given that destiny." Zaraga's assertion that he had allowed the Longos to remain on his land, so that they would later disturb him, may have been somewhat true. As Rojas stated earlier, the Longo community was continually growing as families multiplied and newcomers arrived from Curaçao. So, on the one hand, it seems likely that the Longos may have occupied La Chapa land, in the belief that it was unclaimed land. As the community grew and his fields expanded, his presence became a nuisance to his neighbor, a plantation owner possibly looking to develop further. But on the other hand, Zaraga had no legal claim to the land. Had he had it, it would have been registered and King Carlos IV would have ruled in his favor. It seems that Zaraga was as guilty of illegal occupation as the Longos. The fight for La Chapa reflected the other great battle of the Longos during the period, their fight for arms. Just 8 months before the insurrection, the Mayor Justice of Coro, Mariano Ramirez Valderrain, divided the city's black militia in two. The original team, headed by Rosas, was made up primarily of Curaçao-born refugees previously enslaved. But due to the high number of Curaçao immigrants, the bailiff agreed to form a second black team, made up exclusively of African-born Longos. Gonzales and his contingent of Longos were eager to form a militia to increase their power, while distancing themselves from Rojas. The African-born Longos wanted Gonzales to be the captain of the newly formed militia, but encountered problems appointing him. When Gonzales's confidants Juan Felipe Guillermo, Juan Bernardo, and Domingo José Nicolas made the request for a new militia, Ramirez Valderrain told them that Gonzales could not be named because he was in Caracas. The head of the militia had to be present to receive an official title. The bailiff ended up appointing someone else as captain. He also stated that he had sent the men's request to the captain general in Caracas. However, he responded by appointing Nicolas Soco as lieutenant, second in charge, and Juan Domingo Rojas as commander. Juan Domingo was a close friend of Juan Luis Rojas, no known relationship, and a member of his militia. Soco and the Longos returned to the bailiff to insist that Gonzales be named captain. 342 Ramirez Valderrain shared the point of view of the Longos, therefore, he sent a letter to Caracas together with the 3 Longos in order to obtain an appeal. Guillermo, Bernardo, and Nicolas left for the capital and returned accompanied by Gonzales in January or February 1795. It is not clear whether Gonzales officially took charge of the militia in the eyes of the Coro authorities. However, he was named in the list of 46 men that the new company handed over to Coro officials, as captain of the unit. Conflicts such as these motivated some Longos to participate in the planning and execution of the rebellion. Juan Francisco Ano Nuevo, who worked on the El Socorro plantation, was accused of planning the insurrection together with Chirino at Juan Bernardo Chiquito's house. On the first night of the uprising, Juan Luis Martin, an African-born Longo who lived and worked on the property of Dona Nicolasa Acosta, was identified as the rebel who lit the match that burned down Acosta's door. Martin was also one of 2 rebel spies apprehended in Cajarao on the night of May 11. Martin and another Longo, known only as Flores, were supposedly sent to the city to inform Gonzales of the whereabouts of the revolutionaries. The mysterious Flores may actually have been Juan Francisco Flor, an established member of the Gonzales militia. 5 months after the rebellion, local white landowner Don Juan Echave reported that Martin was a corporal in Gonzales's Longos militia and that he held the same position with Chirino's insurgents in the Sierra. But Martin was not enlisted as a member of the Longo armed force. However, the first corporal in Gonzales's group was Juan Francisco Flor. It seems that Echave confused Martin with Flor, and that Flor is the Flores identified as one of the Longo spies. Hours after their comrades freed Martin and Flor, Gonzales and 21 other Longos showed up at the sheriff's house demanding weapons. They arrived at 2 p.m. past, on May 11, shortly after the mayor justice received the news regarding the uprising that was taking place. But when the Longos arrived, 40 white and brown volunteers were stationed outside his house. The Longos appeared with 7 or 8 firearms, asking for more for those who did not carry them. The bailiff immediately became suspicious and advised the assistant of the Brown militia, Gabriel Garces, to confiscate the weapons they were carrying. The bailiff later testified that Gonzales said to obey but in a way that meant disgust. Ramirez Valderrain then commented to Gonzales, although he did not doubt his fidelity, and that of his companions to the king, but since he told them that those who had been raised were black, it was convenient for Caridad himself, and said his companions, to enter and be in a room that is in the same. Following this, the Coro military commander escorted the men to a bedroom, although he viewed the detention as a precaution rather than a necessity. The Longos remained in the room until the following day. But the men resisted their confinement. 5 months after the insurrection, Captain Nicolas Antonio de Nava, Don Juan de la Paz and the enslaved woman Gabriela Sarriga, declared that the Longos had repeatedly tried to escape. Nava affirmed that Gonzales constantly asked to be let go, saying that he, with his 22 armed blacks, would force himself to arrest all the rebels. At one point, Gonzales tried to attack the bedroom door. As it was closed and guarded by guards from the outside, Gonzales began putting his hands on the door. He tried to force it, which action he aimed at him with a trabuco and requiring him to hold back, otherwise he would get out. Nava added that Gonzales responded to the threat by removing his hands and remaining silent. The captain concluded that Gonzales did not speak again, and was annoyed when he heard a cannon fired at the mutineers. Hours later, the rebel force experienced its first defeat at the hands of Coro's Royal Army soldiery. After the decisive battle, in the early hours of May 12, 24 rebels were captured and escorted to the center of the city. According to Ramirez Valderrain, all the prisoners declared the following: that the black Luongo Joseph de la Caridad Gonzales, who was at court, and in that capital, claiming the captaincy of those of his nation, he had inspired 1,000 errors in the slaves and free blacks, telling them that for the former he had brought a royal certificate in which his majesty considered them free, and that the main subjects of the city had hidden it from him, and to the seconds that aiding their designs to the uprising with the slaves. They would be the ones who later sent in the Republic, in whose concert it is universal proof that the Zambo Leonardo Cabeza entered the main mutiny in the mountains. He had to be the one who gave the first movement in the fields, and when he went to the city he had to help the people who followed Joseph Caridad Gonzales. Coro authorities claimed that Gonzales had been telling blacks that the 1789 law on the treatment of enslaved persons was actually an emancipation pronouncement. They added that Gonzales was claiming that he had the evidence in his hands that the King of Spain himself had given him a copy of the decree during his visit in 1791. Immediately after the 24 insurgents were brutally beheaded, the bailiff ordered that Gonzales and the Longos were transferred from their home to the Coro prison. The bailiff later stated that Gonzales was killed during the transfer when he fled with 2 of the closest of his people. In September 1795, an administrator in Coro, Don Geronimo Tinoco, provided more details about what happened. In front of the prison door where the black men with their throats cut were lying, horrified without a doubt by that spectacle, Charidad's escort escaped, and he fled with 2 others who were followed by some of the same escort, and they were killed with sabers and spears a short distance away. Gonzales and his 2 companions died in a gruesome manner on the afternoon of May 12, 1795. Not only were they stabbed, but their murders took place amidst a macabre display of 24 decapitated bodies. Gonzales's struggle for land and arms ended in his gruesome death, as did the lives of his companions. The lives and deaths of the Coro Longos point to the meaning that land, autonomy, and sovereignty had for the revolutionaries of the region. Their desire for equality and independence was met with dehumanizing work, dependency, and white supremacy. Being deprived of land they felt they had the right to use, some Longos responded by forming a militia and fomenting a revolution. Once supreme power was taken, a new republic would be established, presumably similar to those semi-autonomous communities they had already created. The Longo comes. On July 7, 1775, the Dutch West India Company, CIO, compiled a catalogue of enslaved people escaped from Curaçao in the last 30 years. It was part of the company's effort to seek reparations from the Spanish crown, who had already granted refuge to these individuals in an attempt to hinder their Dutch rivals. The island masters reported that they had lost 537 people during this period. According to the company, absolutely all of them had settled in Coro. In their new home these individuals were known as Longos, whether or not they were descended from the African coast that bears this name. The Longos were a close-knit community residing in the city of Coro and in the semi-autonomous Cumbres of the Sierra. Cumbe was the term used in Venezuela to describe a settlement outside governmental and ecclesiastical control, although most Cumbres were made up of Maroons, formerly enslaved black people who illegally escaped their status. Maroon communities existed throughout the American continent, beginning with the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in the hemisphere. In North, South, and Central America, as well as in the Caribbean islands, settlements have been found. From a handful of individuals to thousands of them could inhabit these communes. Some communities lasted only a few days or weeks, while others existed for decades. Certain groups, such as those of the Longos, were legally authorized. But most lived under constant attack from white settlers. Despite these differences, there were striking similarities between the Maroon communities. Social, economic, and political structures were consistent across time and space, and the Longo Cumbres were no exception to this norm. According to the CIO registry, each year around 18 people fled slavery in Curaçao to live free in Coro. In almost all the Maroon communities of America, it happened that the vast majority were male. Women represented 79% of those who absconded during the period in question, which means that an average of 2 or 3 women escaped each year from Curaçao to Coro. Many of them took their children with them. 22 young people fled the island towards the province during this time. It should be noted that 16 of them came with their mothers. Only 6 boys traveled alone to Coro. It is evident that most of the men who settled in Coro were married and had children. But as a whole, women, 14.71%, and children, 4.1%, made up only 18.81% of the refugees, while adult men accounted for more than 81%. This means that the majority of Longo men married black women born in Venezuela. Gonzales's wife, for example, Josefa Leonarda de Pina, was born in Coro, was legally free, and classified sexually and by race as mulatto. Hundreds of people lived in the organized Longo communities. A month after the rebellion, the Coro City Council reported that they make up a numerous Congress united in houses and conocos, with a kind of economy and republics. The City Council added that the Cumbres were formidable entities because the Longos demand from their individuals a contribution that they deposit in the community funds for their public emergencies. 362 each household in the Cumbe had its own garden where families planted vegetables, such as cabbage and corn, and raised farm animals. Longos ate that in homes. In the documentation referring to the lands of Longos in the Sierra, the plural form of the term conoco, conocos, is usually used, which suggests that each Cumbe had more than one conoco. This is consistent with the model implemented in most Coro plantations, where enslaved individuals were assigned a parcel of land, with the idea that they could feed themselves and their families. This practice was also typical in the homelands of the Longos. On the agricultural customs in the Comes de los Longos, the evidence is scattered, but a more complete picture emerges when studying the practices of other Maroon communes in the Americas. In Venezuela, in September 1794, Miguel Guacamilla was apprehended after spending 10 years in a cumbe. After his arrest, Guacamilla spoke about the importance of the land in his ascent, stating that whoever refused to work the land was expelled from the community. The Trelawney Maroons of Jamaica farmed about 100 acres of land where they grew bananas, cassava, corn, and cash crops such as tobacco and cocoa. The women did most of the farming and the men raised the cattle. Agriculture was the main economic activity in the Palmares of Brazil, its most important crop being maize, which was grown on plantations twice a year. After the maize growing season, community members would take 2 weeks off. Resources were distributed equitably in the Maroon communities. Living in closed places and in precarious situations, staying together was of the utmost importance for these groups. Harmony was achieved by ensuring that everyone had their needs met. Likewise, there was little incentive to accumulate wealth, not only because of the small amount of goods available, but also because of the need to frequently uproot and move settlements. 368 In Cuba, most Maroon communities owned land in common, and it is safe to assume that distribution was carried out in a similar way. This is demonstrated by the name of the largest Maroon community in Cuba, Todos Tengo. Members of the Comes Longos also hunted, fished, and gathered wild fruits and vegetables. The Coro City Council affirmed that the Longo children dedicate themselves to picking free fruits. The collection of wild plants was a common practice in Maroon communities. Hunting and fishing were key sources of food for members of the Palmares community, as were manufacturing activities such as shaping ceramic bowls and weaving baskets, hats, and fans. The men of the Maroon communities of Jamaica hunted birds and trapped turtles, while both sexes engaged in the production of salt for local consumption. Agricultural goods including cash crops such as sugar, tobacco, and cocoa were consumed in Longo communities, but some were bartered in local markets. In their 1772 testimony, Bartolo y Curaçao affirmed that they cultivated land in La Chapa with fruits not only for the petitioners but also for the residents of that city. 374 Furthermore, as was seen in the last chapter, the member of the Brown Militia, Gabriel Garces, worked with the Longos to market some of the crops they grew. Although the Longo settlements in Coro were communal, there was a hierarchy of command where the leaders enjoyed some material advantages over the rest. 376 After obtaining the royal order, Gonzales rose to a position of power in his community. On June 2, a few weeks after the rebellion, Captain Don Manuel de Carrera wrote that Gonzales became also a regular or almost a slave who gave him gifts, cared for him and considered him so much that without fatigue or industry he lived leisurely and comfortably in the peaceful tranquility of the city. 377 Carrera added that Gonzales's followers were like his tributaries. 378 This representation is probably an exaggeration. Ramirez Valderrame also indicated that Gonzales held a special position within his community, but that this depended on the services he could provide to the group. The bailiff stated that Gonzales's wife, Depina, had come to him the year before the insurrection to denounce that the Longos were not providing her with the necessary support during Gonzales's absence. 379 But the bailiff assured that the Longos had reached this agreement with Gonzales and Depina, because he was in Madrid and Caracas running errands in the interest of the Black Luangos themselves. 380 Therefore, the service provided by his followers was in exchange for the assistance provided by Gonzales to the community. Bonds were further forged through language and custom. The city council testified that the Longos preserve their foreign dialect in the language with such accuracy that the upstarts cannot distinguish from the natives even if they are different. 381 Ramirez Valderrame reiterated this point in the months following the rebellion when he declared, he did not understand their conversations because it was in their Dutch or Guinean language. 382 Like Maroon settlements in other localities, the Longos practiced an open-door policy. Pretty much anyone who wanted to join the community was welcome. They may even have accepted slaves born in Venezuela who had escaped from their masters. 383 The Coms of the Longos also had their own legal system. The City Council of Coro testified that they have, with authority conferred by themselves, what they conceive according to their governance, arresting, pressing, and punishing according to their barbaric and despotic whim. 384 Like Maroon communities elsewhere, Longo communities had rules, regulations, honors, and sanctions based on their established laws. 385 But the Longos were not entirely outside the influence of the colonial authorities. As seen above, their land was confiscated and some were arrested because of their fight with a neighboring plantation owner. The Longos were also within the orbit of the Catholic Church. After the insurrection, the Coro City Council complained about the abundance of people from the lowest plebs. They claimed to have found evidence of the number of Longos in local baptismal records, which seems to indicate that most underwent the Catholic ceremony. But the council added that the Longos had not had spiritual support for more than a year. The Archbishop of Caracas, Mariano Martí, anticipated the city council's concern 21 years before the insurrection. He reported that the Sierra de Coro was highly populated and that many were blacks from the island of Curaçao. 387 Martí added that because the priests settled in towns near the mountains and not in the hills themselves, the Longos had lacked spiritual attention. Coro officials thought this lack of guidance along with the racist tropes they believed in led Longos toward criminal behavior. In the town hall report of 1795, they claimed that the conduct of the Longos is ravaged and incorrigible, and that the Coro prisons were full of these individuals, among whom the vast majority were incarcerated due to the theft of local haciendas. Indeed, some Longos may have engaged in theft of livestock, crops, and tools from neighboring plantations, as this was a common practice among Maroon communities in the hemisphere. 389 It is likely that 15 years before the insurrection, Gonzales himself had been wanted for robbery. In 1780, the Mayor Justice of Coro carried out an investigation against Joseph Colina, classified in racial terms as Pardo, and Joseph Charidad Moreno, whose surname indicates his black skin color. During this historical period, the spelling of names was not standardized. As a consequence, individuals' legal records included various ways of spelling their names. Colina and Charidad were accused of stealing crops and cattle from the Ador haciendas, adjacent to their cumbe. Several witnesses were appealed to testify that they had seen Colina stealing agricultural products. However, the accused denied having committed any crime. Joseph Charidad was never found or questioned about these accusations. Likewise, Colina's fate is not documented. Because the Joseph Charidad pursued in this case was never found, it is impossible to say if this is the same individual accused of orchestrating the insurrection. Although the Coro bailiff was conducting the investigation, Ador was 80 kilometers, 50 miles, from the city and 112 kilometers, 70 miles, from the mountains. Whether or not Gonzales is this person, the incident indicates that at least one inhabitant of a cumbe in the region was being wanted for theft of products from the haciendas. The political economy of the Comes de Longos in Coro was homologous to that of the Maroon communities in the Americas. Although unable to completely break with colonial control, some Maroon collectives enjoyed considerable autonomy. The Longos kept their native languages and developed new ones. They had their own legal system, although sometimes it got them into trouble with officials. To conclude, the Longos practiced an agrarian lifestyle in which the land, its fruits, and its game meat were available to all members. These practices were not created in a vacuum, they were based on the social relations of their countries of origin. Though he may have been born into slavery, world-renowned abolitionist Kaba Atabakugoano lived a carefree childhood. In his 1787 memoirs, the Gold Coast native wrote that his upbringing was filled with moments of peace and quiet. But like all children, He and his friends also enjoyed playing games, making messes and breaking the rules. They were often too adventurous and regularly went into the forest to gather fruit, catch birds, and enjoy those amusements that gave them so much pleasure. Cugoano was born in the coastal town of Ajamaco. His father was a companion to the town chief, so Cugoano grew up in a large residence with his relatives and other families. Following the customs of enslaved people in indigenous communities, Cugoano was sent to live with others during his childhood. He was first sent to live with the leader's nephew after he died, then moved in with his uncle, who had hundreds of relatives, implying that he had many wives and children. Although he may have been a slave, Cugoano apparently didn't know this because he was treated like a member of the family wherever he lived. But the young man's luck quickly changed. A group of infamous ruffians confronted him and his companions while on a routine outing. The assailants claimed that the boys had committed an offense against their master. When the boys tried to flee, the thugs stopped them, drawing pistols and cutlasses. The young people were kidnapped. After traveling a considerable distance, they were placed in separate houses. Desperate to return to his community, Cugoano spent 6 days at the residence of an unknown man. He refused to eat until the stranger promised to take him back to his uncle. Finally, Cugoano would eat a little fruit with him, but the man had lied. Cugoano would not return home. Soon the boy would face thugs of an even more nefarious nature. When I saw a lot of white people and I got scared because I thought they were going to eat me. The pale-faced men did not ingest the 13-year-old boy in the literal sense, but Cugoano's life would be consumed by the Atlantic slave trade. After his kidnapping, he worked as a slave in the Caribbean until he achieved freedom. Cugoano would then dedicate his life to denouncing the institution and seeking its destruction. Many of the Longos of Coro were enslaved in the same region and in the same manner as Cugoano. And being his contemporaries, some may have come across the renowned abolitionist at some point in their lives. These origins were not lost on Coro. Royal authorities generally referred to Maroons as Longos, but sometimes wrote Longo or Mina in official records. Mina was an ethnic indicator used in the Atlantic to refer to someone originally from the Gold Coast. The term Mina was taken from Elmina, the name given to the largest fort in the region. Elmina was a variant of the original name that the Portuguese gave to the castle, São Jorge da Mina. They referred to the region as Costa da Mina due to its large gold deposits. The social, political, and economic customs of the Costa da Mina, or the Gold Coast, shaped those of the Maroon settlements in the Americas. Collective breeding and cultivation came into contact with communal principles, in order to create a more economically egalitarian society. The heads of families, generally men, were responsible for the other members of the household, whose number could number in the dozens. This practice expanded to the levels of the city, the broad confederation of towns, and the kingdom. 398 The system was reinforced by the hegemonic conception of consanguinity, in which members of the community were considered relatives, brothers and sisters linked by a common ancestor. The region known as the Gold Coast would be roughly adjacent to present-day Ghana. The largest ethnic group in the territory was the Akan, who inhabited the forests of the interior of the coast that went upstream along the Black Volta. The Ga were the second largest ethnic group and lived primarily along the eastern seaboard. The indigenous peoples of the Gold Coast are known as Guan. During the 18th century, the Guan lived divided between the Akan and the Ga, however, they were mainly concentrated on the coast, near Winneba. The Ga and the Akan spoke Kwa languages, which were mutually intelligible. Although it is controversial when the two stragglers arrived on the Gold Coast, it was probably sometime in the 13th century. The Greater Asante Nation, the largest Akan state in the 18th century, was the most powerful indigenous society on the Gold Coast. 400 The Asante came to exercise authority during the 15th and 16th centuries, developing an agrarian society. The political organizations of the Akan, Ga, and Guan followed a social system based on the home. A typical dwelling was headed by a head of the family, who was usually a man and a father. Polygamy was common and the head of the house could have one or more wives. The residents also included unmarried children, married children, and their families, the mother of the householder, unmarried younger brothers and sisters, and the sons and daughters of the married sisters of the householder. Servants were also considered part of the family, therefore peons, as well as enslaved persons and their descendants, were regarded as relatives. 401 Agriculture was the basis of economic activity. The men, free and enslaved, cut down the forests to cultivate the land. This practice was the most labor-intensive aspect of production, yet most of this activity occurred once every 3 years. The men felled trees, and fenced and weeded the fields during the clearing season. The families farmed about 2.5 acres of land every 3 years before abandoning the land for new ones. The soil in the cleared fields had to be fallow every 3 years and could not be replanted until after the land had been reclaimed, which could take at least 10 years. The women and children harvested the crops, while the men tended the cattle. Families planted cereals, fruits, and vegetables, such as rice, corn, yams, cassava, and pineapple. The men of the families raised the cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, horses, and donkeys. 405 Planting and harvesting agricultural products may have required as little as 83 business days every 3 years. This would have given women and children ample time for the arts, education, and recreation, as well as for other economic activities, such as crafts and trade. During the 18th century, men used guns, spears, and bows and arrows for game that was intended both for consumption and for sale. Search teams left their homes early in the morning and returned at night with food and slash or ivory. An early 19th century Tatar traveler noted that hunters on the Gold Coast dipped their arrows in poison. Sometimes the hunters could lie in wait for their prey for days. Fishing was more important on the coast, where the men cast their lines and nets, and the women prepared the meat. Independent producers also mined gold. Women obtained much of the metal by sifting through riverbeds, loose alluvium deposits, and coastal sand. This activity was not taxed and anyone could do it. But local leaders also participated in gold mining as an industrial activity, employing enslaved men as miners. Before the slave trade took over the region's economy during the 17th century, gold was the main commodity traded to foreigners. In fact, since ancient Roman times, the peoples of the Gold Coast already supplied the metal to European markets. Asante groups considered themselves an extended nuclear family, so part of the role of the ruling class was to ensure that everyone had access to an equal share of their inheritance. In the 18th century, whoever sat on the golden stool was considered the head of state. The Queen Mother, who held the power of veto, assisted him in his duties. The older elders, who were in charge of the army, were next in the hierarchy. The occupant of the stool was the trustee of all the lands, but in practice, the trustees were the leaders or chiefs of the cities. These deputy chiefs were entrusted with the task of ensuring that all members of the community could farm. The head of the family was awarded a territory, which they then divided among each member of the household. Similarly, marketing and trade were free to all individuals and families, with minimal state interference. But Asante society was far from idyllic, and their rule had a host of enemies. Before the turn of the century, the Asante nation began to unify several cities surrounding Kumasi, which would later become their capital. By 1701, the group had grown so large that it began to refuse to pay tribute to the Denki Iras, who were the dominant kingdom at the time. Although the Asante managed to establish themselves as the ruling power of the Gold Coast, Denki Ira loyalists were still scattered throughout the region and refused to swear allegiance. Other towns refused to pay the amount of tribute that corresponded to them, while others rejected the military presence of the Asante. The country thus found itself in a continual flux of conflict, which fueled the Atlantic slave trade. Most of the people on the Gold Coast were enslaved by the war, regardless of whether they were kept in the region or sold to Europeans. Contemporary oral histories show that 31% of those surveyed considered the war to be very important for acquiring slaves, while 26% noted the importance of local markets. Kidnappings, tributes, and pawns registered 10% in the survey each. There were at least 63 slave markets that were indigenous to the Gold Coast. 30 of them were by the sea, while the remaining 33 lay scattered inland. 418 in these markets, enslaved individuals were traded for a variety of other products, such as cowrie shells, ivory, iron, weapons, and textiles. European wares were highly prized and always available. Salaga was the largest market in the region. It was 193 kilometers 120 miles northeast of Kumasi and 386 kilometers 240 miles from the coast. Buyers and sellers, from as far away as present-day Nigeria and Burkina Faso, traveled to these places to trade. The Salaga market was divided into two sections, the first for the slave trade and the second for the rest of the goods. The goods were placed on mats that lay on the ground. Enslaved people were chained in groups of 10 or 15, held in shackles at the neck's end. Waists. Many of these individuals never made it onto European ships and spent the rest of their lives as slaves on the Gold Coast. Slavery in the region was radically different from that in the Americas. Although enslaved people were marked by their condition, many of them enjoyed the same rights as some family members. They had the same freedom to plant, eat, trade, dress and receive protection. Enslaved people on the Gold Coast could have independent incomes, own property, and inherit their master's possessions. Slaves could also rise to positions of authority. In fact, 20% of the golden stools, or royal office appointments, were awarded to enslaved people. But slavery limited individuals' possibilities in life, and ultimately enslaved people were viewed as a separate, lower class. Enslaved men and women ate with the free women of the household, separate from the free men, of course. They were expected to dress modestly and to comply with the due prohibition on wearing gold. The status of enslaved people was never forgotten during their lives. It was not until the third or fourth generation that they began to be considered equal members of families. The societies of the Gold Coast modeled life in the combes of the Longos. In the West African region and in the Koro settlements, a political economy rooted in communal agriculture and reinforced by independent industry, hunting, gathering, and trade was practiced. Despite important divisions of class, ethnicity, gender, and politics, notions of consanguinity and an equitable distribution of resources united the communities of the Gold Coast. And La Costa de Longo was no different. La Costa de Longo, being the largest human warehouse in the world and home to a once dominant and mystical kingdom, the Costa de Longo managed to enchant the literary elite of Europe. This was most evident in France, whose formidable empire was run on the blood, sweat, and tears of Africans, many of them from the famous coast. Several French travelers visited the Longo region during the early modern age and published chronicles of their adventures on their return home. Perhaps the most notable title was Lévin Bonaventure Proart's 1776 book, Histoire de Longo, Kakongo, et autres royaumes d'Afrique. Proart devoted almost half of his 400-page proto-ethnographic work to the study of social customs on the coast, religious practices, marriage ceremonies, family relationships, language, commerce, and government. He described the people of the region as humane and helpful, even to strangers and those from whom they expect nothing in return. They were willing to share what little they had with those they knew needed it. To conclude, he added, if they are satisfied with their hunting or fishing, and have obtained some rare prey, they run to notify their friends and neighbors, taking their corresponding portion. Typical of travelers' accounts during the period, Proart painted a picture of a benevolent but backward people. Given the temporal proximity of the text to the French Revolution and the great treatises on the equality of man, one might think that it was the fantastic representation of a utopian who projected his ideals on a foreign society. But if this is the case, Proart does not meet the requirements. he was a devout Catholic and a loyal servant of Louis XVI. Staunch and notable opponent of the French Revolution, author of a fierce biography of Maximilien Robespierre, called Vet Crime de Robespierre, Surnomme Le Tyran, Life and Crimes of Robespierre, better known as the Tyrant. Although condescending and unrealistic, Proart's account of the Costa de Longo provides unusual first-hand details that cannot be found anywhere else. During the 18th century, the Costa de Longo was home to three ethnic groups that had their respective kings and trading ports. The villas of the Longo kingdom were the dominant social order for much of the early modern period until the Ngoyo and Kakongo kingdoms gained independence in the mid-18th century. The Kingdom of Longo was 193 kilometers 120 miles long and stretched from the Chi-Longo River to the Banya Lagoon. Composed of 4 provinces, among which Longiri, also known as Longo, housed the capital of Bouali and was the main commercial point of Longo Bay. The people of the Kingdom of Ngoyo, known as Wayos, occupied the port of Cabinda. The smallest of the 3 kingdoms, the Kakongo, was of the Kachi ethnic group that had its port in Malamba. The 3 political entities had similar cultural and institutional practices and spoke mutually intelligible dialects of Kikongo, the Bantu language. Households on the Costa de Longo were made up of between 10 and 40 people who practiced collective farming. The women of the family planted and harvested the fields with products such as beans, cassava, yams, and corn. Free men, and probably slaves as well, cleared a portion of the forest once a year. They then fenced off the land and set up traps to keep the animals out. Yams were an important food source in the diet of families. The women harvested the vegetables 10 months after planting them, stacked them with the help of the men, and then left the land fallow. However, herbs and vegetables grew during this period and added to the family's food harvest. A small part of the land was kept for the cultivation of vegetables, until a new field was planted. Households needed 10 times the amount of land they farmed to support themselves. This means that the fresh fields moved further away from the city over time. About once every 10 years, a village would migrate to new lands once the distance became too great. But agriculture was meant to produce only 40% of the household food supply. Animal traps constantly supplied meat. Families also fished, hunted, cultivated colonies of edible insects, and gathered fruits and vegetables. Households also made ceramics, fabrics, and baskets, which they bartered for food. As in the Gold Coast, the societies of the Longo Coast conceived of themselves as an expanded version of the home. 3 interlocking zones formed the basis of society: the district, the village, and the home. The house was run by a polygamous man who played the role of father to a multitude of relatives and servants, as well as friends. Marriages materialized through various processes. Sisters could be exchanged between heads of families, married as a form of payment, or given away. Women could be forced into marriage when the loser of a war granted them as compensation, or in unusual cases, when they were kidnapped. The structure of the village followed a logic similar to that of the home. Each town had a leader who earned his title, rather than inheriting it. The towns had about 100 inhabitants who shared 3 to 10 rectangular dwellings located along a road or in a square. Each town had a communal shed, which was shared by all residents, for activities such as weaving, carpentry, and blacksmithing. Each village had a central area designated for community meetings, which included those of the village leader and his council. It was here that plans were collectively formulated and disputes resolved. The village leader commanded the respect of all the residents. He and his household were always given the lion's share of the spoils of a hunt, and invariably the most emblematic sacrificed animals, such as the leopard, were dedicated to them. Finally, the district was a loosely organized confederation of towns adopting a common identity. The district did not have a leader in charge of his care. Rather, neighboring chiefs communicated with each other to discuss matters of mutual interest. When entire peoples migrated every 10 years to work on new lands, they tended to stay in the vicinity of their district, which had the effect of creating and maintaining a group identity. For much of the 18th century, the Kingdom of Longo united the coastal districts. Before the kingdoms of Ngoyo and Kakongo gained their independence, they were linked to the Kingdom of Longo as minor tribute-paying partners. 433 But even after having separated from the Longo crown, they continued to pay some taxes. The king of Longo, known as the Malongo, occupied the throne in the city of Biwuli, located a few kilometers from the coast. Unlike the leaders of the towns and the king of Asante, the title of King Longo was hereditary. However, Proart notes that the wealth of the Malongo was not radically superior to that of the commoners. The Frenchman testified that his palace consisted of only 5 or 6 houses, a little larger than those of the average family. All towns and households paid tribute to the king, but the amount was proportional to their means. Households with fewer members and less land paid a lower rate compared to those with more. Tribute payments were made in both labor and kind, and were collected by royal officials during their regular visits. In the mid-18th century, the Kingdom of Longo witnessed the rise of merchants who gained influence through their involvement in the slave trade. Although prominent, the merchants known as Mayfuk were not wealthy. Proart wrote, "The burghers have nothing to distinguish them from the villagers, they are not better dressed, nor do they have better housing. The bourgeoisie of the capital works in the fields, just like the peasant women of the smallest hamlet." But despite their lack of wealth, the rise of the Mayfuk eroded the power of the Malongo, contributing to a political collapse in the region and leading to war. After the Kakongo and Ngoyo crowns became independent from the Malongo, they began to receive threats from groups located inland. The organized societies of the interior were eager to get rid of the intermediary agents of the Ngoyo and the Kakongo, thus becoming the direct suppliers of enslaved people to the Europeans. The struggles that the two breakaway Longo states waged for legitimacy also contributed to the outbreak of civil wars, which coincided with the height of the slave trade, which occurred between 1763 and 1793. The Mayfuk, who lived mainly along the coast or near it, they also began to fight for territory. However, it is important to note that the war on the Longo coast was not as destructive as it was in Europe and its colonies. Two types of wars were fought during the proto-colonial period: restricted wars and destructive wars. Restricted wars, by far the most common form of warfare, were fought under strict rules. The leaders of the two conflicting communities met to agree on the day the battle would take place. The two parties would meet face to face on the borders of the two conflicting districts. After 1 or 2 men were seriously injured or killed, peace negotiations began and compensation was agreed upon. Destructive wars were extremely rare. The term destructive war comes from the Bantu word for to burn, because the losing communities were reduced to ashes. These campaigns were designed to destroy or drive off an enemy, seize their lands, and subordinate the defeated. Viewed in this context, Koro's rebellion had all the qualities of a destructive war. But the result of all conflict, whether restricted or destructive, was slavery. The losing side ceded possession of enslaved people to the winner, just as some members of free communities could be made slaves and handed over to the victorious faction. Many of these individuals would later be sold to Europeans. People were enslaved not only through warfare, but also through kidnapping, inheritance, and most impressively, criminal prosecution. Fines for crimes such as fighting, non-payment of debts, and witchcraft increased throughout the 18th century due to the stimulus provided by the slave trade. It was more and more frequent to punish these crimes with slavery. But many enslaved people lived their lives in Longo, being part of an institution similar to the one that operated on the Gold Coast. Writing about his travels in 1786, the Frenchman Louis de Grandpré stated, "Many servants are slaves and they are subject to the whims of their master, who sells them according to his will." But the visitor noted that the practice differed from that implemented in the Americas. He wrote, "Although the law places them there as slaves, either their wealth gives them a protective consideration, or a long affiliation in their places of residence has made them so natural that their master will be afraid to sell them. De Grand Pré observed that although enslaved people were considered a lower class than ordinary citizens and could be sold on a whim, they also had the right to assert themselves and to acquire property and power for themselves. Although violent conflicts prevailed during certain periods, and class, ethnic, and gender divisions were a permanent feature of life, the communities of the Costa de Longo acted on the basis that each member of the group was entitled to a fair share of the benefits. Means. Kings, chiefs, and merchants were not much wealthier than commoners or even enslaved individuals. Political and economic practices were carried out in such a way as to guarantee everyone access to clothing, shelter, and food. These customs are observed in the Longo comes, and are at least partially responsible for the egalitarian notions embraced by the Coro insurgents. Conclusions. Shortly after Gonzales and his 2 anonymous companions were murdered, 9 other Longos would suffer the same fate. On the night of May 14, their wives tried to bribe a jailer to let their husbands escape. But their plan was quickly foiled and the women were imprisoned. The next day, Ramirez Valderrame beheaded the 9 Longos. On May 23, the soon-to-be disgraced sheriff continued his brutal acts of punishment. He sentenced 53 people, including 22 Longos, to terrible fates, distinguished only by their degrees of fatality. He decided that 21 legally free and enslaved blacks would have their throats slit. 3 enslaved women, Polonia, Juana Antonia, and Trinidad, would receive 200 lashes each and, if they survived the sentence, would be sold outside Coro. 7 indigenous people were sentenced to 10 years of forced labor in Puerto Cabello. The 22 Longos were put in captivity together with the indigenous prisoners for 6 years, to serve His Majesty with rations and without pay. It is unknown if these newly enslaved people survived their new duties. Shortly after the sentences were passed, Commander Francisco Jacket ordered more Longos to be detained and sent to Puerto Cabello. On June 7, the captain declared, "Confer with the Mayor Justice on whether it is appropriate to expatriate the black Luangos, or mines." 5 days later, Jacket made the situation clear to the Captain General, stating that there were 250 free blacks and browns living in the Sierra. These individuals, added to the haciendas without domicile or property, corrupting the servants with their depraved customs, and most of them participated in the rebellion to steal, or as effective accomplices, difficult to prove to many. Jacket added that the Longos from the Sierra should be taken to Puerto Cabello because if they are not totally expatriated, this land will not be secured. Weeks later, Jacket and Ramirez Valderrame partially fulfilled their wish. Not all Longos were arrested, but 42 adult men and 10 of their minor children were taken from their homes and sent to labor camps. But the Puerto Cabello authorities rejected the imposition. The captain of the city, Antonio Gililmay, reported that the Longos had arrived and, protesting, said, "There is no longer where to receive more prisoners without serious danger to their safety because there are no more warehouses, jails, or other places where they can be secured." Gililmay suggested that if the Coro authorities continued to send more captives, they should be transferred to Caracas, since Puerto Cabello simply could not feed or house any more inmates. The Royal Court of Caracas had the task of finding a solution to this crisis. On September 28, they ruled that, due to the impossibility of retaining the Longos in Puerto Cabello, they should be sent to fight for Spain in its war against revolutionary France. In this way the prisoners were sent to the Baxiles de la Escuadra for the duration of the war. But more than a year later, the audiencia took an unexpected turn. On December 10, 1796, he declared, "Entirely free of complicity in the expressed uprising of the Black Luangos, and that they are faithful servants of the king and the public, ordering that they be returned to the care of their homes and families." The court added that, whether in Caracas, Puerto Cabello, or fighting for the king overseas, all Longos were to be brought back to Coro. After spending a year and a half in jail and or fighting in Saint Domingue, the Longos were unexpectedly found innocent. The audiencia's statement brings as many questions as answers to the table. Gonzales and the other Longos killed were not mentioned in the court ruling. Therefore, it remains unclear whether or not they were also found innocent. Perhaps feeling confident that victory at Coro was guaranteed, the court may have determined that the Longos were no longer a threat. It is possible that he succumbed to the pressure exerted by the relatives of the prisoners and the affected interests, who demanded his return home. Or perhaps the court found indisputable evidence that exonerated the Longos. However, if this last scenario had occurred, the court did not provide details. Although the exact history may never be known, it is clear that at least a handful of Longos participated in the 1795 insurrection. And it is easy to see why. Although legally free, the Longos were forced to fight for their land and consequently faced severe penalties for their resistance. Like the rest of the free people of Coro, the Longos were also victims of excessive taxes and lived at the mercy of capricious authorities. Difficulties like these encouraged the Coro revolutionaries to take up arms and establish a society free from degrading inequalities. The equitable political and economic systems of the autochthonous cities of West and West Central Africa provided a model for a new republic, as it did for the maroon communities of the Americas, including the Coms of the Longos. Communal production in the towns of the Gold Coast and Longo ensured material parity within these societies. Under this system, subsistence was assured and production limited. This prevented the production of a large surplus that could be usurped by high-ranking members of the population. Although external markets were able to distort this political economy, they were unable to reshape its essence. Combined with the egalitarian tendencies of the Atlantic and the harsh conditions in which the rebels lived, this experience of concrete equality created a powder keg capable of exploding in the Coro plantation system at any moment. But the blacks of the region were not the only ones who imagined a more just political economic order. The indigenous rebels of Coro were also buoyed by dreams of a communal society built on the ashes of colonial rule. While the center of the city of Coro witnessed the atrocities committed, José Leonardo Chirino and the insurgents of the Sierra planned their revenge. They settled in the Macanillas plantation, with the intention of planning and launching attacks. Following their defeats, the rebels solicited support from Picaya, a town in Ajaguas 15 miles, 24 kilometers, to the southeast. Chirino himself wrote a message to the native authorities of the town. Mr. Cacique, and Mr. Capitan, and Mr. Governator, my dear gentlemen, finding myself in this effort to see if these breasts that kill us will end, proposing to you the people that they can give me, to go make a good entrance to Coro, to see if we catch him, to have some relief, with that, they will not pay delay, and that is how much is offered for now, pray to God to keep me for many years. From your most affectionate servant who kisses your hands, Joseph Leonardo Chirino. Born to an indigenous mother in the Ajagua town of Pedregal, Chirino sought the support of the responsible authorities Governor Don Joseph Bernardino Carencio, Cacique Don Balthasar Carencio, and Captain Don Juan Ignocencio Tua. After the note was written, a rebel Caquetio named Juan de Mata was commissioned to deliver the letter. Chirino realized that the rebels had common cause with the Ajaguas. He realized that they also wanted to get rid of the breasts of taxes. The indigenous peoples of Coro rejected these impositions. Despite having suffered hundreds of years of European rule, indigenous peasants engaged in certain economic activities that ran counter to Coro's tributary system, if not to the very nature of colonialism. But at the time of the insurrection, a drastic increase in the Alcabala levy further alienated the Indians from the lifestyles they cherished. This reduced their capacity for self-subsistence and forced them to supplement indigenous labor practices with wage labor on ranches and plantations. This burden was even worse if one considered the other taxes that the Indians were already obligated to pay, tributes, contributions to the church, and the corregidor's fees, which supported the colonial office dedicated to policing the Indian communities. As for Chirino's letter, it seems that the Ajagua leaders never received it. Months after the insurrection, the governor of Picaya denied having received it and added that he had never met Chirino, nor heard anything about him. The corregidor of Picaya, Don Hilario Bustos, seconded the governor's statement when he recounted his story of how he had been kidnapped by blacks. Bustos declared, because it is a work day, he is always helpless from the Indians, and neighbors who are attending to their crops, and laborers. I was suddenly attacked by more than 30 blacks armed with shotguns, boats, machetes, and tasises, who seized me. As corregidor, Bustos was in charge of ensuring that the indigenous people paid their taxes and were busy working. His account was meant to indicate that the Indians under his surveillance, including those from Picaya, were not involved in the insurrection. But Bustos's argument had some inaccuracies. Although the indigenous communities did not officially participate in the rebellion, some indigenous individuals were deeply involved from the beginning, since in the end, the revolutionary leader himself was indigenous. When the first actions occurred on the night of May 10, 2 of the 4 men who were by Chirino's side were indigenous. These individuals, Juan de los Santos, a Quequitio from Carrizal, and Pedro Coyo, an Ajigua, helped their accomplices kill Don Joseph de Martinez. People of indigenous descent continued to participate in the hours that followed. Like Chirino, the Free Zambos Candelario and Juan Cristobal were residents of the El Socorro Hacienda, and they were also among the first to take up arms. Juan de Matos, the rebel Quequitio in charge of carrying Chirino's message to Picaya, lived in Macanillas and was at the leader's side during the first days of the insurrection. As mentioned in the first chapter, it appears that the Ajigua, Juan de Jesus de Lugo, also participated in the uprising despite having declared his innocence. However, not all of the rebels were recorded along with their racial classification in the surviving documents. Therefore, it is impossible to know exactly how many indigenous people participated. Despite this, it is known that there were many. But the indigenous people also played a decisive role as soldiers for the crown. These efforts began on May 11, the day rumors of the rebellion reached Coro, and several indigenous people organized themselves into contingents at the house of the mayor, Ramirez Valderrain. Later that same day, 2 Quequitios from Carrizal, Cipriano Antonio Gonzalez and Lorenzo Reyes Diaz, were wounded in the Battle of Cajarao and would die from their injuries. During the decisive battle, on the morning of May 12, 84 Quequitios made up almost 40% of the soldiers who stopped the further advance of the rebels. Outnumbered, the colonial forces had to rely on the Quequitios, their bows, arrows, and their veterans to crush the rebellion. The Quequitios, who constituted 90% of the indigenous population of Coro, defended the crown, which was their obligation. The people were loyal to the metropolis since the conquest, and for this reason their reward was freedom, exemption from slavery, the encomienda annual peonage service, and the payment of indigenous taxes. But these supposed freedoms were also traded for contemporary allegiances, including conscription. This arrangement paid off greatly for colonial officials, especially during the insurrection of 1795. While the Quequitios were exempt from taxes, the Ajiguas and Ayamans did not suffer the same fate. It could be assumed that these communities sided with the insurgents, but this was not necessarily the case. On the morning of May 15, Ramirez Valderrain sent 2 expeditions of 100 men each to the mountains to capture the rebels who were still in arms. Don Juan Ramos de Chavez led one of the 2 expeditions, which included 104 men. 84 of these soldiers were Ajiguas from Picaya, Pedregal, and San Luis. The other contingent included a number of Quequitios, although it is not clear how many. These expeditions resulted in the capture of 35 suspected rebels who were executed 3 days later. The 84 Ajiguas who fought were promised exemption from paying tribute in exchange for their efforts. Indigenous participation in the 1795 insurrection, as well as in its suppression, was the product of a racialized labor system in which the indigenous played a fundamental role. A drastic increase in alcabala collection outraged legally free people in the region, including indigenous people. These burdens prevented indigenous peasants from meeting their needs for shelter, clothing, and adequate food, and alienated them from the equitable social practices that they valued so highly. This increase in oppression motivated some indigenous peoples to unleash a revolutionary movement and others to seek help in exchange for helping the crown. This chapter tells the story of indigenous labor in Coro, its importance to the functioning of colonial society, and its role in the anti-slavery revolution. Indigenous work until 1721. Legend has it that during the time of the conquest, the chief of the Quequetíos, known as Manor, met with the conqueror Juan Martínez de Ampez. According to this story, the celebrated commanders agreed to a deal that would benefit both. Ampez would prevent the Europeans from enslaving the Quequetíos, sending them to kidnap their rivals. In exchange, Manor allowed Ampez, the first governor of Venezuela, to found the city of Coro. Some say the meeting never happened, but hardly anyone disputes that a deal was negotiated. Ampez was not the first European to try to dominate the people and soils of Tierra Firme, that northern coastal strip of South America that would later be known as Venezuela. The first attempt occurred in 1498 under the command of Christopher Columbus. He explored the eastern region of contemporary Venezuela to enslave the indigenous people and sell them to Spain. The following year, another conqueror, Alonso de Ojeda, was the first to inspect the future bases of what would become Coro with the intention of enslaving its indigenous people. 464 2 years later, Ojeda returned with authorization from Queen Isabel, to that place that the locals called Totoricaba. This license gave him Spanish authority to establish a new colony. But the Quequetío soldiers conquered the conqueror and expelled him from the region. Similar operations continued until 1511 when things changed. That year, Queen Elizabeth declared war on the Caribs, any indigenous people who resisted colonization. Shortly after, 2,000 Quequetíos from Totoricaba were enslaved and sent to forced labor in Santo Domingo. This last fact provoked the conquest of Coro by Ampez. Some of the Quequetíos who were enslaved would end up working on the property of the budding conqueror, located in Hispaniola. Ampez was impressed with his human property, his supposed dedication to Christianity and his alleged extraordinary work ethic. In 1520, Ampez requested and received royal permission to found a settlement on the island of Curaçao. Ampez took his Quequetío slaves with him and used some of them to establish relations with Cacique Manor. The agreement with Manor was a land appropriation that stripped the peoples of the region of their sovereignty and laid the foundations for the Coro that would burn in 1795. During the pre-colonial period, the indigenous societies adopted a structure similar to those belonging to the Costas de Gold and Longo. Households were organized under a sexual and generational division of labor in which resources were sought collectively and shared equitably. This theory and practice moved to peoples and societies. At the time of the conquest, 4 indigenous peoples inhabited the region: Quequetíos, Jirajaras, Ajiguas, and Ayamans. Of the 4 groups, the Quequetíos were the most numerous and the longest established, but not much is known about them. They were an Arawak-speaking people who arrived in Coro between 10,000 and 12,000 years ago. 467 During the conquest, the Quequetíos inhabited much of the coastal region of the future province of Venezuela, including Coro. They also covered lands in the interior of the country, reaching contemporary Barquisimeto. The Quequetíos also lived on the islands that would soon be known as Aruba, Bonaire, and Curaçao. These settlements maintained close connections with the mainland before and after the conquest. When the 1795 rebellion broke out, there were 7,000 Quequetíos in Coro, which was equivalent to 26% of the population. Before the conquest, the Quequetíos were formed by a sedentary agricultural society where a cacique ruled, but power was spread to towns and families. The villages were structured under the ideal of the family, where all members of the community were considered descendants of the same ancestor. The structure of the household varied from one town to another, although certain characteristics were shared. The houses usually housed between 5 and 6 nuclear families that were closely related to each other. The village land was common property and homes, keeping distance from each other, were built in the middle of the fields. Polygamy was practiced, but it was probably reserved for the important members of each region. The father of the household assigned tasks to the minor members of the family group. The men cleared and prepared the fields, while the women planted and harvested crops such as corn, potatoes, cassava, pineapple, and tobacco. The men fished and hunted, unlike the women and children who gathered fruit. The men made axes, knives, spears, bows and arrows, while the women wove the hammocks where people slept and made the pottery from which they ate. Each town carried out certain economic activities together, while others were carried out at the household level. Because the fields were shared, agriculture was implemented cooperatively between neighbors. Hunting and fishing were done in groups of men from different households. Fishing was particularly important to the coastal communities. The hunting of armadillos, deer, moose, and rabbits was also carried out collectively by groups of men. Each household collected their own fruits and vegetables from the wild. Although towns and households were largely self-sufficient, individuals also traded and paid tribute to the cacique. Salt, tobacco, gold, corn, hammocks, salted fish, and smoked meat were traded in local markets. Pueblo leaders, who earned their titles through merit, were responsible for collecting ordinary tributes from the members of the pueblo and transporting them to Manor. The cacique was considered a divinity and was venerated in the appropriate way. European chroniclers from the early 16th century wrote that Manor's followers carried him on their shoulders so that his feet did not touch the ground. Little is known about the pre-colonial Quequetíos, and even less about the Jirajaras, Ajiguas, and Ayamans. According to the conquerors, the Jirajaras were the second largest group in the region at the time of the conquest. They lived in the mountains and south of it. The Jirajaras and the Ayamans spoke Jirajara, a language exclusive to these two groups. The Ajiguas occupied the mountainous areas to the west of the Sierra, in the settlements that would later be known as San Luis, Piquea, and Pedregal. Like the Quequetíos, the Ajiguas were Arawak speakers. All of these groups were known to hunt and gather their food, although it is likely that they also engaged in agriculture. It is unknown if the ethnic groups paid tribute to the Quequetío leaders, but it is important to point out that the Jirajaras were the enemies of the dominant group during the conquest. Ampis would eventually lose the city of Coro to European rivals, but the relatively privileged position of the Quequetíos would continue throughout the colonial period. Ampis's plans would be ruined a year after the founding of Coro, when the Spanish crown ceded the exclusive rights to tierra firme to the German banking family, the Welsers. The Welsers eroded the Ampis agreements with the Quequetíos. But once the Spanish crown re-established its rule over Venezuela in 1539, the province's bishop, Rodrigo Bastidas, declared the Quequetíos to be friends, good people, kind and loyal vassals of the Spanish crown. With this ruling, Bastidas declared the Quequetíos exempt from encomienda service, unlike the rest of the indigenous population. Little is known about the encomienda in Coro, but in other parts of Venezuela it was practiced on a rotating basis. The indigenous workers had to work for an encomendero for a month without pay, in order to return home for 2 months. The encomienda was abolished in 1721 and, from then on, the Jirajaras, Ajiguas and Ayamans peoples of Coro began to pay tribute. The Spanish invasion of Totoricaba terrorized the indigenous peoples and transformed the political and economic systems of the region. The community principles and practices that guided indigenous peoples were replaced by slavery, encomienda, and colonial rule. These last changes would determine the structure of indigenous work in the 18th century, and would influence the outcome of the 1795 insurrection. But despite the impositions, the indigenous people of Coro would continue to celebrate their communal creeds at least until it was impossible for them. Indigenous labor from 1721 to 1795. On April 14, 1788, the treasurer of Puerto Cabello wrote a rather agitated letter to the governor of Venezuela regarding the indigenous tribute. Miguel de Bastera begged the Captain General to tell Coro to stop sending him more coquizza cactus-like plants that served as tribute payments. For years, Coro's treasurers shipped coquizza and hammocks to the seaport, where they were auctioned off to the public. Coquizza was the raw material used in the manufacture of hammocks, ropes and, of particular importance to Puerto Cabello, nets for large-scale fishing. But Bastera had had enough of this product. Nobody wanted it. In the warehouses he accumulated mountains of this product, and when he was able to sell the merchandise, he did so at a fraction of its supposed value. Each head of coquizza was intended to be worth 1 real, but they were only sold for half this price. Each hammock was expected to sell for 8 reals or 1 peso, but could only sell for 3 reals. Since his district was responsible for defraying transportation costs, Puerto Cabello was losing heavily due to useless tributes from Coro. Venezuela's governor during this period, Juan de Guillermo, responded by contacting Coro's treasurer to see if his taxpayers could pay with a more useful product. But José de Navarrete rejected the proposal, stating that the indigenous people of Coro had nothing more to contribute. The treasurer added, "The great poverty of the natives, and the misery of the situations of their peoples, does not provide them with any way to support themselves or dress, much less to preserve the subsistence of their families." But to reach an agreement, Navarrete stated that from then on he would only accept hammocks as payment and would reject the coquizza used to produce them. Despite the pact, the treasurer of Puerto Cabello finally got what he wanted. All transfers of indigenous tribute from Coro stopped the following year. But if the payment of taxes was a burden for the royal administrators, for the natives it was a real martyrdom. Hammocks and coquizza were the most useful and tangible products they could produce. But the plant was hard to come by. According to Navarrete, there was a time when coquizza was accessible, but this was no longer the case. Getting it at the end of the 18th century was a difficult and long process. The total sum of tributes varied from one town to another, from 1 peso to 4 pesos and 6 reals a year. In San Luis and Picaya, married men paid 2 pesos a year, while single men over 18 paid half. In Chirino's birthplace, Pedregal, married men paid 4 pesos and 6 reals a year, while those over 18 and single paid 2 pesos and 6 reals. But the payment of tributes was only one of the many ways in which the indigenous workforce was usurped. The indigenous peoples were also responsible for carrying out mandatory military patrols, as well as paying a series of fees corresponding to the alcabala, the corregidor's stipends, and church contributions. Some of these amounts to pay were as high as the tribute. The Girajaras, Ajiguas, and Ayamans were exempt from military service, but all other payments were required of them. Although the Quequetillos were exempt from paying taxes and the corregidor's fees, they were exploited in all other areas. The Quequetillos formed voluntary patrols during religious festivals and times of war. Nearing the Christmas season, 18 months before the rebellion, the Quequetillos were forced to guard the city of Coro. The previous year, the main custodian of the port of Coro, La Vila, stated that Quequetillos from Carrizal had protected this post during Holy Week, while those from Acurigua had guarded other places. Since the Quequetillos of Cumaribo defended La Vila in times of war, the conflict with revolutionary France and Saint-Domingue continued. When the insurrection broke out, they were guarding the port with the intention of warning the authorities of any incoming ships. But probably the most despised institution was the alcabala, a sales and transportation tax levied on residents throughout Spain and its colonies. In 1342, it was imposed for the first time in Spain, in order to raise funds for the crown's fight against the Moors. 487 in Venezuela, the lien entered into force for the first time on August 4, 1596, for a period of 9 years. The alcabala was reinstalled from 1624 to 1630, until, in 1652, King Philip IV made it a permanent institution in Venezuela. The alcabala would be charged at 2% on all transactions, whether exchanges in currency or in kind, and payments could be made in the same way. 489 On July 1, 1753, the governor of Venezuela, Don Felipe Ricardos, increased the alcabala payment to 5%, the rate enforced during the time of the insurrection. But the authorities of Coro did not always appreciate the importance of the alcabala, at least not, according to the opinion of Don José de Abalos, who pronounced himself after assuming the position of treasurer. The complainant stated that from 1765 to 1766 in several towns in the Coro region 8 months were missing from the payment of alcabalas, insinuating that the payments had been embezzled. Just as troubling, Abalos added that Coro's previous treasurers had failed to collect alcabala on all the goods that had been transported, bought, and sold. As an example, the new treasurer stated that, in the previous 2 years, Coro had only collected taxes on the sale of 1,500 bovines. This was alarming, since during the period in question this number was sold 10 times. In addition, Abalos stated that the Coro treasury did not collect the alcabala on corn and cassava, which were perhaps the 2 most important food products marketed. 492 Thanks, in part to Abalos, alcabala revenues increased once Don Francisco de Iturbide took office in 1792. From 1788 to 1791, Coro's treasury averaged an income of more than 3,396 pesos a year, product of the sales tax in 1792. The Iturbide administration collected 8,096 pesos, more than double what was recorded the previous year. This number increased again to 9,036 pesos in 1793 and skyrocketed to 10,939 pesos in 1794. 495 Between 1792 and 1794, the Coro treasury collected almost 3 times the amount collected in the previous 3 years. This would lead directly to the insurrection of 1795. The Coro revolutionaries demanded the abolition of the alcabala as one of their central demands. On June 2, 1795, Don Manuel de Carrera wrote a memorial from his post in the Sierra de Coro that recounted how outraged the rebels were over the tax and how much they hated Iturbide. Carrera alleged that Chirino had ordered the rebels to kill Joseph de Telleria, since he had not found a solution to the town's claims on the alcabala. Carrera wrote that, according to the insurgents, they had suffered violations by Treasurer Don Juan Manuel de Iturbide and his administrator Luis Barchena. Carrera added that the rebels accused Telleria of seeing with indifference the unjust afflictions of the poor, which led to his assassination. 497 Low-income people of color were victims of harassment by alcabala collectors. As mentioned in the introduction, Telleria's widow, Dona Maria Josefa Rosalo, quoted Chirino, who stated, "Telleria did not prevent the Coro tax collector from collecting the alcabala with such excess and rigor." He then added that the whites were in cahoots with the tax collector so as not to have to pay. In this way the entire weight of the contributions fell into the arms of the poor. Chirino's analysis was confirmed by Captain Francisco Jacket weeks after the rebellion. The commander affirmed that many Quechuatillos had complained about the excess taxed by the alcabala. According to Jacket, people were routinely forced to hand over their personal belongings, such as shirts and earrings, if they did not have money in kind to pay taxes on the goods they were transporting. 499 The situation of indigenous women was particularly precarious given that they were responsible for commercialization. Many women worked in their families' fields and traveled long distances to sell their products. Just 6 weeks after the rebellion, Maria Flores, a widow from the Quechuatillos town of Santa Ana, claimed that an alcabala collector had taken 25% of her corn even though the rate at the time was 5%. 500 The colonial state depended on taxes such as the alcabala in order to function, but the genesis and expansion of the tax went hand in hand with the production of plantations and haciendas. During the aftermath of the insurrection, the authorities stated that there were 150 plantations and haciendas in the Coro region. Of these, 95 were dedicated to raising 29,000 head of cattle per year. The authorities only listed 7 cocoa plantations. Although they did not include the number of sugar plantations, it is likely that most of the remaining 48 farms were dedicated to this activity. 501 But the labor market in Coro was not very well developed. Most people were not employed for full-time work, but instead used work on plantations and ranches to supplement their independent subsistence practices. An average plantation hired around 30 enslaved and legally free individuals. Therefore, the 150 haciendas in the region came to employ approximately 4,500 people. This represented only 17% of the population of Coro. Given that 74% of the region were legally free people of African and/or indigenous descent, the alcabala had the effect of encouraging peasants to work on plantations and haciendas for wages. The payment of taxes for transport and commercialization reduced the independent earnings of small farmers, thus encouraging the working day. The imposition of the alcabala prevented people from selling their products as they used to before the tax, since they were forced to give up at least 5% of the products they transported and sold. In addition to serving as a major source of state revenue, the alcabala forced people into local labor markets. Going back to the comments that Chirino made to Rossello, Jose Leonardo stated that the Coro tax collector was collecting the alcabala excessively and rigorously. The excess commented by Chirino is a reference to experiences such as that of Maria Flores when she was charged a 25% sales tax instead of the corresponding 5%. The rigor referred to by Chirino was the implementation of a stricter tax policy to replace the lax policy that prevailed before the Iturbide administration. However, the alcabala was not the only tax that burdened the poor. The Catholic Church also collected taxes. During his inspection of the Coro district, Martí highlighted the contributions that the indigenous people of the Sierra gave to the corregidors and priests. Only the tributary towns of Coro had corregidors. However, all the others had priests. The duties of the priests varied from one town to another. But essentially, they had to make sure that all the children attended church twice a day and were instructed in Spanish. The priests were also tasked with ensuring that adults attended church regularly. In some towns only Sundays and holidays were taken into account, but there were others where assistance was needed every day. Priests and corregidors came from wealthy families and were well paid by indigenous workers. In the mountains, a priest served both San Luis and Picaya, and the Indians paid him 60 and 90 pesos, respectively. 504 A different priest served in Pedregal and was paid 90 pesos a year in hammocks, which was probably the same form of payment as in the other two towns. The corregidor of the Sierra served the three towns of Ajaguas and received an annual payment of 4 reals for each indigenous person. Taxpayers were not the only indigenous people responsible for these payments. In Cumaribo, each Caquetio had to pay 2 pesos a year for the purchase of wax, possibly used in candles. In addition, the community as a whole had to pay 194 pesos a year to the town priest. Thus, a Cumaribo married couple in the late 18th century was responsible for up to 3 pesos a year in church contributions. This amount of money was equivalent to about 24 days of work a year. But not all Caquetios were charged so much. The people of Guayabico and Carrizal paid an annual peso to the town priest. Those on the Paraguana Peninsula paid even less. The 1,900 Caquetios of Santa Ana paid the priest 180 pesos a year, or the equivalent figure of less than 1 real per person. Those of Maru paid the same amount. Santa Ana and Maru paid low rates, since they did not receive much attention from the church. In Santa Ana, church services were only held for 6 months of the year, while in Maru it was only for 3 months. Labor relations were transformed in Coro, once the encomienda was abolished in 1721. The indigenous people went from forced labor on plantations and haciendas to voluntary work on these same lands. The enactment and expansion of the alcabala, one of the main objectives of the Coro rebels, incentivized wage labor by diminishing the ability of legally free people to provide for their own subsistence. When alcabala payments soared in 1792, the rebels saw their livelihoods invaded and many took up arms as a result. But not all those subjected to the alcabala and other means of labor extraction rebelled. In fact, most of the legally free people, including the indigenous people of Coro, fought for the crown thinking that this would give them a good opportunity to improve their living conditions. Conclusions. The Ajigwas demanded remuneration for having supported the crown's counter-revolution. On August 3, 1795, a royal official, Geronimo Tinoco, declared that the people of PK refused to pay tribute due to the promise of exemption for fighting the rebels. Tinoco reported that Iterbe had tried to collect the taxes 2 months after the insurrection, but the Indians rejected these actions. The authorities informed the beleaguered treasurer that they were cleared of these payments. The leaders threatened to rebel if Iterbe returned demanding the tributes. 510 tensions increased when Tinoco reported that the Quechua had stated that if PK rebelled they would not take up arms against their comrades. The Ajigwas of the Sierra were not the only indigenous people who refused to pay taxes after the insurrection. In fact, the governor of Venezuela sent Tinoco to the city of Coro to investigate complaints about the refusal to pay by the indigenous peoples near the Taquio River. The mayor of the royal treasury of the town, Miguel Francisco de Latiewi, notified Caracas that those of the city of Jacura had refused to pay the tax. The authorities also feared that they were inciting other communities to do the same. Worse still, rumors began to spread about a new uprising, this time planned by the people of Jacura. The root of these problems was generated a few weeks before the insurrection. On April 24, 1795, the administrator of the Royal Treasury of Venezuela, Joseph del Abad, issued an instruction regarding the payment of taxes. Abad ruled that all those descendants of taxpayers were responsible for paying taxes. This was a devastating blow to many of the Zambo communities in Coro, who after avoiding the dreaded payments for generations were now forced to make them. Although news of the ruling did not reach the rebels before they took up arms, the decree would influence events subsequent to the insurrection. Most of the indigenous people of Jacura were classified as Zambos. A month after the insurrection, they informed the authorities that they had never been required to pay taxes before and that they were not going to start now. The administrator did not force the matter, since the Crown had left it as an instruction to proceed with caution. After conducting his investigation, Tinoco concluded that the people of Jacura had, indeed, united to refuse to pay tribute. The alcabala remained a recurring theme after the rebellion. On June 13, a cautious Jacket warned his superiors in Caracas that the Coro authorities should avoid interfering in the lives of the Indians, particularly in the excessive collection of alcabala. Jacket stated that this could displease these people who are the greatest force in this province. Jacket sent this letter just 5 days after having indicated the same on June 8, begging Caracas to cede certain rights to the Quechua, that it dictate the providence that it deems conducive to sweetening the spirits of those, from whose freedom it can be said that the defense and conservation of that territory hangs, which every time they give new evidence. 517 Not only did he insist that the Crown's authority depended on cooperation with the Quechua, but he also reported that they were unhappy and needed some favors. As the historically loyal Quechua and opportunistically loyal Ajigwas fought to defend the Crown, some Indians were punished for their crimes against it. On June 3, Ramirez Valderrame sentenced 55 people involved in the May Rebellion, including 7 Quechua who were sentenced to 10 years of forced labor in Puerto Cabello. The bailiff declared that the Quechua had confessed to being guilty, and although these prisoners are not subject to capital punishment due to the conspiracy that is feared from their companions who are in the city's garrison on arms for the reason of the insurgency. 518 While some Quechua were punished, others were rewarded. On May 29, 1797, the governor of Venezuela, Pedro Carbonell, handed out financial rewards for exemplary service. The Indian captain of Santa Ana, Pedro Filippi, received 25 pesos, a staggering amount of money for the time and context, roughly equivalent to 200 business days. Carbonell also awarded 12 pesos to Filippi's sergeant, Juan Andres Bernal, and 10 pesos to each of the 20 soldiers from the same town. These men were especially considered as they were the first soldiers to defend the city. The tributary communities of the Sierra and Jacuro would also be rewarded in due course. In 1798, Carbonell ruled that all taxpayers in the province of Coro would henceforth be exempt from taxes. Carbonell argued that this immunity would allow them to know the appreciation that loyalty deserves, after these Indios concurred in the laudable action of exterminating the enemy. Carbonell added, that they accredit their quality as such Indians by allowing them to marry white women so that desolate population would increase during the day. This permission to marry white women was an extraordinary reward for the tributary communities of Coro. It was also a reflection of a patriarchal society that commodified women's bodies. White women were considered a symbol of wealth, grace, and beauty, something coveted by many and supposedly desired by all. These rewards given to the indigenous people after the rebellion were the result of the struggles of these peoples against a deadly process of accumulation by dispossession that had begun 3 centuries earlier. The indigenous people who rebelled did so because they rejected the colonial imposition of the alcabala, the taxes, and the ecclesiastical and corregidor contributions. They also repudiated their increased need to work on the plantations, their loss of independence, and their low position in the Coro hierarchy of race and class. The conquest also determined the defeat of the rebels. In 1531, the Quequetíos were granted certain concessions for allowing the Spanish to settle in Totoricaba. As part of the deal, the Quequetíos were expected to serve as a reserve army whenever the crown needed their support. The colonial authorities depended on the Quequetíos to put down the rebellion, since their chances of success seemed unattainable without their help. Ironically, the process that induced the insurrection was the same that prevented its consummation. And this dialectic continues. After Venezuela declared its independence from Spain, 1811, the black and brown majority of the country was still colonized by Creole elites. Slavery was not abolished until more than 40 years later, 1854. Even after this, people of African and indigenous descent, the vast majority of the population, continued to work hard for the white owners of plantations and estates. Internal colonization was complemented by imperial domination exercised from abroad, now through the United States of America. The liberator of Venezuela, Simón Bolívar, warned about the nascent empire of the United States of America a few months before his death, writing in 1829 that this country seemed destined by Providence to plague America with miseries in the name of liberty. And Bolívar was right. As in other parts of the Americas, the United States effectively underdeveloped Venezuela, dominating the country's political and economic landscape for much of the 20th century. But the resistance to this domination was constant, obtaining a great victory when Hugo Chávez Frías was elected president in 1998. His revolutionary government initiated a radical redistribution of the country's oil wealth, improving the living conditions of the population. Educational opportunities were drastically opened up for the majority of the marginalized population, as was access to health and housing. The Bolivarian Revolution also resisted U.S. domination on the international stage and supported emancipatory movements around the world, particularly in the global south. Venezuelan solidarity proved stronger with its closest neighbors than anywhere else, when 21st-century socialism swept through the former Iberian colonies. Decades of failed neoliberal policies, combined with successful labor struggles and new openings for liberal, bourgeois, democratic space, provided the necessary conditions for a legal revolution. Elected governments in Argentina, 2003, Brazil, 2003, Bolivia, 2006, Honduras, 2006, Ecuador, 2007, Nicaragua, 2007, Paraguay, 2008, and El Salvador, 2009, enacted policies to restructure their economies, dependent policies through agrarian reforms, nationalizations, and historic investments in education and health. These governments also aimed to end the dictatorial control of the United States of America over the planet. Latin American integration laid the foundations through the creation of international political and economic blocs such as the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of Our America, 2004, the Union of South American Nations, 2008, and the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, 2010. In addition to opposing the Washington-based Organization of American States, what Fidel Castro would once aptly describe as the Yankee colonial ministry, they were helpful in creating cohesion between the Caribbean, Mexico, Central, and South America. This would give the region a better position to deal with the United States. This push towards building a multipolar world also influenced the formation of the BRICS, 2006, an organization that includes some of the largest emerging economies: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and which, at the same time, is a great threat to the supremacy of the United States on a global level. The leadership of the Bolivarian Revolution not only threatened U.S. imperial rule over the world, but also the fortunes of the local wealthy class. Economic sabotage was a permanent feature of life in Venezuela during the Chavez years, with importers and sellers hoarding goods, especially at election time. During this period, the U.S. government funneled hundreds of millions of dollars to its servile oligarchic allies in the country to overthrow the Bolivarian government. After Chavez's death, this cabal intensified its political, economic, and informational campaigns in an effort to ensure the end of the revolution. A much dirtier war was then launched against the government of Chavez's successor, Nicolas Maduro. Today, Venezuela suffers from a brutal blockade that has devastated the country's oil sector, responsible for 99% of exports. The population has left their country en masse, as the United States embarks on a more belligerent multi-frontal attack against that country. US-led and supported military incursions have apparently become ubiquitous. U.S. support for Juan Guaido, a virtually unknown politician before he was anointed president by the United States, and his effort to force the country's strongest opposition sectors to boycott the elections have left the country at an impasse. But despite the pressure and seemingly insurmountable odds, Venezuela has held its ground thanks to 2 decades of grassroots work. The country's dedication to political education is bearing fruit, as much of the people know that U.S. imperial action is at least partially responsible for their current difficulties. This is no small feat. And it is a reflection of the advances that the Bolivarian Revolution has made to snatch the neoliberal and neo-fascist hegemony over the media, culture, and education. Equally important, the revolution's commitment to the country's peasants and workers has allowed it to provide subsistence methods to these sectors during this time of crisis, through programs such as the Local Supply and Production Committee, CLAP. Venezuela's resistance to conquest, this time adapted to the 21st century, mirrors the struggle of the Coro revolutionaries in 1795. The blacks and indigenous people of the region focused on slavery, the alcabala, the indigenous tribute, and all other taxes. Being fully aware that they were impositions coming from the country's white oligarchy with the intention of exploiting low-income people of color. They also knew that these rulers were part of a colonial system that kept them oppressed, that if they did not establish an independent republic, they would be condemned forever to the fate from which they so wanted to escape. The rebels were able to unleash this movement because the conditions were ripe for it. An anti-slavery revolution was taking place along the Caribbean circuit. The self-liberated Africans in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, were leading and winning the fight against the European slavers and imperialists. Rumors circulated that slavery had actually been abolished and that corruption was preventing these promises from coming true. These events coincided with the drastic increase in the sales tax in the years prior to the insurrection. This imposition made subsistence more difficult than it used to be and forced legally free black and indigenous people away from those lifestyles in which they found refuge. But these conditions were profitable since, fundamentally, the peasants of Coro rejected colonialism, white supremacy, slavery, and taxes. These people valued their families and their well-being, they valued their personal independence, the ability to work for themselves as long as they could create the space for it. They rejected the abject legal, racial, political, and economic inequalities that defined life in Coro and repudiated the dehumanizing working conditions of the plantations and haciendas. Without the presence of these important convictions, the influence of rumors and currents would have had little relevance. Equitable political and economic practices, coming from the rebels' homelands, greatly influenced the decision to overthrow slavery, taxation, and colonial rule. The community customs of the indigenous peoples of the Costa de Oro, Costa Longo, and Coro shaped their egalitarian ideas. Political and economic practices at the household and community levels were particularly important. Although not devoid of hierarchies, families and towns practiced livestock and collective breeding, in addition to equitably sharing the fruits of this work. It is important to point out that these material bases were not exclusive to these three regions of the world. On the contrary, they are the fundamental principles of all peasant communities that have ever existed. This book suggests that the study of egalitarian ideas in the Americas during the Revolutionary Age has lacked materialist analysis. Radical ideas about equality did not spring from the air or from the minds of wealthy Europeans. They have accompanied human beings for millennia and have their roots in the peasant economies that humanity has developed for most of its existence. Peasants from Brittany, Devon, and Flanders produced the materials that were consumed in Coro and that were also used to purchase enslaved people on the Gold and Longo coasts. The intricate way in which goods, such as textiles, were manufactured during this period ensured that wealthy white elites were virtually the only ones in Coro able to purchase continental goods. This fact created and reproduced the racialized class system of the region. Coro plantation owners accumulated capital to buy and display items such as European cloth, and they made money by exploiting enslaved and legally free workers of African and/or indigenous descent. We could say that the obverse of the coin represented the purchase of European goods and its reverse represented work on plantations and ranches. This currency was a political and economic system centered on Europe and guided by diverse interests amalgamated around the need to accumulate capital and spread white supremacy. European crowns, merchants, landowners, and speculators, all driven by disparate motivations, built the empires that created places like Coro. Many of these individuals and institutions were rivals with one another, yet they sometimes worked together. European trading companies were key to propelling this Atlantic system. The peasant or feudal economic structure of Europe limited the pool of capital available to merchants and imperialists. The idea of mercantile companies allowed various actors led by royal families to associate. In this way, European elites were able to force open new markets for the goods they trafficked. But it would be a mistake to label this complex of Atlantic relations as capitalist. This was the period of original accumulation, the system that gave rise to our current political and economic problems. During the 18th century, the Atlantic economy of Europe was based on the peasant production structure, not capitalist production. Textile workers had access to both their means of subsistence and their means of production. Compared to capitalism, this method was expensive and inefficient. More research is needed to confirm this, but this study brings together more evidence to suggest that the capitalist mode of production may not have taken over Britain's industries until the mid-19th century. Defining and historicizing capitalism is of utmost importance to understand both the past and our present. In particular, we could learn more about the history of European imperialism. It is important to note that the logic of feudal production and primitive accumulation was based more on growth through geographical expansion than through innovation, which is crucial in capitalism. This does not mean that both systems have not included, and do not include, both trends. But the production method of capitalism forces it to strive to reduce costs and generate the necessary technological advances for this. It will be important to study the development of the capitalist mode of production in European industries and see how it influenced the nature of imperialism and colonialism. If my hypothesis, which indicates that capitalism did not take off until the mid-19th century, is correct, it would roughly coincide with the advent of formal colonialism in Africa and neocolonialism in much of the Americas. To conclude, We cannot understand ourselves today if we do not have an accurate reading of our history. If capitalist industry developed much later than is commonly established, then the Americas are not as backward in terms of development as has been assumed. This also provides insight into why certain countries in the global south have been able to catch up by assisting their infant industries rather than strictly serving as consumer markets for Western goods. A clearer understanding of the history of capitalism logically leads to a more accurate interpretation of economic development. And this can help countries in the global south as they chart paths toward real equality and true independence, the very goals desired by the Coro revolutionaries.